team over in EU. Well, Sundown North America has had a lot of roster changes, and we have a new face join us in here in the name of Vanguard.
Yeah, it'll be really interesting to see what Vanguard is going to be able to bring going up against melee creeps. We'll see if they'll be able to kind of like crack into that stalwart guard going through. And they also have a couple of very interesting players going through. There's one coming off of the Fisher College team in the collegiate circuit there. So some names that you might have seen before. That's Shadow Viz. So it'll be interesting to see, but we can't forget about EU coming up first.
Oh man, I'm so excited what's going to be happening in EU, because we've had Leviathan have their ups and downs. Abraham's hopefully in their sake coming back in full force with Shark returning to the roster. Not quite sure if that will be happening yet today, but I'm curious to see if they can finally take down, honestly, I mean, Sundown, maybe I'll get your opinion on this, the best team in the world, I would say, in Buff Enjoyers.
I mean, they've just looked so good consistently across. Like, it hasn't mattered the patch. They've been able to adjust for it. They'll pull out picks. We saw last week in particular with the McGinnis patch midway through. So we'll see if they're able to adjust this week as well and kind of continue that rolling. But I think it's just their level of consistency and their ability to game plan just separates them that much more from the other EU teams.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously some team has to catch up eventually. We'll find out who it's going to be someday, maybe today. We'll see. But before we can move on here, we got to obviously talk about all the support you guys have given us here, whether you guys have been just viewers, whether you guys subbed us on YouTube, whether you donate money, whether you gift subs, or you're a patron sub as well here for our Patreon that we have. It has been it's been a tremendous feat doing 52 shows, but it's been such a pleasure being here with all of you out there. And let's actually take a look at some of our supporters so we can do our weekly event that we have of calling out one in particular individual. This is your first time, Sundown. I feel like I'm running out of names here, but obviously like our big supporters here at the top, Affix, Incredible Mouse, Skinna, and Tetsio, $250 every single month to be our board members. But like always, you got to choose one person to talk about here. I'm going to go first to give you a chance. And I'm going to go Winter at the bottom, $5 night shift resident, because you know what? It has been damn hot here in Italy, and I kind of miss winter.
You know, I'm actually really excited you called out winter, because I will be moving away from the Great White North relatively soon, and I'm happy to end up dodging the winter. So that's a good call out on that side of things. But I'll also call out another $5 night shift resident down there for Violet, because I'm hoping today for some Violet team fights, right? Like, I want to see people get into it. I want to see the mix. I always use the term, like, I want to see people press some buttons, man. Get in there, not be afraid to burn the cooldowns, get a little aggressive, and see who's able to kind of get the priority going.
It's all about the burger boxing or baguette battling, depending on what region you're in. But also, not only are you guys supporting us, but if you guys haven't noticed, Intel is coming back once again here with their Intel Gamer Day, supporting us, bringing our prize pool up to 4K every single week here for 3 more weeks, including this week. They've been here for the entire 4, and they do have their Intel Gamer Days last until September 13th. You guys can type !IGD in the chat to see all their amazing deals they have, but we're so happy to have them every single time when they do partner up here on the night shift. And also, like on every Thursday, you guys have action. Not only on Wednesdays, you have the new graveyard shift happening every single Thursday at the exact same time right now. I'm not sure who's going to be on it this week. I can confirm Jake's not going to be here because he's in Busan, but I believe ZP will be here, and we'll have Lightbringer and a guest as well. Also, big shout out here to Kursaka once again coming with 10 gifted. But Sundown, it's time to finally start talking about the matches coming up here today. Let's take a look here at the roster of Abrahams. This team, I feel like they've been tweaking their iterations. They do have obviously their core of like Saint Together and Task. I think we have to say are their core for now on, because Arzo is one of the newer additions, but he has obviously been in the team for quite a long time. Shark has also a recent joiner to this team, but OCs is the new one. And OCs for me has been really interesting as a player, because he used to be a strong M1 carry, but we were treated to some pocket play out of him last week.
Yeah, I actually really enjoyed the shift off of M1 for him, because it felt like he was allowed to be a little bit more versatile, a little bit more impactful, kind of getting into those team fights, having options to get out, and not necessarily needing to be as reliant on others for the setup, as reliant on sitting in the sideline for a bit, really building up those souls before getting into the fights. He did it by getting involved in the action. And frankly, that's where we've seen OCs be his best in a lot of those circumstances. Not to say that he can't flex over onto the M1, but I would definitely like to see if he has something else similar to the pocket in his bag.
I think it does increase his threat level. I think one thing we said about him individually as a player is that if you don't stop him in the game when he's playing M1s, then you're going to have to deal with him later on in the game. And that's where he really starts to excel, unless he's on Mina, where he can be more pivotal in the mid game. But the ability to be able to flex different roles, it kind of gives him like him and Zergy, Cosmetical, and Arzo kind of like overlap in the roles technically, where, Cosmetical and Zergy can switch out the heroes they're playing. OCs and Arzo, I think, can also do the switch within the team. And then Shark as well, which we saw Lash become such a priority out of a lot of teams in the night shift. Shark definitely had a fantastic play on him. But then again, so can OCs. But this team, if we're to talk about maybe someone besides OC, since this is your first time here on the show, I want to hear your thoughts about maybe another individual you wanted to point out here.
I mean, you had mentioned the core, but it's got to be like, what can Arzo do trying to mix in with this roster, right? Like, what is he able to actually do? We've seen him kind of impressing a little bit more, finding his groove when working with the others. Can he continue to be able to do that? Is he able to kind of generate those picks on the side? Is he going to be able to find the fights that necessarily end up making him successful? I think that tends to be the linchpin on whether or not Abrahams is really able to push forward. And I think it's going to come down to a combination of that, and then can they get a little creative in the draft? Can they do something, disguise who somebody is going to end up going to, maybe pick away a strong pick from Leviathan to give them just that little bit of edge? Because let's be honest, it's been kind of a revolving door of these top teams in EU, and every little bit of advantage you're able to create before you even get into the match helps tremendously at this point.
Yeah, and hero pools and depth of hero pools is something we talk about a lot when it comes to buff enjoyers. But one thing we're gonna have to talk about now is the opponents in this first match of Leviathan, who have once again made some subtle roster changes, or I believe they have, where I believe Freemock is coming back into the team and Captain is going to be coming out. So they've had their own switches happening once again, trying to find the roster that really does set them up correctly. But this has also, I think, been a team that's kind of relied on McGinnis in last week for some success. And with McGinnis being nerfed in the middle of the show last week, I'm not sure if they're going to be able to run that yet again here. But the thing is, for me, they have, by name, such strong individual players, but something has been missing within the team, and we're not quite sure what.
Yeah, and it's really hard to find out what that X factor is, particularly when you do have a revolving door of players on that side of things, right? Whether it is Captain or Freemock who ends up coming through. But you talk about some of the individual skills. A lot of people may know I came from the Fortnite background. I've seen a ton of Irazumi. I've seen a ton of Freemock. They are insanely mechanically talented. And when you do end up putting them on a hero who is strong in the current meta, strong in the current patch, they are able to really kind of push the limits in that regard, which we saw with Irazumi. But as you noted, like, will they go back to that McGinnis? I think McGinnis is still fairly good. She's strong. There's still a couple of things she does well, but she doesn't have just the raw numbers that were in place that made how they were playing her before super effective. So that for me is going to end up being like, how do they adjust to that? And can they work a draft in that gets them the power picks they need to really be able to go toe to toe with Abrahams? Because like, Abrahams is going to want to fight straight up.
Yeah, of course. I mean, that is Abrahams to a T, and not a lot of teams can actually beat them in the early game. But you did mention like individual players like Freemock, and I wanted to say something about him because we did see him subbing in for Abrahams last week, and he did play Shiv in their second game against Buff Enjoyers. But Shiv right now, I think that's one of the very few picks we've seen in the last few weeks for him. I think maybe Arctic has picked him up once, if I'm not mistaken. But Shiv has just kind of fallen off, and whether that's just an overcorrection or I guess it would be an overcorrection, not undercorrection, is still yet to be seen. But when Leviathan have had their success with Freemock on the team and without OCs there, I feel like it was Freemock doing most of the work, him and Overseas together being like the Bash brothers. But as a final note here, I want to hear your thoughts. Dimov in 2025 was voted the best player in EU. Like, it was like him and Hoot. And we haven't seen that Dimov. It's been shades of his former self, and he just hasn't been able to, well, I mean, some people have been saying ever since he's went over to North America, he hasn't been playing as well. Whether that's true or not is yet to be discussed, but he hasn't really proven to be that player, that star player we saw back when he was playing with Buff Enjoyers.
Oh man, don't get me started on the NA versus EU conversations, because as somebody who frequently gets thrown on the EU servers, I will say sometimes I feel like the EU players just wanted a little more. And I can't help but feel like if you are playing in those very top lobbies and you're in there with everybody trying their hardest in that environment, like maybe that does make and translate a little bit to your day-to-day, and does that end up adding up? I don't think that's necessarily the answer though. Like, yeah, you could say that, but I think in reality it's more a combination of a lot of the picks that he was used to play playing have gotten some adjustments coming through. There's been a little bit of a push away from that like very M1 heavy dominant feel. And I think the playstyles and the players around him have changed a little bit, where he likes to kind of be the one setting the tempo, going through, dishing out the damage and controlling the fights. And without his ability to do that, I think even when he was the standout player, like he still kind of fell off a little bit, right? Like he might have not been like, he's S tier when he's the one controlling that tempo, but if you're able to knock him down and kind of like push him back a little bit, like he still sometimes falls into A tier, and I think that's what we've seen so far.
Well, it is time to get into our Mo and Crow 1v1 here in our 50-second show to determine who gets choice of first pick or second. And over in EU, obviously, one thing that comes to mind going into this is that we had a patch happen in the middle of the show last week. So we didn't see the changes to Billy and the changes to McGinnis being pushed into the side of EU. I'm curious, in particular, is Billy still going to be prioed as a top 2 pick across the board here?
Oh, I would be shocked if he wasn't, right? The amount of pressure that Billy is able to add, and also anti-pressure. He combos for other people with his ultimate ability. He is able to close the gap. He's able to be such an effective frontline that there's very few other options. Plus, he's comfort, both for people who enjoy playing it and going against it. So
that was, I mean, I'm so sorry. That was a smackdown right together. He hit like a back-to-back parry, and he just did the ore stand there and baited another parry to finish him off. That was pretty damn good. But yeah, I mean, Billy, like the 10% max HP instead of the damage. I mean, I've been seeing people post, and I've been seeing on TikTok, you're hitting some like obscenely high numbers in HP pools when it comes to Billy. But I think most of the success, if I get my words out, was around the fact that he was tanky and he did do a lot of damage as well. But we're going to find out here. Obviously, Pocket is something as well that I'm curious to see if it will be banned away, and it will indeed. Doorman, is he going to maintain priority in bans? Maybe. I almost want to see teams shake it up and throw a Billy ban in there, to be honest.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like a Billy ban would really set the tone here for setting Leviathan up for success, particularly with Abraham's taking away the pocket on that side. But also, like, I figured Doorman was either going to get banned right here or picked immediately with EU's love and obsession of Doorman. His setup ability, his anti-carry ability is just too strong and honestly just frustrating to play against at times.
Let's see, what's the first pick coming through? Will Billy stay true? No, actually, Lash. The stocks, they've been going up and up and up, and I might have to get my cosplay out once again because we're getting close to October here. And hit the gym quite a bit more. But Lash, man, I feel like he's just been nonstop picked for the last 2-3 weeks of time, and it's been consistently thrown into this like gun carry role.
Yeah, I love Lash. As somebody who learned the game completely playing on him, I'm just going to ignore that tangent completely. Early pick Rem, first round Rem coming out from Leviathan is nuts, but you have seen like 9 wins, 7 losses he's been going through. He offers a lot of support potential, and also it kind of then gives the opportunity for them to go through and pressure the uncontested boxes underneath. However, noting Leviathan is 0-4 playing the Rem so far, so maybe they know something we don't know. They follow it up with the Mirage pick, which I like a lot better. 14-7 coming through so far on the night shift. A very reliable M1 solo laner who offers that global pressure across the map.
I feel like production did you real dirty there, honestly, because they're like, yeah, like look at the win rate, it's really good, and then it switches to the, oh yeah, but they're 0-4 on Rem. So good. Did not expect that, honestly, and I can't wait to see chat actually catch up to this of like a Rem as a first pick. So we talk a lot about on the show as well when it, oh, even McGinnis, so I'll hold off McGinnis for a second. The pick priority and the value you get off the pick priority that you put on certain heroes. So if you're going to be picking Rem first, we better see the value off of that be shown into this game. And I mean, Saint is a fantastic Rem. I would say probably the best Rem that we have in EU. The amount of boxes he does steal away. Well, speaking of boxes, I mean, Calico and Rem together gives you full tonal control. So we kind of have a game plan for Leviathan already off the bat, but McGinnis on the other side here, son. And you were saying before, like, yeah, obviously Soner's coming into the gun, but still think she is viable and does quite a bit in like certain scenarios. And Saint as well has proven to be a very good McGinnis.
Yeah, and I think the wall being a big aspect, being able to separate out the team fights, create that physical barrier that regardless of how good your movement is, somebody has to deal with in the circumstance. And it pairs very well with the Abrams. But also, like, I wonder if Abraham knows something we don't on this side, because they're 1-8 piloting that hero. So it's like, we're trying to figure out here, somebody's going to end up winning and increasing their win rate on one of the 2 blue dudes. But it seems like they have a game plan when they're trying to set up the pick, get the charge, pull somebody back and away, and then get those 2 big team fights, like get the Lash ultimate death slam into the Abrams ult and kind of get that combo up. And we'll see now the 2 bands coming out with Apollo and Billy, and then following up with the immediate Bebop lock-in.
To be fair, by the way, on these like win rates, you have to keep in mind Leviathan hardly break through anymore into the money match, so they'll generally always have losses. And for Abraham's, they get one win a week and then they lose to Buff Enjoyers. So but I know what you mean. Obviously McGinnis, it's not a great showing, but I think Saint has definitely earned his stripes when it comes to McGinnis. But a Bebop coming on through, so a good way to deal with Lash. Now Celeste, on the other hand, I've been seeing a ton of people playing Celeste. I've been watching Dew play. I've been watching Disco Virtuoso play. I've been watching people realize, even Zergy playing her, that she is still insanely good. And maybe with some nerfs to a couple of heroes like Billy, for instance, not having to worry about Chain Gang, maybe we might see the rise of Celeste once again.
Yeah, and then following up the Celeste pick, Mo and Krill. So, I mean, we got every single one of the characters who has access to the vents in the game. We're going to brawl down there in some way, shape, or form. But I think that's a very interesting pick. But with the amount of M1 and pressure that's coming out, the disarm for Mo, the amount of value he's going to be able to get from those heals, I think it's all going to come down to if they're able to execute on these early picks and really get running. And now we see Leviathan rounded out with Drifter and Lady Geist. So I don't mind that, but it's also like how much of your front line is going to be coming from sustain and trying to get your ball rolling early, because the answer is a lot.
Yeah, for me, okay. Oh my god, what is happening this week? What is going on? I mean, it is number 52, so it's great to have some crazy picks, but I mean, one thing, okay, I'm gonna talk about Leviathan really quickly. One thing you have to think about when I look at their composition is where is their pressure and kills gonna come from? And I think a lot of what we've been noticing in these last weeks of play is that having like a human ward is very important, especially when you're trying to get deep in enemy jungle and you're trying to look for those catches. And Calico is very good at facilitating that. Bebop is very good at creating those opportunities. And you have Geist and Drifter, even Rem thrown in there to help lock down these kills. Abraham's side though, they're like, we don't really care about the individual jungle picks. We want to just team fight you with this whole composition that they have. And that is insanely scary. So already off the bat, I look at this as Leviathan need to have a strong early mid game. And Abraham's, if you hold on to the mid to late game, you're probably going to win this match.
Yeah, I mean, Abraham's just, if they slam their face on the keyboard after like 30 minutes and they're able to make there and the souls are remotely close, like it's so hard for them to end up losing a team fight. And I love the last pick Dynamo. If you're going to end up picking Dynamo, it has to be in a situation where the opponent can't end up pulling out a Sinclair and making you completely irrelevant and being able to pull that counter pick out and just adding that additional team fight in the setup so you don't have to be reliant on hitting that ridiculous death slam in order to get it up and just focusing on that. I think it really enables this team fight style. And then also the stomp giving you a little bit more guaranteed CC. I think there's a lot of very strong skirmish potential here. But you look on Leviathan side, and I think as soon as you pair that Calico with a Rem and they're roaming around, or they're able to get over to a Drifter side lane and create some picks, they can be very scary right around that like 7 to 10 minute mark. And if they catch Abraham's out on some of those rotations and they're not spot on, it could get very ugly very fast.
Really quickly here, another again, big shout out here to Chrisana14 with another 10 gifted every single week. Wow. I think it's been like almost 52 weeks now of Chrisana just gifting subs. So thank you again so much for your support. Man, I looked at the Mo and Krill and I'm thinking to myself, again, like the value of Mo and Krill comes from the early mid game. It comes from your ultimate, it comes from getting the combos off and converting those into kills and converting that into pressure later on in the game. We've seen in the past, I think Leviathan, they ran like a Mo and Krill with Captain, then they also ran a Holiday together, and we're like, wow, that's like so much pick. They had so much potential. They got off to a very good start, but then they fell off later on in the game. Abraham's was able to catch up in that specific match. Mo and Krill has the backup of like, you're gonna have a strong enough early game with kill potential with Mo and Krill, and then you're gonna have a strong late game with the fact you have Lash, Abrams, Dynamo, and even McGinnis all paired together, and then throwing in a Celeste on top of that, like you're just gonna be doing some dirty damage here. If you were to look at these compositions, maybe ignore the team names, who would you kind of give it to?
I think Abraham's has the better overall composition on that side of things, but I'll also note that like Leviathan has a very clear strategy and a very clear pressure that they're going to try and execute. Whereas as soon as you get to right around that like 7 to 10 minute mark, the teams are then going to end up, the Calico and the Rem are going to start roaming around. They're going to pressure the boxes across the map, pressure the centers together. You'll have Mirage TP being able to show up and add the pressure on top of it, and then you're split out on the solo laners for everyone else. So I think it's like, if you're able to avoid that pressure and just be calm on your rotation, Abraham's team should be able to clear, because again, like the amount of CC and team fighting potential with the fact that they are some of the best team fighters in EU, when you put that all together, that's just scary.
Oh, my boy Shark, what are they doing to him? I always talked about Shark in Buff Enjoyer's time and Virtus Pro time of like he's a very selfless player. He's playing Mo and Krill for them every time. It's not necessarily super fun to do, but he wants to win games, and they did win games. And then I've been talking about Abraham's. Oh, it's been so great to see him playing things besides Mo. He's been able to actually like show his hero pool and show what he can do. And coming to week 52, he's back on Mo and Krill, unfortunately. But on the other side, I did want to mention, because we talked a lot about him, Demov, Calico. You were talking about him wanting to control the pace, control the fight, stuff like that. Calico seems perfectly up that alley for him.
Yeah, and I feel like Calico lately has been one of those heroes when you are able to get rolling, when you're able to get that pressure, and more particularly when you have people who are ready to react to your roams and be there with you, you're able to just push it that much farther, right? Think of how many instances where Calico just almost kills you and you get away. Now you add a Rem who's going to be roaming with her, and you get the pressure with Drifter, Mirage able to show up, or showing up to any of those lanes with a Geist or a Bebop who are able to follow up in a reliable manner. If Demov gets rolling, he can absolutely snowball this game. I think one of the big things that is going to need to be answered is, though, like how much of that extra economy are they going to be shoving into Demov? Because Rems a lot of time will sacrifice a lot of their economy and their souls to then end up getting the Sinners, getting those golden statues. And if Demov's picking up all of those, like how efficient is the Rem going to end up being? Because like he's going to be a lot of their team fight tankiness.
And that comes into the fact that I guess then for Leviathan, 8 minutes, you're looking for the jungle invade. You're looking for that control in the Sinners. Overseas on Bebop, it's a thing of beauty. I still will say, and I'll probably die on this hill until someone else proves me wrong, that he's the best Bebop in EU for sure. He's one of the few Bebops out there that can play defensively, like when you're behind, actually not even defensively, when you're behind in the game and still make big plays happen. But one thing I'm looking at for Leviathan here is actually like active items. I feel like Silence Wave for Demov, Arctic Blast, very good combo here to like to obviously silence them up, right? It gives your team a chance to capitalize, but also Arctic Blast to lock them down so they can't move. So you do have the ability to hit some really good hooks, or for the rest of your team to help, collapse on this attack. I think it's gonna be really interesting to see how Leviathan play out this early game comp. But what I'm hoping Sundown to not see here, especially on number 52, is Leviathan not have a strong early game and Abraham's win early on, because I just don't see them bouncing back at that point with the comp that they've assembled.
Yeah, your comeback opportunities with Leviathan's comp are very minimal. Like if you're not able to get the Drifter rolling, if Geist doesn't get to right around kind of that 25k, 30k soul mark where she's really that hybrid threat, whether she's going full gun or getting like that just amount of spirit in there, like you're not going to be able to reliably pressure this team, right? You're going to show up, and even with all of the silence waves, the curses, maybe the REM sleep, you're not going to prevent somebody on Abraham's from getting off a positive engage, and they're going to be able to follow up on it. They have enough tools to be able to do that, and then shown time and time again that they team fight almost better than anybody else in the region. And this draft is set up perfectly for that.
Did you notice? Because I just noticed. So OC's on McGinnis. I was like, okay, I mean, I can see it. Tass on Celeste. I mean, we've seen Tass play Drifter. We've seen Tass flex out his hero pool a little bit more. Celeste is going to be, I want to say, a true test for him, because I think in my head, Celeste is just so different than like all the heroes he's been playing. It's so much different than Doorman. It's so much different than Paradox, though there is some movement tech when it comes to Paradox. But the ability to move around, be at the right place. But more importantly, I feel like what Celeste does really well is like get in deep, but also get out. Like to be able to like bait a lot of attention towards you and survive. And I think this is going to be really interesting to see if Tass can live up to what a Celeste needs to do in these games.
Yeah, Celeste really has the two insanely high skill ceilings. The first is the movement, and generally you can tell whether somebody has put the time in on Celeste or not, because she moves completely different than almost any other character in the game. I think Lash is maybe like kind of close-ish, but his is very much facilitated by his grapple and being able to jump through and get himself up in the air on that side of things. And then, as you know, the other one is, can you push the limits? Are you able to go in and kind of get down the damage, get close enough to be able to get your burst off, pop the silence, use your shield to maximum efficiency, build up your stacks, and then get back out, because you need to be doing all of that and then drawing aggro on this side. I think the one saving grace here is that Tass has a little bit more leeway on this side in terms of getting in and getting out when he does have the Dynamo, the Mo and Krill, and the Abrams sitting in front of him as well. He's not going to be the only one soaking up all of that aggro.
That's why I'm kind of thinking that OCs is probably playing a very gun-heavy McGinnis, even with the 5% nerf to the damage, which we didn't see it at all in North America. I think it was 3 picks in EU and then nothing in North America last week, but obviously maybe a little bit of an overcorrection from that quick little patch we had. If you guys are wondering, we're not waiting to start the game. We're not waiting 52 minutes to get the first game ready to go. We're just waiting a couple of players to actually ready up and get things underway. But once again, thank you guys for your patience and support here as we have made it a full year into the night shift. Man, Dynamo. How do you feel about Dynamo in general? You talk about like Rem and how you like playing Rem. I love Dynamo. I think he's super fun to play.
I mean, I love him. The problem is, like, you can't pick him in a world where Sinclair exists, right?
True.
Because as soon as Sinclair is able to grab that ultimate, the tools Sinclair has in order to get in the fights and do what Dynamo does effectively better on basically 1/8 of the cooldown in some of the circumstances, it just makes him so hard to play in a higher level environment. However, when you are able to pick him, I think he's insanely strong. I think he has a lot of numbers, and I think there's actually a decent skill gap that comes with him. Can you use that quantum entangle to pull teammates out of unsuspecting places, bait cooldowns, bait big spells? This is one of the things where you're able to get an insanely high amount of value, and this is something that really interests me. I'm really curious to see how these lane assignments go, because I think that'll determine a lot off of the rip.
Yeah, I'm thinking it's got to be Abrams and McGinnis together, right? There's actually I was going to McGinnis most. They can just non-stop shove this lane in the middle, look for the early Guardians. They're pairing Lash and Dynamo together, and they're pairing Celeste and Abrams. I was kind of hoping it was McGinnis Abrams because you have a lot of kill potential in that lane, but it seems they just want to unlock OCs and go for some quick Guardians here in the middle.
Yeah, I mean, just being able to get that push down, control the blue lane, being able to shove the other team out of it. Whoever gets that Guardian first unlocks so much of the map. And if you're able to do that early on, it generally does set a precedent for who's able to get kind of that early tempo, particularly if you're able to drop that before that 8 to 10 minute mark when those first sinners and the bridge buffs end up coming up. And you can see right now already trying to just get that shove in and get back and get the first buy off.
Okay, this Mystic Burst not too crazy coming on through here. Looks like all the lanes just shoved out that first wave extremely fast. But is there any other lanes that kind of interest you? Because I was almost expecting Bebop to be in middle, to be honest, to actually have some like kill potential in that lane. But it seems like they're more than happy to have D-Mob be able to flex between the left and right lane, which kind of makes sense if you're Calico looking for early pressure.
I dislike the Bebop into the Dynamo, just by the nature that, like, if you do want any form of stacks in lane, you just don't get that option as soon as he does have that entangle up. Like, you're not going to be able to get that pressure down, which just basically negates some of the certain options for how you play. Again, we haven't seen a spirit stacking Bebop in a very long time. Wasn't expecting it in that regard, but it's also nice to at least like have that amount of pressure coming through in lane on that side of things. So I think that's one. However, pairing it off with the Drifter, if they are able to get a hold of the Lash or the Dynamo early on, they have a decent amount of damage they're able to put out.
And I mean, you mentioned the quantum entanglement before. It's also like super important, I feel like, to deal with the hook, because you can actually quantum entangle the person out of the hook when they get hooked. You can also, I believe, stop nap time from actually like landing on you too. But the dispel that's on it when you max it out going to be very important, I feel like, to deal with Mirage, to deal with like silence wave that could come through out of D-Mob or like Arctic Blast as mentioned before. I think there is a lot of potential for Saint to have some like massive value in this game, though it might not be like so easily visible in these fights.
Well, especially because Leviathan doesn't have a ton of engage tools, right? So if you're able to effectively negate one or two of them or one of their big picks and stopping that snowball rolling, that's just one additional tool you have for making it to that 30-minute mark where they're going to have a tough time fighting you if you're on even footing.
Yeah, look at this on this right-hand side for Abraham. Just a non-stop shoving task, just continually trying to push the wave. Obviously, guys can be very easy to deal with these waves and keep them shoved back, but the pressure is on for Abraham, especially both of them taking extra regen. Really wanting to keep close proximity here against. Honestly, what's I'm gonna say is honestly a kind of weak lane that they're up against, because Geist isn't really gonna be doing too much damage until you get like the Mystic regen or the Radiant regeneration coming on through. Even though you do have the support out of Irazumi, who actually took opening rounds off the bat, so he's looking for some like counter damage.
Yeah, and I mean, Ren's gun hits very hard off of that start. Like, if you're able to get the headshots and actually push in, it helps out a ton, and you're able to actually get a decent amount of damage when combined with his base stats going through. I think the issue on that side is because, as you noted, Geist is so weak, and in the lane they're up against, there's so much burst on the creeps that come out from the Celeste and the Abrams that where Rem gets most of his pressure early is slamming that little helper on the healing creep and then just kind of pushing that in with the bonus resist and the heal on top of him. That doesn't really matter when the Celeste and the Abrams nuke that insanely fast.
Yeah.
That's just going to get them shoved in.
Well, we talked about the tunnels, and we're already seeing Irezumi rotate in from that right-hand side to look for tunnels in towards middle. Dimov, not so much just yet. He's just pretty much keeping... Well, he kind of has to stay in mid lane, I would say, unfortunately for him, because of the amount of pressure that comes his way with the Mo and Krill and McGinnis paired together. So he doesn't really have the flexibility to roam around. You're already seeing, like, the harass coming out of Tass. And, you know, not really hating Tass so far. He's keeping the pressure on. I don't think he's stopped shooting for longer than 1 second this entire laning phase. It's not a bad start, but we'll see the movement, as you mentioned. Right there, that's the real key indicator here.
Yeah, CSE's got the movement, how he moves around the map, how he moves in team fight. Can he get those airstrafes down? Can he close the gap and get to where he needs to go to do the damage on this side? Speaking of doing the damage right now, oh man, that Drifter Rend is still just hits like a truck when he goes through. But I mean, Dynamo doesn't trade back poorly. He got 200 back on it by himself. And the one thing I also wanted to note here, Irezumi needs to be very careful about when he times those box runs down, because I'm almost positive he timed it when the wave crashed and they split that mid wave 3 ways over. And that's part of the reason why they're getting pushed in just a little bit harder as well.
Also have to be careful to not get caught out by Mo and Krill in the tunnels if that ever comes to fruition. I'm actually kind of looking forward to seeing that. I know you're a big Rem fan, but kind of have to side with ZP here. Seeing the rat die in the tunnels to a big Mo and Krill is hilarious.
Or just seeing the rat die, period. The grit pops and gets the tag along over to Saya, and it just barely gets him out, and that was so much damage. But over on the other side, Overseas able to take out Arzo to pick up the first blood, and that's what we talked about. That's what they're going to need to do in order to build up a lead. And I mean, hey, a 2K lead at 5 minutes and control of the bridge buffs, that's pretty good.
Yeah, it seems like they actually did punish the fact that Ars was left in the lane and Saint went to go take the buff on the left-hand side. They get a nice little hook into a kill. And potentially take away this movement buff from Saint, but I think it'll be relatively fine. OC's, though, getting survival buff. Like, that's already disgusting. It's already hard enough to kill a McGinnis, especially with the heal that she has. But the fact that she can now shove this lane, Mo and Krill starting to roam around a little bit, though Shark is quite far off of that ultimate coming online, allowing a lot of farm to be fed over to OCs. And I mean, if anyone is going to be fed farm on this team and as an M1 hero, I think OCs would definitely be the one I would throw it to.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, we've seen him be able to do that and kind of push that limit and be able to get himself all the way up there, get the souls he needs in order to carry the game and go through. And right now you can see that that pressure is turning down. This Guardian is about to fall, and they're not really going to be able to get the opportunity to fight. Like, Lash is too far away from his ultimate. I'm not sure Saint's going to get it on this next wave either. So a really good job by Leviathan punishing that roam for the bridge buffs that you were talking about. They didn't quite have enough pressure to be able to go get those, and now all of a sudden the map is crumbling around them.
That's why I'm kind of surprised, is that I expected Abrahams to go for like a hard shove in towards middle, clear out these waves, look for the early damage in the Guardian. Monster Round was not invested into out of either player in that lane to continually shove it on through. So they're relying on this left-hand side, I guess, hold them or to hold steady for now as they do take down Saint once again. Well, I'd say for the first time, looking for another kill into Arzo as the Matas keep coming on through here, but Arzo should be able to survive for now. 100 HP left and the heavy melee connects. Arzo gets revenge. And yes, Overseas very low in health here around the corner too.
Yeah, I'm not sure why they're sticking around a little bit there. It felt like they had gotten out cleanly if they just wanted to end up exiting, but they continued to try to brawl there, and now they will be able to push that back in. However, having that boost available and sending him right back to lane. No, I was going to say he should be able to get there in time, but the wave is now crashing. It looks like they'll hold it. However, jumping over the mid lane, Shark trying to get out, and nope, not going to do it as Empty Dreams takes him down there.
This is actually not a good sign here for Abrahams early on, but a fantastic sign for Leviathan, getting some early control that they're honestly going to need if they want to be able to take down Abrahams here. Another kill into Saint would be ideal, but the Quantum Entanglement does dodge away from the Rend. Eternal Knight coming on through, and well, Saint's kind of left to himself here. I'm not sure how much help Overseas is going to be, and they're not able to confirm this into a kill, though. Hook did connect onto a minion. Actually, no, it connected onto Saint, and he just popped a Singularity right off, and it takes Overseas down.
Yeah, and he's able to turn that around, but they do get the trade back, and Fremok's completely happy with that, especially with the kill over on the other side. They should be able to push this Guardian down as well, and you're able to see now the roam back away from Demog, trying to get up and away, but no, Arzo being chased back, and he's able to pick that one up, so good job by him there.
More importantly now, Shark as well has combo available. Gonna be keeping an eye on exactly where he's gonna be going, looking for some roam. OC's been left in towards middle, continue to farm, but so is Empty Dreams, and Empty Dreams is on 6.6k, currently the leader in the lobby. Well, I guess he's technically behind Arzo at the moment. Well, he's bouncing between them.
Yeah. I was just about to say, both him and Arzo, like, he had a huge lead. He was up nearly 1.5k on everyone in the lobby, but Arzo with that roam to equalize, with, again, Leviathan just staying up a little bit, allowing for them to equalize and get those trade kills when it felt like they might have been able to exit. But that's kind of the lights of Drifter here. And right now, living on the edge again, as Arzo is able to get away without getting shut down, and Freemark also just barely able to get away. But he's suffering from the fact that he's now gone in basically 3 or 4 times in a row and just been chunked out, and he's sitting on that 5.1k.
I mean, I didn't expect Arzo to go right back in, but his movement, considering Drifter isn't necessarily the best character to hop in and out of fights in terms of like movement abilities, he's making it look pretty damn good and pretty damn clean. His Demon's gonna teleport it over, going to be looking for ideally kill on the right hand side. No nap time up, no swap either. He's gonna be heading quickly into the tunnels, maybe trying to spot the rat out himself, but this actually might be a kill potential and potentially our first guard in the game.
Yeah, he's looking to try and get around the backside here, see if he can't get around, gets the parry to disable it. They're trying to dive onto the Rem, separate him so he's not on the Rem, excuse me, onto the Celeste, separate him over on the side, but very good movement to get back into the back tunnel, force them to end up at least taking the Guardian, but they get the Celeste and the Abrams off of the turret, and they'll be able to trade that one back away.
Take down the guard in the mid lane. We can see OC's here intensifying, extended mag, monster rounds, and weakening headshot too. So he's gonna have a lot of damage here, especially the longer these fights go on, and I think he's gonna start to rotate around looking for maybe some more Guardians. At left lane, I'm surprised to see that tower still alive considering how much it's been battered and bruised. The hook comes in once again, this time on a Shark, and he falls another time. Not having the best of games, to be honest, but maybe looking for that Listic death power-up later on.
Trying to hit that fabled 10 death power spike. You know, it's don't worry, as long as I got the souls, ignore how fed the enemy is. It's fine, I got mine. But it's all right. We see here now the split going through onto those bridge buffs, with the gun going on to the McGinnis, and then the spirit buff going on to Empty Dreams here. Empty Dreams is really starting to accelerate a little bit, has opened up a 1k lead again on Arzo, and Arzo's really picking up a lot of his on the trade kills. So frankly, I think that if Abrahams is not able to keep finding these fights, Leviathan might be able to open up a little bit of a bigger lead, but that next fight is going to end up being huge here, as you see Freemark is able to turn in the urn.
I think it's mostly been built off the fact that we're seeing Abrahams continually put pressure on this left-hand side. They've grouped up with like 3, maybe 4 players in some of these skirmishes, trying to take this Guardian down, and more importantly, take some of these kills. So Arzo fine behind, with Empty Dreams just being left to a soul lane in the middle, almost 10k souls with a casting buff as well. We're not used to really seeing a Mirage be like an M1 carry anymore, typically becoming like a secondary carry. And Sonya at 9.7, just right behind him. We haven't really even talked about Sonya, honestly, ever since we, initially discussed that right-hand side being a little bit weak early on, but he's been quietly farming away.
Well, and that's what happens as soon as the Rem abandons that lane and goes on his quest for Sinners. Whoever his lane partner was, with Sonya being the Geist there, just automatically then shoots up. You get everything on your side of the map because the rat is then trying to steal the cheese from the other side, and you will then automatically see a buff end up coming through. Another good hook coming out from OCs, where they've been able to start a lot of these fights. But I mean, the real question comes down to, like, are Abrahams going to be able to get to these team fights in a manner where it matters? Because right now Leviathan is still managing to open up a pretty solid lead, and there's still a decent amount of farm on the map for them to be able to take.
I think the question boils down to, is 5k enough of a lead for Leviathan in their eyes at 12 minutes to be happy with how the early game went? And we've seen them look for some ganks on the left-hand side. We've seen them look for the right side, like out of D-Mob we saw in particular just a few moments ago. But now that they have like some freedom with some of these Guardians falling, I'm really curious to see what they're going to do in this mid game here as they look to take down the middle tower. Really nothing there to defend against it. This is their opportunity, I think, to further bolster this lead. They already got an earned turn in. That was Freemark to secure that one before. What are they going to do with this first unstable rift coming up on the right-hand side?
Yeah, the Rift fight's going to end up being huge here. And then about a minute or so after, we'll see the second round of Sinners begin to pop. Rift has spawned over on the side, and we're actually seeing Dynamo getting caught out, getting forced to burn the Quantum Entangle here. And it looks like Saint's going to get taken down before the Rift fight even starts, and that is very unfortunate for Abrahams. There's no...
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know why he was that far pushed up. And you can already see Abraham's on the minimap. They're just conceding this one, realizing they can't really contest, at least at the moment. Good little Dust Devil to actually knock them away. And the nap time coming in to follow up with. It's going to get a catch on together. And Taylor's extremely low in health. He's going to be burst down before he has the chance to use the seismic impact. But OC's going to be there, putting down the heals. No one's really actually using it too much on the Abraham side, because they're a little bit too healthy at the moment. But Tass is being shoved away. And it looks like Leviathan are getting a very clean take here.
It makes no sense why they're taking this fight after Saint was already taken down with Arzo so separated. All of your economy is on Arzo, but Arzo ended up coming in, and Saint died so early, he was then able to come back. He got the ultimate, but he was pulled out of it, and then Arzo able to try and get the Death Slam, but the distance and the separation from Leviathan was fantastic. The fight's still dragging on, but it looks like Leviathan will eventually clean this up. I don't know, it's tough. Arzo picks up one, Arzo picks up a pair, Overseas and D-Mob both down, and the rift gets faded, so everybody looks up to grab the extra souls here. And honestly, not a bad fight for Abraham's considering how it started.
Yeah, a surprisingly good fight for them, honestly. If you look at how things turned out, Saint died initially off the get-go. Together died immediately after when they went to the engagement on the fight, and yet Saint was able to get back in time, look for the quantum entanglement while pulling away Sonya and Overseas away from the point. It eventually just gets nullified, but I feel like Abraham's came out kind of ahead in that, even though the souls don't reflect that. Was still a 5k lead, 6k lead here for Leviathan.
Yeah, I mean, as the souls end up growing, if you're able to keep that differential the same, technically you're closing the gap. I think one of the things we need to keep an eye on, though, is as we are at that 14-minute mark, all those sinners are coming back up. We saw at least one was stolen over by the Rem. However, Abraham's doing a good job to then immediately go and cover those, address the pushing waves. And I mean, if you told me that they wouldn't be able to fully contest the Rift as a team with Dynamo and Lash, and they'd keep the differential the same, I'd call it a win.
Yeah, for sure. I think Leviathan, I mean, when we looked at it initially, I thought that was for sure going to be Leviathan, a stable rift. But Abraham just waiting for that moment to strike, and it pays off. But still, they're going to be behind in souls. A lot of Sloan hexes being picked up across the board here. I think we've seen about like 4 or 5 of them currently. You can see Overseas has one. Fremont picked up one. I believe we've seen a couple on Abraham's side as well. And there we go. We have Shark able to get one for himself with a heal blade on top of that. Even to dispel magic, and plus 60, I think that's like, what, 1 combo kill so far? Maybe a second coming on through if they can take down Sonya in time, and the rest block comes in time, but it doesn't have the exchange, and unfortunately he does get bursted down.
No soul exchange for Lady Geist, and unfortunately she'll get taken down. Big disarm value, but it's not going to be enough as the immediate trade comes out from Empty Dreams. That's a 4 kill streak, pushing him up to 15k so far. Only Arzo really kind of keeping pace on that side of things, but we do see a lot of farm now starting to get allocated over to OCs in that solo lane. He's catching up as well, and they're closing the gap ever so slowly. Was 4k, now 3k, and I mean, as we get to that 15-20 minute mark, as people start getting those first spikes, the first round of items, these team fights are going to be a lot more difficult for the Leviathan to be able to execute it.
Looks like Tiago's going to get the easy turn in here. Overseas does sacrifice himself to keep them away, and I'll have to actually correct myself with Overseas showing presence on the earn turn in. Seems like Together won't be going for the dunk just yet. Might just try to slide it in last second, though, as Fremont's going to be going down. The Tiny Wonder being thrown on in. Does get the catch on Overseas, so just trying to run away with it. So he gets the earn. Abraham's come out with a 1-for-1 exchange, but with only a 3k difference now. I wanted to take a look when we had a moment at our golden statue buffs across the board, because as we mentioned before, with a Rem on the team and a Calico, you're looking at expecting Leviathan to have a lead, and I mean, they do. 36 for Irezumi so far, but not as big of a lead as maybe I expected at this point.
Yeah, I'm really proud of you for avoiding the obvious 6-7 joke that was up there, but you can see now on that side, they're going to keep opening up. The Rem is going to swallow a lot of those statues, but in addition to that, like, he has a pretty decent amount of souls still keeping up at 14k, and another good hook coming out from Overseas, facilitating and doing a great job of making sure his team is finding those picks going through. And once you get hit by the hook, you get the knockup, you get the slowing hex. It doesn't matter who you are, even the tanky Mo and Curl getting bursted out there.
Would you believe me, Sundown, if I said I didn't even notice it said 6-7?
I do believe it was 6-7 to 7-6. That's why I was like, hey, palindrome, and then I was like, oh yeah, that's that number thing, right?
Okay, sure. I'm pretty sure you named yourself 6-7 in game. Let's be honest.
Oh no, not quite that far. I'm old man at this point. I was like, wait, that's the number? I thought it was +2, but. In that regard, one thing I did also want to end up looking at as we come through is the fact that Sonya Sniper has now picked up that soul lead. He's up to 18k, not necessarily really involving himself too much in the fights, but we've seen what happens when Geist is able to get online. She has an absurd mix of damage output, tankiness, and sustain that makes it impossible to 1v1 her and provide a ton of value in team fights. And right now, again, immediately out here, Calico trying to get a pick. Demov will then turn it around. Together trying to get out of this fight, not quite there as the knockdown comes through. Calico will get popped, and then together gets popped by the 3-man roam that we were talking about earlier. The Calico plus the Rem with Mirage showing up. If you're picked out, you are dead 100% of the time.
Sorry, just seeing D-Mob just run up behind together and just punch him in the back before doing anything was so funny. But I mean, that's the picks that you're expecting to have. And honestly, that's the picks that D-Mob can create for you. Being able to roam around and more importantly, just kind of see things without being noticed. But Leviathan, they're not really on Abraham's side of the map as much as I expected them to be. I mean, again, it's only 4K. So even with these kills, Sundown, it's not like they're creating a bigger lead. If anything, the lead is technically shrinking because that value becomes smaller and smaller the longer this game goes on.
Yeah, and frankly, too, it seems like a lot of their value has just been from overseas hitting these hooks and then being able to convert on these picks. And when that's not the reality and they're able to turn around, it's been Fremont getting taken out. Now the Rem will end up going down, and that's Irazumi, and that's in a very unfortunate spot as they're immediately going straight to mid-boss with 4 other theirs and being like, yeah, come fight us on mid-boss with Dynamo ult up and Lash ult up. Let's see how that goes.
Don't forget about the turrets and the wallet of OCs, man. Like, yeah, I mean, he's not going to be here, but the threat of him, well, I guess they know he's not there, so it's not really that big of a deal. I need to shut up. But what I do need to talk about is the fact that there is going to be contested Leviathan. It looks like they did want to go initially for a fight here, but this is going to be so tough, man. A Death Slam, a Singularity, as you pointed out, there's a knockdown able to take him out of the Death Slam. Singularity catching multiple players, 3 hooked in, and that is going to be quite a few kills coming in for Abrahams. They take all 3 rejuves as well.
I mean, we talk about the high skill cap and the plays you're able to pull off on Dynamo. It's genuinely not difficult to just press your 4 buttons standing on top of the rejuve, right? You will get that value 100% of the time, and that's.
I feel like you're attacking me right now, man.
Hey, attacking you, attacking my solo queue teammates. You know what it is.
You know, every once in a while I hit like a 4-man ult, but you know, I pride myself on the 1-man ults and sometimes the whiffs that I pull off. But I mean, to be fair, I feel like ours, maybe the Death Slam came in early just to bait the knockdown. So Saint would have a relatively easy take with a Singularity, but either way, it worked out extremely well. And Abrahams are one of the best in the business when it comes to these mid bosses and now take the lead for the first time in the game. And Unstable Rift on top of this with 3 Rejuve crystals left and an urn. This is going to be a landslide turnaround for Abrahams.
Yeah, the timing of that was absurd, right? Like getting that kill at 18 minutes, grouped up in mid. You have just enough power to be able to go and get it. You had all of your cooldowns available. Leviathan couldn't do anything but have like a hope and a prayer to go in and contest and at least like force the burn cooldowns. But then off of the back of it, Rift spawns, Urn spawns, Bridge buff spawns. So say goodbye to your control of the entire map, of all of the jungle, any of the farm. And realistically too, if Abrahams wants to group up and force a walker here right now, they more than have the capability of doing that.
I'm getting worried now for Leviathan. We did talk about before the whole strategy of being aggressive in the early to mid game. And now when they go on the defensive, how effective can Overseas be plus Irazumi with these nap times? Realistically, this is going to be one walker you can't really afford to contest. If you're going to, it's going to have to be with a big grouping of your team. And they're still kind of split and no real chance to really pull off a solid defense. OC tries to push in towards middle. Looking for some early damage. Look at the damage he's doing to Sonya, my lord. Able to shred him. Mercurial Magnum picked up 2 and Fleetfoot. This is disgusting.
Yeah, it's getting that fire rate and really pushing that particular part of McGinnis. I mean, the fire rate wasn't the problem, right? That's not the number they ended up touching in some of the circumstances. And yes, while she is slightly less effective, you still have an absurd amount of efficiency coming out from her. And then also, like, McGinnis can be played, as we've seen, in a bunch of different ways. Like, yes, they needed the gun on this side, but she's been effective with the walls and putting it out there. And I mean, OC is now showing, particularly when you get that movement buff and you're able to slide around the map, you're not stuck to that 2-base movement. It's really, really difficult to force you off of anything.
I'm just happy not to see heavy barrage being maxed out here. Instead goes for the wall.
Yeah.
And the medicinal specter, so extra healing coming on through. The resist as well when you're grouped up on top of it, I believe, when you're maxed out now, which is one of the changes that happened just this last week. Yeah, this is scary, man. OC's, I would say, probably one of the most accurate. I don't have the numbers to back it up, though. I technically could go find it if we really wanted to, but one of the most accurate M1s in the game in EU. And when you're able to just train your entire clip with intensifying mags or intensifying round onto someone, you just see the pain that Sonya takes.
And he's so tanky now with this escalating resilience purchased on that last buy. He has the spirit res as well. So it's like, how are you killing him, right? He has the wall to be able to get the self heal. He's able to then drop down the Spectre meds, gets the bonus res. Like, he's tanking so much more damage while constantly just holding down that M1 and unloading that fire rate into your face. He's putting out a bunch of damage. And again, honestly, the star of the show, and it's really cool to see, Arzo on that lash, 28k now at this point. And he's gotten it by being able to facilitate these fights, get around, pick up the kills, react to where Leviathan is trying to get those picks, and then just be more effective. So really good job by him so far.
What's crazy is like the effectiveness that he's been able to show is coming without really the death slams, because he's had like one that I've seen really be used, and that was in towards mid pit. He gets thrown with a knockdown, but whether it's a bait or not, it worked out in the end for them to take it. He's just getting crazy amount of farm and crazy amount of value of just existing sometimes in these fights. Just sometimes the threat sundown of his death slam is enough to keep teams away. But one thing we've also kind of overlooked within Abraham's composition is the fact they have double healing. I mean, I would even say almost technically of like triple healing, because Task can keep himself alive with the amount of spirit lifesteal that you get inherently within her kit. But the double heals is crazy for Abraham's, and they both have it maxed out.
Yeah, and I mean, there's a lot of innate tankiness coming through, right? Like Lash with the flog, Mo and Krill being able to then pick that up as well as he comes through, both with the combo and then with his one being able to give him back some health. Like Abrams just is a ball of tank, so is Celeste. So it's really hard to end up pushing through this. And then you note too that like it's 100% going to require an investment in anti-heal in order to cut through it at this point. And if you're already 10k behind, like where are you going to be able to get that money? Like it's so difficult to then make this team feel as tanky as they actually should be, because they're all just sustaining up on top of their innate stats.
We got Empty Dreams, got Rico Toxic plus Healbane. So you have at least out of him. You have Healbane out of Freemok. Sonny doesn't have a Healbane picked up, if I'm not blind, which I hopefully am not here. So they do have some anti-healing, but I don't think some is going to be enough here. And I think we just also hit a power spike for Saint. Warpstone, unstoppable. Plus Singularity, good night.
Yeah, I mean, all he needs at this point is Refresher, and even then, with his ultimate available, he's able to coast on that fact. Like, this next team fight is 100% going to then open up the map if they're able to execute off of that. If they get even more than one person in that Dynamo, and even the solo out on the right person should be enough. They have control over both of the bridge buffs going through. The health buff on the McGinnis that we just talked about was already so absurdly tanky. Like, how are you dealing with this? And then in addition to that, she has the Berserker, so as she ends up getting lower, just getting that value out of it. I mean, it's so tough. You have to just nuke her. She has to get 100 to 0 or you're losing the fight.
Is he really going hollow points next? I haven't seen that item in what feels like forever. I was hoping maybe for like a Vamp Burst or like a Frenzy or something picked up to just make him even more tough to deal with. But 4k HP, how you just can't kill this McGinnis. 28,000 souls. Can we once again get a check-in on Golden Statue Bus while we have a second here while the urn's being ran across? So we might see a fight. 131, 143. Actually, Abraham's been able to take the lead back for themselves here. Obviously, Irezumi's been continuing to build it up, but I mean, yeah, great. You have your income through that, but what are you really going to do with the Golden Statue Bus minus like the CDR that you get and the Spirit Power? And even that's not really going to be enough when you're at 22k and you're up against a 31k Lash, a 28k McGinnis, and even a 26k Celeste.
Yeah, if anything, those Golden Statue difference is even bigger because those stats on Rem just aren't they're so focused on him, and he really only uses kind of the spirit and that cooldown super effectively, right? Everything else is like, yeah, it's nice to have, but past 15 minutes, it doesn't move the needle at that point. And now we're looking at it, it's just like, if you're Leviathan, how do you go about actually taking an even number fight? I don't think you can. And right now, Freemok is desperately running for his life. Will Pock the Resto Locket trying to get down into the sewers, but we've seen so far that it's not a safe place as Mo and Krill will have Ozo secure that again as he pushes himself up. 32k combo comes out. Lady Guy Saya Sonya is going to get taken out before he's able to get a spell. Rem gets thrown off of the Tagalog, and I mean, this is just pick after pick from the team fighting team. Mid boss is already back up, and Leviathan is just going to have to acquiesce the entire map. Pretty much again, they might get a Pity Walker here out of Empty Dreams, but this is so tough.
I mean, to be fair, that is the second Walker of the game he's been able to get, but I don't think that's going to be enough to keep him in the game. It keeps the lead to 6k, but you can't really defend this 1v5. Though he might try. I mean, Tox is going to help quite a bit, but they're just going to have so much damage, so much control, and they're even just going to chase you away as well. So Abraham's 6 crystals in a row. They will lose a rift on the right-hand side, but again, not too big of a deal. Maybe if they get this kill, actually take away one of these rejuve crystals on the Moen Krone to Shark under his own walker. He's actually able to chase D-Mob back instead because the rest of Abrahams are going to be here, and maybe they get a catch on the D-Mob.
Yeah, honestly, frankly, a really good job by Leviathan by limiting the amount of damage so far, being able to pick up the rift, being able to pick that up. D-Mob, though, potentially a little greedy. Oh my god, being able to slash right up to the top, getting the movement out, using the wall jump to then create the distance. But there comes the wall. There's the McGinnis value. It does not matter how smooth you are, D-Mob, as McGinnis throws that wall up in the face and says, "You shall not pass."
That's dirty. Clearly, OC's been playing a lot of McGinnis here, like the timing on hitting that wall to deny the retreat from D-Mob. Not going to be a man down. There's one walker left to take. And you can already see Abrahams are looking towards those shrines at the same time, allowing Saint to solo push the left-hand side. Can we actually maybe get a check with unspent souls? Because you mentioned refresher from Saint. And I'm curious, how close is he actually getting to it at this point of the game? 5.2k. He's going to have it right around the corner. And this just spells death for Leviathan.
Yeah, you see the other walker is going to fall. You can't walk out and contest at this point. You basically just have to give your entire base. And I mean, look at the mini map in the bottom right-hand corner. Irezumi is just trying to get whatever he can right now, going on an adventure to try and steal away the sinners, saying, guys, we need to get something on the map at this point because we are in a tough shape. But I'm now immediately a little bit worried as he is behind enemy lines, trying to yoink whatever he can. He should be able to get underneath, but that is a pretty thick unsecured bag he's got sitting on himself.
Yeah, but like, what is he gonna do there? I don't think there's really much of a worry. Oh, here we go. Here's the wall from OC's point of view. I got it. This is just disgusting. This has. Oh my god, he does it without even being able to really see where D-Mob is. That has to go down as one of the best plays of the month.
That wall is fantastic too because it blocks that entire hallway off, right? And it's from an angle where you're not able to see it. So you know he's cast that wall multiple times. That's putting in the hours, that's putting in the work. And it's part of the reason why Abrahams is able to end up going this through. There's the Death Slam that we were talking about. He's able to end up only finding one. And it was kind of a consolation prize anyway since Sonya was so low. Able to then get the ground slam going through, trying to get the damage onto OCs. OCs will get another pick and send together back into the base, but he just hops his way on out as the shrines begin to fall. And I mean, I think this is, I want to say the beginning of the end, but the reality, this is the end of the end. Like, Abrahams is just pushing this through.
I'm glad you said it because that's exactly what I was going to say. Definitely the beginning. Look at the lead they have. They still have 300 crystals left together. Just going to sacrifice one to get back on full HP. Ours are on 39,000 souls. Maybe they'll back away because at the end of the day, it is still a best of one. And you don't want to be throwing your chance to take on Buff and Jordan and win your portion of the 2k bucks for EU side. But Fruitmate gets caught out. And yeah, I think that's the final nail in the coffin. The Fat Lady sung, whatever you want to say. The last straw on the camel's back. I don't know if you have any more. I think I'm 3 and done.
Yeah, I think, like, you know, the proof is in the pudding here. Like, I don't know. That's the game's over at this point. You can see here they're making the last ditch effort, trying to do what they can. The little questionable pause coming through on that side, and then letting them know we're ready. You know, might be a little slip from a past game where you press P to purchase real quick on that side of things. But honestly, no shock for Abrahams here, able to end up finding the key team fights at the right times on the clock to then take out the best of one, and they're going to be the ones who will challenge Buff Enjoyers this week in that best of 3 championship match.
So Goat Lime in chat brought up exactly something I wanted to talk about here because I mentioned in the draft, and we have to discuss it now. First picking Rem, the priority you put on a hero, and the value that you get in the game. We did not see that value, unfortunately. And I understand we got a lot of gold succubus, and I understand at the end of the day, it's not just one hero that determines how the game goes, but to put your investment onto Rem when there's like so many other like high tier heroes you could go for here, I feel like, I mean, obviously if they had a game plan behind it, but it just did not work out whatsoever.
Yeah, it felt like they weren't able to really push it to its ultimate limit because he was absolutely ahead. We talked about it right after that fight, what they were able to end up picking up, and he had a decent soul lead, but it didn't convert into the actual tankiness that Leviathan needed. They needed the tag-alongs in there. They needed the sleeps to be able to stop the amount of movement in the team fight from Abrahams. They needed it to be reactive and to be able to shut down their opponents, and it just wasn't there. You needed to be able to basically have kind of a little bit of a stopgap to let this Mirage, let this Geist power up. And then I'll also note too that I feel like Fremok on Drifter just had one of those unfortunate Drifter games where you just don't quite get the kills by such a thin margin. The number of times that Arzo did the typical Lash escape at the very last moment, getting away with sub 50 health, and then having the cavalry show up, or Arzo being the cavalry and being able to then trade Fremok back out and preventing him from building up the stacks and the souls, was a really good job. So honestly, like, hats off to Arzo. He showed up. And then I also want to give a little bit of flowers to Taz. Like, we asked the question, it's like, do you have the Celeste? Like, is that in your back pocket? Are you able to play it? And all of the stall that happened on that first Rift fight was Taz bouncing back and forth between the pillar, underneath the bridge, and drawing so many cooldowns, allowing Saint and Arzo to get back in and rescue what should have been pretty much the start or end of Leviathan's snowball.
Yeah, that was, I mean, it was a crazy game, honestly. And Leviathan had the start I feel like that they wanted, right? We did discuss like a 5-6K lead, but that lead never grew. And I think that's the unfortunate part. Like, they did get some momentum in the beginning. I think OCs did a great job of continuing to farm up in that middle lane, and also to point out he didn't get like sup stam. I almost expected McGinnis to get sup stam considering he only have 2 stamina bars, but he did it without amount of healing, amount of protection and tankiness he had in front of him, but continued to farm up. Even up against a Mirage, who I feel like should be able to win relatively easy, not easy, but should be able to win that relatively early on until we hit some major items for the McGinnis. I'll take a look at some of the stats here. And I mean, look at the healing. You had 36K between Saint and OCs for their team.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's just able to keep that sustain up there. That's so strong for just keeping your team out on the map. And I mean, you compare it to the quote unquote, like, one of the stronger healers in the game on Rem, and Rem got 12K out, right? And it's just like, looking at the Rem's items too, I don't think the Scourge is necessarily going to rescue your team there and get them more damage. I think you need a little bit more utility to shut down the enemy team and prevent them from pressing all of those buttons.
Button pressing does win you games. Look at Arzo, 9-1-8, 39,000 souls. Maybe on the other side, you know, Demoff, I think we didn't discuss him a little bit. I think he had some impact early on. We saw some good rotations, like into the left lane to look for some kills and to keep pressure into that lane in general. But I feel like because he was up against like a Mo and Krill plus a McGinnis in the mid lane, he didn't really have the flexibility to rotate out as often as maybe he wanted to. Either way, it just, I don't know. I don't really know what else to say about Leviathan, because it seems like every week we're looking for them to just unlock something within this team that they're currently lacking. It's just been, unfortunately for them, consistent losses up against Abrahams. And we know they're a strong team. Like, they're an insanely strong team. Individually, they're very good players. But something's missing right now when it comes to developing their compositions and, more importantly, executing them.
Yeah, I would say if I'm going back and I'm Leviathan and looking at that game, I'm looking at what could we have done in that first Rift fight to actually secure it and push that all the way through, because they had a window. They had picked Dynamo out before that. Can they be a little bit more aggressive on their spacing and how they take the fight? It took Arzo forever to get over there, and there was absolutely a window where they could have won it. And could they be just a little bit more lethal in that aspect? And I would say on the other side of it is, I mean, Fremok put out an absurd amount of damage. Like, 32K is a lot, but with how much tankiness is there, like, were you going just a little bit too deep to try and get those kills? Which with Drifter, you don't really get much of an option, but did you have some opportunities to get kills and then potentially get out early on to prevent Arzo from being able to take over the game?
Well, I think it's time to take a look here at our MVP of this first match of the day. Was still the winners of Abrahams to take on Buff Enjoyers next, and our MVP will be Saint coming on through. You know, I feel like you're getting a little bit of shade. Maybe you're just sad he hits you with singularities too many times when you're on Rem. But you know what? The singularities that connect, the ones he connected with, they did the job, man. And that's kind of all you really need to do as a Dynamo sometimes.
Yeah, I think one of the things that he did fantastic was being reactive with the singularities and making sure he got the most value out of them in the right situation. So you can see right there, both in the fight on the first pop, but then also at the Rift fight where he had got caught initially, but then coming back in when Arzo ended up showing up, he's able to get there, get what's down. And then on this fight in particular, he takes a really good angle to make sure he's securing on top of it. They know he's going to be there and trying to get in, but you still have to be able to to execute. And that's what Saint was able to consistently do to set his team up for success. I probably would have given it to Arzo. I think the last was a little bit more effective and a little better when it came to turning those early game fights and going through. However, this is a 1A, 1B type situation because some of these ults absolutely secured his team the fight and made sure they were able to push it all the way down.
Yeah, I think honestly, everyone on the team had their own individual standout moments when it came to that entire match, but it came at the end of the day with Abrahams once again onto the challenge of the team they cannot seem to beat of Buff Enjoyers. But that's coming up next. But before we get to that, remember, this is the Intel Gamer Days. From now until September 13th, you have the ability to get 2 games with qualifying purchase. If you type !IGD in the chat, you can see what you can pick up here. We have Tomb Raider, Legacy of Atlantis, and Star Wars Galactic Racer. Now, Sundown, I'm kind of hoping you didn't watch me talk about this last week, but if you were to choose, if you only could take one of those 2 games, which one would you choose and why?
Oh, now this is pod racing, 100%.
Ah, my man.
But I would have to pick Tomb Raider because I have Star Wars Galactic Racer because that was like, I grew up playing that game. I love that. I always just like, particularly the Phantom Menace pod racing scenes and then being able to actually like go in and play all of that stuff. I felt like I was all the way through on that side of things. So definitely worth going through and getting one of these qualifying purchases in order to pick up the game because it's a nice little bonus add-on on top, right? Like whether you're going back to school, you need to upgrade your setup. It's always nice to get a game that comes with one of those things. So, and 100%, by the way, like Star Wars Galactic Racer is fantastic. It is worth the playthrough 100% if you end up getting it, whether you buy it or you get it through the qualifying purchase of one of the Intel items, which are also super awesome.
Okay, one more question about this. One hero in the game has to be transformed into Lara Croft with the outfit. Who does it the best?
Ooh.
I can't say Lash. Lash is a cop-out.
I was going to say, is Lash the cop-out answer? I
can see Rem.
I feel like young Lady Geist, right? Like a young Lady Geist as Lara Croft would be there because like I feel like Lara Croft, if you dressed her up and like aged her up, that could be Lady Geist, like a little bit less proper on that side of things. I think that would be a fun one. I would also note that I feel like Apollo would look very interesting in that outfit, and that's all I'll say.
Yeah, I can see it for sure. 100%. 100%.
Come on, man.
Exactly. But you guys remember to type !IGD to find all about those deals, and you can actually support our sponsor here of Intel, making this happen for the next 4 weeks. Well, we're into week 2 out of week 4. But ladies and gentlemen, that means we do have to head to break, but when we come back on the other side of this break, we get treated with a very sexy matchup once again. Buff Enjoyers taking on Abrahams. Buff Enjoyers looking to defend their title for, it seems like, their umpteenth time. Or can the Abrahams finally overcome Buff Enjoyers and get a dub on the screen? We'll see and find out. Welcome back, everyone, to the Deadlock Night Shift number 52. And if I did my math correctly, that does indeed mean we are now 1 year into this with all the support we've had from the community and all the amazing games we've had over the course this last year. I wish we had like a lovely recap highlight video from 1 year of games. And then I realized there's no way I'm going to spend weeks making that because that's going to be so much action I have to comb back through. But I'm Jason Kaplan, joined once again by Sundown. And I had some people in chat actually ask me, which kind of surprised me, what are you known for, Sundown? If you guys don't recognize him, I want to let him explain his past.
Yeah, so I've been around games for a very long time. I actually was a game designer I've been a game designer in the games industry for a little over a decade now at this point in time.
Oh my God.
But the big one you've probably known me from was the Fortnite World Cup. So if you watched any of from like the secret skirmish onward, I was doing analysis, casting some games, doing like hosting and commentating stuff, and genuinely really enjoyed the game as well. I did some like tournament design in some of the early days, a bunch of play testing as well. But before that, very early on, I was a Gears of War player way back in the day. So from like 14 to 18, it was all going to MLG tournaments and local lands. And that was really where I kind of got bit by the bug on that side of things. So, and I'm just happy to be here. I've been around third-person MOBAs for a very long time. It was the first game I ever worked on. I was actually a hero designer on one for a little bit, and getting the chance to be able to come back and cast it in a game that I have nearly 2,000 hours now on at this point is just a fantastic opportunity. So thank you for having me.
Yeah, we're glad to have you here. And more importantly, we're glad to the bet that you agreed on during the break. Ladies and gentlemen, he did say that if Rem gets picked by Buff Enjoyers and Buff Enjoyers win with Rem, he will wax off his eyebrows. Is that correct?
I did not aware of that, but how about this? If that's the case, like I'll get a Rem tattoo. You know, I don't mind. Here's the thing. I'm already considering getting a Rem tattoo anyway.
Okay, all right. I was going to say, like, eyebrows grow back, but a tattoo is basically forever. But if you're going to get a Rem tattoo, then hey, that works out. But if you guys just joined us, we're here with our next match, our final match over at EU. It's going to be Buff Enjoyers taking on the victor of our challenger match of Abrahams for the millionth time. But it is coming down to, actually, you know what? I'm going to change things up here, Solomon. Do we have the EU head-to-head here between Buff Enjoyers and Abrahams? Can we get the text that small on screen and the amount of times that they played against each other? We'll let him see if he can cook that one up for us, because it honestly feels like these two teams consistently go head-to-head here. And oh my God, I was kidding! I didn't know you actually had it. Oh my! Can we do like a zoom in from top to bottom then? I know we have the power.
I was about to say, I'm sitting here, it's just like, what is this, a leaderboard for ants? I'm like squinting as best I can, being like, yeah, I can, those are almost words.
Oh wait, there we go. Hey, it works. Oh my Lord, dating back to number 22, because obviously Buff Enjoyers, they did we're going even deeper. We're counting the pixels, because Buff Enjoyers did disband. I think it was after like night shift 1 or 2 that we ended up doing, and they eventually came back. But there you go, 2-0, 2-0. Then they lost to Abrahams, and they beat them. Then lost, and they beat. Then they beat. They lost, beat. So for the last 3 weeks, I think that was actually pretty damn close. For the last 3 weeks in a row, they've been able to take them down. Though I don't know if all those were 2-0. Actually, were they really 2-0s? Yeah, because then we had that large stint of like 3 mappers happen. It's been crazy to see. Oh, that's much better. That's much cleaner. How many times the team's gone head to head. But Buff Enjoyers, man, Sundown, they have had them read down to a T here with 3 2-0s in a row.
Yeah, and I mean, with Abraham's only able to really climb that mountain 6 times, the question is what's going to need to happen in order for it to end up being 7? And I think one of the biggest things that they can pull out here is a draft similar to last game, right? It's heroes that you're not normally seeing in their picks that people aren't necessarily used to, and play to Abraham's strength. You want to be brawling, you want to be team fight, you want to be setting up picks, because when you look at this Buff Enjoyers roster, I mean, there's no surprise why they've been so dominant. I mean, some of these individual players, and when you put them all together, we've seen what Listic is capable of doing. Zergy has been just absolutely phenomenal with that trackpad dominance. I mean, Hoot and Vrake, like I could just name the whole roster, and each one of them is a star in their own right. But the fact that they play so well together is genuinely what I think has separated them from the rest of those top teams in the EU.
Yeah, and I like how you said you could basically just talk about every individual player, and I think that's what's been so impressive about them as a team. I've talked a lot about Vrake in particular and how it's very, I think, difficult to come into a team of like such a star-studded roster. They're all so well tried and tested, so many commendations, so many wins, so many MVPs, so much tournament earnings. I think Buff Enjoyers last week were the first team in Deadlock to break $100,000 in earning. Like, this team has insane history, and then for Vreg to join them and be able to match up to that, I think has been really impressive and shows there's a lot of untapped talent when it comes to Deadlock in general. But I want to hear your thoughts about him, maybe individually as a player, because I think it's not easy to do this, and the hero pool he's shown us and the flexibility he's shown us fits so well within this team.
I think that's really what the separation is. The fact, too, that Buff and Joyous has very clearly put the faith in him. They say, hey, go play what you want in these circumstances. They're willing to put him on heroes where initially you're just kind of like, you're not necessarily sure what to think, but then over the course of the game, he's really able to take over. And I mean, like, the Haze in particular has been one we've seen him on, but any of the M1s, he's able to be a threat. And that, frankly, to me, speaks volumes about the level of team chemistry that they have. The fact that their core is so good that they're able to bring in this flexible level player and just say, hey, go do your thing, we'll work around you. I think that's what really makes Buff Enjoyers so good, because they all have that individual level of skill that they can recognize when somebody is able to come in and then just make everything else work around that.
Well, let's take a look at their opponents once again while we wait for the draft to get ready to go, as it is Abraham's. And again, I feel like, again, there's a lot you can say individually about this roster, but I think one thing they do lack that it seems to be that they're working on is like that depth in hero pool that we're talking about when it comes to Buff Enjoyers. I think it's been great to see OCs flex out to a couple of different heroes. Typically, you would see teams ban out like Venator or ban out Mina, and he would be like, okay, what am I going to play? And he would struggle because like Wraith obviously can't compete when it comes to this level of play, but then seeing Task flex out a little bit. Saint, we've known, been able to flex quite a few times from like support even into like Abrams in particular. Together's been flexing always onto these like frontline heroes. And Shark, I think, has the potential to flex to anything they need. So for me, Abrahams is kind of in this like hyperbolic time chamber right now, getting stronger and stronger and slowly making these improvements that they need to put them in the right route long term when it comes to Deadlock.
Yeah, I want to see more team fighting out of them. Like, they are at their best when they are trying to brawl, when they're grouping up together, when they're getting 4+ members and they're going and they're fighting the enemy team. I'm not worried about you setting up strong lanes or making sure that you have like the perfect solo laners over on that side. Get heroes that work for your core group together, go in and take those fights, because that's where we've seen them ultimately be able to be successful. And if you do get outplayed in that matter and you get outplayed in the team fights, at least you got outplayed doing the thing you know you're best at. I find when they try to match with the macro play of the Buff Enjoyers or even Leviathan in some of the team fights where they try and play that style of getting the 3 solo laners and everyone else roaming around and making sure you're perfectly splitting your economy, it doesn't necessarily work as well for them. Like, I'm all down for the burger boxing, the more you're able to get people in there. And then, as you noted too, like, the more flexibility. Show us something a little bit different. Show us something that makes Buff Enjoyers think, I wonder who is playing that, or how that's going to end up be played, or what lane assignment we're going to do. Because if you don't push Buff Enjoyers to be a little bit uncomfortable, they're just too good, man.
They are insanely good. And one here that really stood out last week in the matchup, which we haven't talked about at all, because there were some slight changes to her barrel in particular, was Holiday. Frag played a ton of Holiday in that matchup, was hitting some crazy lassos. The barrel damage he was doing was crazy as well. But I want to hear maybe your thoughts when it came to Holiday and the changes. I think the general consensus was it kind of was a nerf on her barrels because you don't have as much burst damage and you can dispel the dot that ends up being applied off the barrel.
Yeah, it's got to be a nerf, right? Because the strength of Holiday was the fact that if she's able to lasso you and get kind of the barrel drop at her feet plus the combo and all of that, the burst was unavoidable in a lot of circumstance when she's able to time it out. Now with the fact that Dispel is, I think, the 3rd most bought item last week across it, you can make playing against her work. And if her lane is less oppressive, if she's not able to get rolling, kind of open up that 1 to 2k soul lead, have lasso more available, it's just that much more difficult to pilot the hero, and you can get better results somewhere else. Like, you could get the same pick results like Overseas did on Bebop, but I will also note that not everybody can hit almost every single hook like he did. So
I mean, also look at the series from last week. Abrahams really did rely on Billy being picked and being picked quite consistently for them, where Buffinger showed they don't need to play with Billy. They play with like Abrams in both games. They play with Lash in one of them. They had obviously like Apollo as well, even ran a Vindicta in one of the matches. I kind of worry what kind of strength will Abrahams be at if they can't rely on a Billy pick, even though they did lose the series 2-0. So it's not like the Billy can net them like guaranteed wins, but they have to fall back to like an Abrams. And if they can't get Abrams, if Buffingers want to invest very early on in the draft for him, what's their front line going to be? And as we saw with Leviathan last game, front line's kind of important, especially when you get into the later stages of these matches.
Yeah, you need somebody who is able to soak those cooldowns, invest in those items, and make sure that you're making room for your DPS characters to actually DPS on that side of things. One thing for a potential contested pick on this side, I think Abrahams has to prior Lash. I think you need to take Lash away from Buff Enjoyers, especially after the game Arzo just had, going 9-1 and 8 and facilitating almost every single one of those early trades off of the Drifter kills that Leviathan was able to get. I would be shocked if that's not first picked or frankly banned away in some of the circumstances with just how strong Lash has been for, frankly, I think there's like 4 people in this game who could play Lash at a very high level.
And just thinking about it, so Abrahams get choice of first pick or second. I want to assume they're going to take first pick because they want to grab the Lash, but Buff Enjoyers have shown that they're not afraid of playing against Pocket. So I'm more curious about, like, the first pick of Abrahams is important, but I'm more curious about what is Buff Enjoyers going to ban away first, or ban away, because they could take away Lash if they don't feel like they're going to be able to get him in the first pick if they feel like he's that important. Or maybe they'll let Abrahams pick it up. I think that's gonna be actually the really interesting part of it as we're loading to the draft now to see what the bans will be. And Abrahams, they did indeed taste first pick. So for me, this is probably going to be, I would want to assume like a Pocket out of them or a Doorman. And then Buff Enjoyers, I'm assuming you respond with a Doorman, but if it's a Doorman ban, what do you go for?
Yeah, I'm very curious to see what the bans actually end up being here, as Abrahams is going to be the one who takes the Pocket away. I wouldn't be shocked if Buff Enjoyers here then eats the Doorman ban simply because they don't want to play against it on their side of things. And it's something that EU in particular likes to get out of the game, and also the fact that the first pick is on the other side, and there it goes.
Damn. I was really hoping for them to ban something different, honestly. I wanted to see like a mix-up and really throw Abrahams like off their footing. So we're expecting a Lash as a first pick, maybe becoming the new first pick hero, the new Billy, I guess we could say it, across EU.
You're under my protection now.
No, they'll go Mirage, really. So they're going to allow Buff Enjoyers to play with Lash.
I mean, and you could slam the Lash Billy picks here right now, and Buff Enjoyers would be happy. That gives you your front line. That gives you your
Lash Billy or Lash Abrams?
Frankly, either or. The fact that all 3 of those are up right now are a little bit scary. There comes the Lash going through, which we could almost figure making it under that second round. I would probably lean towards the Billy just because of a little bit better potential to start fights off rather than seismic impact needing to be reactive in a lot of circumstances. It gives you a little bit more variety and engage, but instead we get the sleepy little rat coming out again in a first rotation for the second series in a row.
And they did it last week too. I was taking a look. They ran Rem as a third pick in the second game of the series, which was piloted by Obi Kim, the fat rat that he'll become eventually when he's getting ridiculous amount of golden statue buffs. But that leaves Abrams to be picked up by Abrahams. So I wonder, will Buff Enjoyers actually go for a Billy pick here in top 3 to have some sort of like semblance of front line to help assist into these pulls, or maybe just maybe retreated to a last pick Dynamo again?
No, I was going to say, this has got to be McGinnis coming out. With the success they had in the last game of McGinnis, we saw their pick rotation last time immediately as well. Picking up McGinnis and Abrams together, it gives you such a strong front line and 2 core areas to just really fight around, because as soon as you slam that wall in, you have the turrets down, you're not fighting on the other side of that wall, like you are backing up. And we'll see the response from Buff Enjoyers. It's the Calico, so definitely a little bit of a pace play, and like we talked about, securing those sewers effectively, unless Abrahams wants to again put Shark on Mo and Krill duty.
Oh, okay. So they're like, you know, we had enough of it. We saw what you did last game.
Yeah,
we're not going to see you last pick it, since I believe they will get the choice of last pick at the very end. That is that's I think that's respectable, considering I don't think there's anything else that Buff Enjoyers could be too worried about to be picked, because obviously OC's probably has his hero of McGinnis. Maybe like Geist, something we're going to think about that might be picked up later on, but we can expect probably Vrake to be piloting the Calico. The Lash, we're not 100% sure. It could be Hoop, could be Cosmetical, could be Zergy. Again, that just goes to the flexibility of what this team has. But what are they to go for next here?
The Mina band's pretty interesting. I can understand it. Apollo is nice because now they have a decent amount of lane pressure here, but I'm starting to worry slightly for buff enjoyers about where's your consistent damage actually going to end up coming from. We've seen that Lash can end up doing that. We've seen that Obikim's Rem in particular has that capability, but now on the other side of Bebop being picked up by Abrahams.
Yeah, buff enjoyers have shown us that they can run some really interesting compositions where they don't necessarily need like a front line. They can run very bursty, really like high damage compositions, which is what we're seeing at the moment, and not worry too much. I think the one scary thing though is you're up against a Mo and Krill, so you're already up against some early game pressure. You have the Bebop to back it up with, plus the walls. Abraham's, funny enough, it seems like they kind of actually swapped like their styles, because like Abraham's maybe like a month and a half ago used to run comps like buff enjoyers are running, very aggressive, very like high tempo kind of teams, and buff enjoyers are playing more towards like team oriented compositions. So it's really cool to see they've kind of flipped the script on each other. But ability comes through, so they have the grouping, they have the front line, they have the tank ability as well with the change to the Rising Ram now. Also, Listic beat 8-0 on it is pretty damn good. And then Cosmetical can get a Venator at the end of the day.
Yeah, so that'll answer the question of where your consistent damage ends up coming through. But my one big issue with buff enjoyers comp is the slowing hex values coming out from Abrahams are going to be absolutely insane, right? So you need to be very aware of that. And it looks like they're going to end up picking up the Celeste on that side of things. So that'll be very interesting. We'll see if TAS ends up piloting that one again. There's a lot of comfort from characters they were just operating 2 seconds ago. I mean, this is 4 of the 6 being the same, so 2/3 of them will likely be executing on those same heroes. But then rounding it out with the Bebop and Mirage definitely doesn't have as much team fight potential as they were looking at before.
So I'm sitting here thinking, is it going to be TAS on Celeste, or is it going to be TAS on Bebop? But then who would pilot the Celeste? Because together's probably going to be on Abrams. I would assume Saint's going to be on the Mo. No, sorry, Shark will be on the Mo. So what would Saint? I don't know. This is, I think, kind of cool and kind of interesting is the fact that maybe OC is actually be playing Celeste, and maybe they put Saint on McGinnis, and then they put Arzo on Mirage. Like there's that flexibility that was what I'm trying to come back to of this team that we never really saw in the past, and we're starting to see it come to life within their roster, and we'll obviously get an idea of who's going to be on who here in just a few moments. But damn, I'm afraid of buff enjoyers comp, honestly. Like this looks like exactly what they want. Super comfortable heroes across the board. The Rem is the only really weird one to me, but you know what? It's going to work in this composition for sure. Having so many different targets you can jump to, like 4 different targets kind of in melee range, maybe 3 if you take out the Lash, like Billy, Calico, Apollo. That's so much healing. Nap time can set up Chain Gang or vice versa into a Death Slam. Like there's team comp synergy, there's high damage synergy, there's the individual synergy across the board. I think you couldn't ask for a better draft.
Yeah, there's a lot of pick. They have strong lane potentials going through. They'll be able to pressure. And I think one of the big things here too, if any given 3 of them decide to roam together at a point in time, they're going to have kill pressure on pretty much everyone on Abrahams except maybe the Mo and Krill, if he's able to end up getting tanky enough, or if TAS has the movement. Otherwise, like, they will be able to close the gap and get pressure onto Abrahams. And then you end up in this team fight scenario. And while last game there's a very clear difference in terms of like, hey, who has the better buttons when you all end up getting together, this time I'm not sure. I think it's maybe 50-50 or 55-45, even slightly towards buff enjoyers, because they have so many different tools that all work very well together, and there's so many different people who are able to go in and start a fight, whether it's the nap time, whether it's the Death Slam, whether it's the Italian Lausanne, and then Billy's with the Chain Gang, and then everybody else is able to follow up with a bunch of damage and burst. So this is going to be tough for Abrahams, I think.
Let's take a look at our predictions over in chat, because I love to see what people are voting for. Sometimes when the predictions are very heavily one-sided, you kind of just have to go for the other team. But it's about like 550K for buff enjoyers to the 150K or 180K now for Abrahams here. So I mean, there's definitely a lot of people out there thinking Abrahams have a pretty good chance. I think there is obviously a world they do. Actually, we do see OC is going to be over on the Celeste with Arzo on the McGinnis, and Shark actually playing the Mirage. But again, seeing the depth is really cool. But I mean, I feel like it's still hard to ever predict against buff enjoyers. The fact they've gone 3 weeks in a row now 2-0 is kind of disgusting, and it's pretty much all on Abrahams to show up and finally take down buff enjoyers. Considering, was it later on in the month, or is it early next month? There's gonna be another R1 tournament, and buff enjoyers for the first time out of like 7 of these now, or 6 or 7, lost to Abrahams in the grand finals after being up 2-0 with a reverse sweep played out by Abrahams. I think for Abrahams, it's just about creating that consistency. But the investment in long term, I think what we're seeing out of them is honestly great to see, because it doesn't feel like they ever played for long term in this team, but it seems like they are now.
Yeah, and I think it's coming up with a complete game plan about how you want to play as a team, right? Looking at the match and figuring out, hey, what sets us up for success most against this particular opponent. And it feels like lately they had kind of slipped in that regard, but will they be able to get it back on track? Will they be able to find the style and the picks that end up working for them and being able to execute on it? Because you can see again that there tends to be a little bit of comfort in trends that are coming through. And if there is anything that I believe Abrahams really has on their side, it's that pretty much everybody on their team is deceptively tanky with like a decent amount of self-peel. So they do have some execution kind of like leeway on their side, where if they do make a mistake, if they do get caught just a little bit and Buff Enjoyers isn't 100% on top of their game, they could potentially outplay themselves. They have room to be able to hand stiff their opponents. The problem is when you look across the screen and the people you're playing against, hand stiffing Buff Enjoyers is not something that happens on a regular basis. Like, let's be honest.
Yeah, the funny thing is that you look at this matchup over how many weeks it's been now, and your people I think will tend to forget that this is the number 1 and number 2 team in EU, and there still is, unfortunately for Abraham, not to be negative or rude towards them, but there still is like this gap between these two teams, because these games, they can kind of start off close. Abraham's like had a decent lead in, I think, the first game of this, or the second game of this series up against Buff Enjoyers last week, but then it slipped and Buff Enjoyers were able to claw it back. And I feel there's not a lot of teams who can do that in that situation, but that just shows like the difference individually across the board. But I'd say more so about like the team play and like the in-game leading between the two teams. But one thing I did want to mention, though, as we talked about earlier on, if you guys are just joining us, you missed out when we're talking about OC's in particular in the first match. We talked about how he's a very heavy M1 player, but we've been seeing growth and change in him as a player, which is honestly amazing to see. I don't think I can glaze him enough, considering we've seen a lot of players come into Night Shift and can only play one role or only play like 1 or 2 heroes. Like John, for instance, was one we always talked about in NA of, can he play anything besides Warden, anything besides Bebop? He grew his hero pool and he became, one of the best M1s in NA. OC's now, he went from being basically the best M1 in EU and has flexed his hero pool out so far. We saw Pocket last week. We saw Pocket before that in the week when he played with melee creeps. Now we're seeing him play McGinnis and now Celeste. Like, I think this is really cool to see OC's as an individual player grow. And I don't think a lot of players push themselves enough at the moment in Deadlock to do that.
Yeah, and it's very interesting. If those labels are correct on the bottom, it looks like we have Arzo sliding over onto the McGinnis and OC operating this Celeste with Tass picking up the Bebop. But we'll see if those are actually ending up being assigned correctly on that side of things. Because that would be a big swap up from what people were literally just playing with, only together remaining on the same hero, despite 2/3 of the roster remaining the same.
Yeah, I think this kind of makes sense. So I think like OC showed McGinnis can be viable here as gun still, and I think Arzo is going to pick that up. I think the fact is that, would you want to see OCs on Bebop? If you were to kind of put people back on heroes they were on, would you want to see that?
Probably not. No.
Yeah, probably not.
Yeah.
I mean,
I don't think he wants that either. Like,
he's probably a damn good Bebop if we were to see it, but I think put him on something more playmaking for sure. And again, go into the flexibility of the team and what they can provide us. If you guys are wondering why we're still talking here, we're still waiting for the teams to ready up and get going in chat. It's not like we have a big button next to us that we can hit and we just want to talk about ourselves and talk about the teams until we can go live into this game. But the fact is, we got Intel Gamer Days going on right now until September 13th. They're here with us for 4 weeks. We're currently into week 2, and they bumped our prize pool up from a normal 2K up to 4K every single week. So these two teams right now are playing for 2K as we split it across both regions. It's going to be here up until, I guess it's the 13th of September. You can type IGD, !IGD in the chat and actually learn about all the deals, all the great deals that are coming your way here within the Intel Gamer Days. Even get some 2 games with qualifying purchases as well, as we saw some Tomb Raider and some pod racing action. I was completely with you about pod racing. I played that back in the day. I got really frustrated at it because I was not the greatest player then. Let's be honest, not the greatest player now, but that was definitely my jam, even though I did play a lot of Tomb Raider back then as well. But hopefully people aren't playing that, because we want you to watch some Deadlock. We want you to watch some Night Shift, and it looks like we're finally ready to go here, Sundown.
Yeah, and I'm super excited to see it. The question is, can Abrahams climb up the mountain that is Buff Enjoyers and push them from the top of that hill? The past 3 nights have been 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, and they've been cleaning up here on the night shift. And right now, honestly, with how Abrahams looked against Leviathan in that team fight strategy, like, I think they could possibly do it. If there was ever going to be a night, tonight feels pretty good for them.
It does. It started off on a high note. And honestly, if you're Abrahams, you kind of get like nicely warmed up going into the series. So it actually does kind of favor you, I would say, in that sense. But the track record doesn't prove to be so. And we'll see if they can maybe change their stars here going into this game, as we are loaded on it into the Cursed Apple. And I'm excited, man. It's been a joy getting a cast with you here. I'm excited to see how these two teams are going to play out. I'm going to keep glazing them. I want to see how Osis plays right now, if he indeed is going to be on Celeste, which I have no doubt production nailed that perfectly.
Yeah, they nailed it. More of the question was myself being like, oh, I had talked up so big how like 4 of the 6 were the same. They're uncomfort heroes. And you're like, maybe we'll see if they're flexible. And then boom, they pull a full swap on almost all of those 4 heroes together. Now we'll still be on that Abrams, but looking at the lane assignments, again, some really good pressure coming out here in the mid lane. Slightly surprised to not see McGinnis slid over there though.
Yeah, so we do have, I mean, we talked about before, right? Bebop on Overseas for Leviathan is being played on the left lane. Then we had McGinnis playing by OCs. Overseas and OCs just should never be on the same team, just FYI, even though they have in the past. The McGinnis can be in the left lane instead of the mid lane, whereas played previously. So some subtle switches happening within Abrahams beyond the hero switches. Also, early monster round being picked up here for Sharp, so they can shove this lane up against the Rem and the Billy. I mean, that's just a lane made in heaven. Like that's so much sustain, some good damage as well. Unless you get parried like that, but again, it's Listic. You know, he has the death buff. Oh, he gets parried twice. Listic, what are you doing?
It's just throwing him out there. Will then immediately parry, and it doesn't get answered, so that's on cooldown. Will they be able to chase him all the way out? They can't quite confirm the kill, but still, being able to get that push in and having him be that low and forcing him out of lane is going to be so tough early on.
My poor wife trying to sleep right now, just hearing me screaming. I don't know how Listic escaped that too. Like the movement must have been ridiculous to get away, but somehow survives after getting double parried in lane. A little bit, honestly, I would say that's a missed kill opportunity for Abrahams. I don't want to say that was necessarily Listic played extremely well and getting out. That was Abrahams kind of messing up.
I do think he was a little slick in terms of being able to do it right by that fog wall to break line of sight and kind of hit the dash jump to then immediately get out and above. But I would 100% agree. Like, I would have expected that kill to be converted on, particularly like if you told me somebody got called out on their light melees twice and got parried and they didn't die because the teammate wasn't there, but then immediately Saint then able to pick up the kill on Cosmetical on the other side, and then Listic will actually get the turnaround and they're able to pick that one up on the back of the early Calico roam. So no boxes on the map whatsoever, but still able to get over to that side and help out. That's Drake making an impact very early on.
Damn, so some big kills coming through for Buff Enjoyers, even though they're going to be down in souls at the moment. That's going to be quickly changed in just a few. This left lane, though, we haven't really touched too much on. Obviously, you know, you have Mo and Krill, you have McGinnis here, up against an Apollo and a Venator. And I feel like that's a lot of poke, that's a lot of damage. If you ever get stunned up against something, you might die. Oh,
you might die, as you see right there, as it ends up getting turned around, using the disarm to try and create some room. But what a fantastic call out by Hoot to jump up in front of the movement heavy melee and have the parry ready. Wasn't needed in the end as he got bursted out, but I mean, we're just boxing across the entire map. As here, Obi-Kim able to confirm that one. Listic will get the second, and they're trying to push the Billy and Rem to 6-0 for each of them.
All right, you might parry Listic twice, but you won't parry him a third time, okay? He comes back, gets his revenge, and gets more kills. He's on fire at 2.6k souls. Don't let me ever doubt the Goat Man himself. That is a horrible sign for Abrahams on this right-hand side. 1.5k for Together, 1.6k for Sharik. They're just going to get bullied in this lane. The question comes, OCs, maybe he needs to rotate around to help out this lane. He's actually going for the chase on Obi-Kim at the moment as Tass is under pressure, and Tass will fall here momentarily. Vray gets the kill, and Buff Enjoyers, they are on a ridiculous kill streak.
Drake doing a fantastic job of making sure he's in the right place at the right time to be able to finish off these kills and confirm on the work that his teammates is doing. He did it with an early roam there, and he's doing it with another early roam right now in an off timer. You don't expect the 4-minute roam. Boxes spawned at 3, the bridge buff spawned at 5. He's trying to get over there and see if he can't able to get a little bit of movement, but instead just going to pick up some of those boxes and start moving back to mid lane as they're Venator and Apollo. They're just pushing on in.
So thinking about the Billy in particular, just thinking back to the patch notes and the change they did on on Rising Ram on tier 3. I'm curious to see what the skill order will be for Listic here. If he's still going to invest in towards that with the 10% max HP. As a great little stun comes in from the riposte, forcing Arzo back. Cosmetical gets the kill, and you're just seeing the kill potential of this lane, man. You just get a riposte off and you're going to eat a gut shot and then you're just dead.
Yeah, but over on the other side, OC's picking up a kill, and it looked like that was a full solo kill as he jumped up an absurd number of souls there. He's up to 4.4, the current leader in the lobby, and not by an insignificant, nearly 600 up on Listic's Billy, who, as we've seen, has been fairly successful in these fights, picking up yet another kill.
The chain gang might miss, but the shot that Listic won't as he takes down together another time, 2.7k to the 4.3. And yes, we've seen OCs roam around and pick up a kill. But this right lane is hurting. I mean, so is this left lane. It is in pain, it feels like, here for Abraham's, even though the souls don't really reflect it. I am curious to see, though, OCs with the souls he's been able to accumulate. I feel like normally, you know, in the past, OCs would be more of a late game player for a team. Only on Mina would you ever see him be like a more of a mid game threat. But I feel like they're going to need him to be a mid game threat this match. And I mean, obviously on Celestia would be anyways.
Yeah, he has to get active, frankly. I think both him and Saint need to find a way to get moving, but it's so tough when, like, yes, they're doing well, but they're still getting pressured the full time, right? It's not like Hoot and Cosmetical are slowing down. They're brawling this entire time as they pick up yet another kill, and while you're in an okay spot, you're still getting pressured out. And right now we see OC's trying to get over and make something happen in the side, but is it just going to end up being too late as Vrake got there first with the movement buff and helps confirm yet another kill? But here comes OC's hitting that Shining Wonder, getting on top of Obikim, picks up Listic, almost gets the shutdown there. A fantastic double parry coming through, but you're just delaying the inevitable as the rat gets stomped out, and OC's now is trying to be the saving grace here as Hoot also gets taken down, and I mean, we're basically equal.
Yeah, he loses the survival buff as well, so that's a lot of extra regen. They're not have to worry about in lane. Maybe even get a kill on a Cosmetical here too. And gut shot actually knocks him back in. Cosmetical, I mean, he's got the trap. He's got some good movement. But the Mole Man is going to be just as quick enough, and they get the kill yet again here. Can we actually take a look at like current kills in this match? Like it feels like it's almost got to be equal now. This like last little combo of Abraham's netting them 3-4 kills.
Yeah, they've just been brawling the entire time. Kills across the map, and you see the Italian Losan, but the wall ending up getting thrown out there. I'm not quite sure. It looks like it interrupted the full channel on that side, but they're still trying to go through. OC's trying to create some distance, trying to move. Will he be able to break the line of sight? No. Hoot able to chase him down, and that's a huge shutdown going over to Hoot. And Obikim, I think, got a piece of that as well.
Yeah, I think this is actually probably the worst thing to happen for Abraham's here. Like, OC's got started. He was keeping them in the game. He was rotating extremely well. Had a good amount of souls built up too. But with him being picked off, that's just time on the board. He's not there farming and trying to pressure around that. Are you kidding me? Are they still continuing to go in on that left-hand side? When in the meantime, Vrake is hooked in towards middle. Combo, not quite there just yet. How does Vrake escape this? Okay, return to shadows is quite a bit of the help there, but still a good movement coming on through.
Well, he did have the movement buff, and he's on Calico, so like it makes sense he's able to get out using the endless shadows on that side of things. But that was close.
A little bit of hyper beam action towards middle. Repose comes in onto OC's again. He cannot afford to die this time. He's backing up Arzo over on this left-hand side. Vrake's rotating behind in towards this left lane as well, and this could potentially be OC's falling a second time. But he used the movement to get out. Hook comes in on the right-hand side. I feel like I need another set of eyes here to watch what's happening as they get the kill over onto Zergy with the great hook coming on through. Production, please help me. This is not helping. You can't multicast this.
There's just fights everywhere across the map. The seismic impact ends up coming out, and Obikim being chased out, and this is huge because it's right at the 820 mark. You're going to lose a lot of value on that rem if you're not able to go pressure the Sinners. That all just ended up coming up, and we'll see if Abraham's is able to turn this around, because now Saint, all of a sudden, he's on fire at 6.4k, and OC's is still pulling ahead. He's keeping even at the 7.2.
I don't even know what's going on anymore. We had 2 Guardians being taken. OC is going to fall another time. I think this is what, 3 deaths in a row for him. We still at 7.4k souls, but Listic, the god, the legend, at 9k on the Billy, continuing to just power on through. The gut shot's not going to connect, but at least he dodges away from the shoulder charge and has the backup there. Now together, he's the one under pressure, and he will fall another time. Hoot gets that kill. 43k to 37, a 6k lead, 9 minutes in. 6k lead. This was like the most Leviathan could get up against Abraham's with a comp really well suited for early game. Buff Enjoyers obviously suited as well, but not, I would say still slightly in favor of Leviathan comparing the 2 drafts.
Yeah, and I mean, we were just even at 33, and then there was a massive explosion. The Guardians going down, the rest of the control of the map happening right as the Sinners end up spawning through, and Obicam just able to run around and able to actually get to those despite the death that happened right at 8:20. And Hoot with a fantastic Italian Losan will give Osis his 4th death. And I feel like, as I want to say as many minutes, but I think it's been less than that. He spent more time dead than alive lately.
There's a combo coming on through on the Cosmetical. The time is a world he actually escapes this one. The nap time comes on through to actually silence him off. Who is still here fighting? Look at a takedown task another time. But maybe we'll have a bit of calm. I can still see Vrake around the vicinity. They've invaded to take away the double buffs yet again. Zergy gets the right hand side. We haven't talked about Zergy whatsoever. He's just been farming constantly in this game at 8.4. The Shining Warrior is connected onto Obicam and Listic. And Cosmetical from the high ground, providing them that extra support they need to keep them away as the urn is picked up for Vrake. And Buffingers are showing no signs of stopping. But I will give credit to Abrahams, man, to continue to battle out like this and to not just give up ground. I think has kept the game a lot closer than it could have been if they weren't able to get these rotations and kills.
Yeah, but we got a major problem with the fact that Listic right now almost has double the income of Together. Like, and you're looking at those roughly occupying the same space of being the front line, trying to create some room. And I mean, we could even throw in Together plus Saint, and their net worth is still only just a little bit ahead of Listic. He picked up 7 kills in as many minutes, and he's now turning that into a bunch of farm and pressure on the map. Obicam has completely left him by himself to be able to just solo farm that mid lane, pick up whatever camps and boxes over on the side, and he's doing a fantastic job of putting himself in the right spot to keep farming while also making it to the fights he needs to be at.
They will learn what it means to fail.
Okay, we finally have some calm here, Sundown. Finally a bit of reprieve from all the fighting, though I can see the minimap. I mean, maybe I should correct myself as Lissy's going back in once again. Has Chang getting up, looking to pull them away from the Guardian, possibly. The back is going to be there, and the heal of the tag along as well. And the Guardian ward, he goes right back in for another fight. Vrake's there, and they just turn this fight quickly around.
And he goes in so deep, and you think like, oh, maybe he's low looking at his health bar, but then he gets so much effective health bar out of the Rem with the Tagalog and the shield. But too deep is behind the turret. When you also have an Abrams there, you're throwing out light melees, you will get the parry, so good job punishing him there. And Hoot also looks like he's going to end up getting taken out as they're able to collapse here. The Mirage and the Abrams coming in and getting it down. Now the question is, will Zergy be able to add anything to this? And instead, it looks like he's content to just maintain the high ground, keep the info, poke these guys out, and collect what souls he can.
I mean, he's just basically solo holding this right-hand side while the rest of his team is just busy skirmishing on the left, though we actually have to talk about Cosmetical now. Might be closed in on. Domini able to connect on quite a few shots. And he's just trying to buy time. I mean, if he escapes this one, it's still going to be a net win for him, considering so much was invested. A good gut shot to throw Celeste away, too. And he will survive. He pulls 2 players to the left-hand side, allows the rest of Buffingers to contest this right-hand side for the unstable rift.
Oh, no.
And prevent Abrahams from getting it. I mean, yeah, the Death Slam, it doesn't work out too well, but honestly, it's Zergy. You don't need the Death Slam.
Yeah, the Death Slam with the new Gun Lash build is not where you get a lot of the damage, but also it would have been nice to get that engage off and throw him back in, but it doesn't matter. Still able to follow up, and they take Together out almost instantly. And now here comes the charge. Listic just so strong. The Behemoth putting himself in the middle of the fight, able to get these light melees down. Nap time comes through, preventing anybody from being able to escape. But Arzo will trade Hoot out, and then the parry comes through, which I think is the 5th time we've seen Listic get parried, as he's now going to end up getting forced out of that as he pops blasted. Zergy forced out as he has the Shining Wonder on him, and a really good job of creating space, but Vrake right now will stall it out and the rift will fade. However, with that being said, the lead has now closed to just 2k for Buff Enjoyers.
And while this happening, I don't think it's the worst thing to lose out on that rift and to pull players in that direction, because you've allowed Cosmetical to get a lot of damage onto this walker on the left-hand side. But the problem is he's been hooked in, he's been charged in. There should be no world he gets a kill from this, and in no world he escapes. Someone finish off this man, someone kill him. He requires the rest to lock it, and he will go down. Even pulls over Saint to help deal with him. He buys a lot of time here, but at the end of the day, Abrahams have been able to take the lead here for, I mean, they did for a second, but for the first time in this game.
Yeah, and honestly, a really good job. And if it wasn't for Vrake stalling that out for as long as he did and continuing that fight going, Abrahams would have had the rift as well, and they would have been able to push. And one of the things to note is there's still more standing souls on the map for Abrahams. There's still a Guardian that needs to end up falling down, and when all things are considered, they are slightly ahead in the current moment. We have bridge buffs coming up in 30 seconds, and being able to equalize at this current phase with their team comp, they are more than capable of skirmishing in the mid game. And then something else that I want to note, if you take a look in the top right hand corner, Obikim's starting to fall off a little bit. Like with these next round of Sinners going up, if he's not really able to get on the other side of the map and take some away, he's going to have a tough time maintaining his economy in order to keep up and pump out the heals and the utility that Buff Enjoyers needs.
Oh god, we're gonna see a big fight break out on this right hand side.
Yep.
Buff up on the right, buff on the left as well. Buff Enjoyers gonna secure both of them. It feels like they've done that this entire game so far. And then we're relying on Tass to hit a hook here. I said he backs away. Okay, so Abrahams, they set up for the potential contest, but instead realized we're not really gonna be able to take this fight. And you know, fights is something we should talk about here. Buff Enjoyers, they do have a cut more, technically more suited for like the early to mid game with the amount of picks they can have and the mobility they have for this skirmishes. Whereas Abrahams, the later the game goes on, technically they should be able to do better. The only one that really falls off, I would say, is going to be Saint. But again, if you invest, I guess maybe more utility-wise, maybe go for something a little bit cheeky with the change they did to Mo and Krill with active items during combo. Maybe you can make something happen.
Yeah, let me see some Majestic Leaper go take on a magic
kidnapper build.
Right, a whole new world, show him. But then one thing to note too, we talk about Mo's utility and scaling in the late game. He's on fire right now. He's been a part of a lot of these kill involvements. He has some stacks coming off of that combo. In fact, I think that's one of the first combos we've seen not result in a takedown for him. So he's going to be a little bit tankier than you'd anticipate from a usual Mo and Krill, just because of how much burger boxing has been going on. Like the brawling only benefits Mo in terms of getting that passive off, because you're gonna get combo value somewhere.
Headed to Broadway.
I think one thing Buffenders have been doing extremely well with the comp they have is the mobility to try to get around two of these combos when they can. Oh my god, Task can't get a break. It's just being juggled in the air. The final guard in the game for Abrahams will fall. Buffendor is back up to a 2k lead. Maybe a kill on the Saint too with the great riposte comes on through, gets the catch time. We'll sit on top of this, and the connection on to OCs. Not quite the finish on the Saint, but the team is going to be there. Listed comes on through to take down together, and the chase of the Mole Man is off.
Yeah, and we see just how much damage comes out of Buff Enjoyers in this mid-game fight. Will Hoot be able to chase him down? You see, trying to use all of the movement, but not quite able to get him there. Saint, really good job to live, but at what cost? Because we talked about how the match was so close, we were so good, and then you look up top and it's a 7k difference now.
Yeah, it is. And also Cosmetical gets a walker for free on the left-hand side. Oh my god, Tass. It's immediately jumped on. And again, Hoot is just so clean. Agoot, it's just so clean with his movement here on the Apollo. Typically seen Break and Obi can play it a ton, but again, Hoot probably has the biggest hero pool out of anyone in Deadlock right now. Size of Impact going to be coming on through, looking to focus on Listic. He does get the connection, and he is pretty much just having the entire team swarming over him, but somehow he escapes with 60 HP. Do not tell me he gets away from this. Someone must certainly have to come around this corner and kill him. There it is.
Oh, the tag along. Immediately tag along into the ram down, comes through, parry comes out, Listic will fall, but at what cost? They spent so much to try and get in there. They're committing in. Cosmetical able to get a huge slam, wall separatums, Arzo coming in, and Abraham's actually coming out. That's 3 kills. They're all by mid, 4 kills going through. This should be a mid boss for Abraham's. They should immediately be able to sprint down and force this, and there's no way that Zergy and Vrake Zergy and Vrake might show up to this.
They have the potential. I mean, Tass is kind of low. Combos on cooldown. There's really no ults to stop them, so they're going to look for the early game damage here. They both chime in at the exact same time, trying to take down Tass. Mid-boss is still alive and kicking right now. Return to Shadows pops off as well. They have so much sustain, though, so much healing with the McGinnis being there, but they're still continuing to hammer around against them. The problem is they just cannot convert these into kills. Can they get the Death Slam away from the crystals? He gets a big 4-man Death Slam. Who's going to get the crystals? Break gets 1. Zerg goes in with the parry. Break gets a 2nd. How the hell are they able to pull off 2 of these rejuve takes as Saint secures 1, and they force the pop on it? Do not tell me they get away from this one. Do not tell me they take 2 rejuve crystals and escape and deny the one for the enemy team and get a kill into Arzo. What is happening?
Obicam came in and managed to get the tag along in right after that moment to try and stall this fight out, to give the rest of Buff Enjoyers a chance to show up, and show up indeed they did. There's both of the rejuves popped, but the fight is still on. The damage is coming out, and Listic, the early game hero, says, I'm the all game hero, picks up a pair himself. Zergy going to track down the Celeste. She's going to fall, and that's 5 taken down when all is said and done. And I mean, that is absurd play. A very, very, very good job from Zergy to get up and above the McGinnis while get in with the ult, give Rayek a chance to be able to steal 2 of those, and then live long enough for Obicam to come in and stall and buy them enough time with the rejuves for the rest of the team to show up. That turnaround is absurd and goes to show why they are the current reigning #1s in Europe.
Production, I might need to see a replay of that chat. My lord, that was insane. Plays like that made me wonder if you're Abrahams, why don't you just stop and kill Zergy or kill Vrayek? Like, I know they're very mobile, I know they can get around, but they bought so much time. The delay that they were able to pull up, but again, 2 of them able to take away 2 of the first crystals from Abrahams, and then also get a kill. That stuff like that should not happen. And right now, Buffinger is looking to take and then stable Rift here on the right hand side. At least go for the contest initially. Again, they lead they have. It's not enough really to, I think, make it, so they have to let this one go for free. As who is just sticking around the corner. Ern's being run across. Mirage is not going to be here. Shark is just on the left hand side of the map. He could travel on forward to help out, but he wants to get this guard initially. As Ray gets the Ern while all this is happening.
Big nap time coming up from Random Sleep on the backside, but a fantastic job by Together, putting the whole enemy team together. Stuns him on the backside of the pillar, finds the seismic impact. Shining Wonder doing work on the backside. Cosmetical falls, but so does Saint, so that's the front line and the DPS down on either side. Good tornado coming out from the top, but Apollo with the flawless advance across the bridge, pushes opponents away, takes to the fencing line, trying to clean up kills on the backside, but Arzo doing what McGinnis does best, stalling, putting down turrets, moving around, and Obi Kim will actually pick up Together. The Rift will fade, but Abrahams will also fade in the end. They didn't quite have the stamina. 4 will fall as only 2 are able to ultimately trade it out, and Hoot is still just sitting here blasting.
I mean, what are you going to do about it? He plays in and out of these fights extremely well. Healbane on top of this too to continue to have the extra HP in these fights. Also, Vrayek with survival too. He gets to hop back in and out constantly. And it just seems like Abrahams cannot get the focus on the individual targets they need to. As Riposte comes on through, catches out OCs as he gets the parry onto Hoot. Maybe a kill too. Hoot's extremely low. Eternal Sun comes in, but just seals his own fate. And OC's getting out, even just 1 kill from this. It should not happen. And if he manages to get away as well, what is happening?
This is feeling like a little bit of an overcommit and an overstay, something we saw a lot coming from Leviathan, where they ended up getting that first kill and they're like, guys, we're so close to trying to get that next one. Let's just get that next kill. Just 1 more kill, bro, I promise. But then you overstayed just a little bit longer. And if Abrahams is able to make it to the fights, we've seen they're capable of taking them, right? The bigger issue so far has been the fact that Buff Enjoyers is just there a little bit earlier. They have a little bit more mobility and they're just a little bit more coordinated. And now we're going to get a replay of that mid-boss fight, because this was just insane from Vrayek. Like, my lord, look at the damage coming out, and then look what he's able to do. So what happens on the backside is Lash gets an angle to get above and past the McGinnis wall, and then gets the Death Slam, pulls all 4 of them out, and Arzo mistimes the parry, getting the parry out from Vrayek for the second one. Saint is quite able to sneak in there and get the rejuve, but now look how long they're able to live as Obicam ends up coming in, offering the tag along, offering the sustain, and being able to pick up the fight. It's just so well executed on. It's insane.
Tag along with the Guardian Ward, giving Vrayek so much HP and survivability in that fight. Also, the Siphon Bolts pick up out of Zergy, able to steal away a lot of HP. Even Cosmetical has one now too, but in that fight alone, really paying dividends here for Zergy. The dust is settled 23 minutes in. It's a 9k lead for Buff Enjoy. Scourge picked up now for Obikim. I mean, Listic's going to be extremely happy about that. Or Vrayek. I mean, 3 insanely good targets to throw it onto. Is that a Spirit Burn I saw picked up?
I literally, my mouth was open, being like, a 22k Mo buying a Spirit Burn. But like, when you look over on the other side of Buff Enjoyers, I can see it, and he realistically is the only one with the economy who can reliably being applying it right now. So like, if you have the money, might as well. It just wasn't the expensive utility item I was expecting out of him.
Gore Max, Burrow Max. We did see Listic. He had the Rising Ram Max and Bash down.
Yep.
So still investing into that for the extra sustainability in these fights. Where every time you hit one of these Rising Rams, you get 10% max HP, and I mean, you hit it once and you're already up to 3,300 health from the 3K. Some quick maths. DDK would be proud of me.
Yeah, that was really good. And normally we're told not to do math on Steam, and generally I have a pretty good one, and I just avoid it in all circumstances. So, but now
sometimes I lean into it, you know, just keep the expectations low for when I do actually get it right. People are like, wow, good job, Jason.
Yeah, it's just like you sit there and you do math, and it's just like, I love when a co-caster just kind of looks at you and it's like, those numbers aren't right, man. Like, I don't necessarily know what the right answer is, but
I know it ain't that.
Speaking of the right answer, just Decay being picked up, but also Vrake finishing the Arctic Blast, and Vrake currently sitting on 29k, 3k up on anybody on the other side of the lobby, so it's just very impressive.
Yeah, let's actually get a like a stacked player damage and get an idea of where the damage is coming from Buffingers, who's really leading the lobby. And I want to say I'm looking towards Vrake. It's actually, yeah, Vrake, it's Listic, and it's who, I mean, even Zergy, like they have 5 players on 20k plus. Like, that is crazy. Then you have 4 players barely at 20k or below.
And even then, like, Obicam is still like contributing not an insignificant amount of damage. He's up there with the Bebop and the McGinnis right now and not too far off. So everybody on Buff Enjoyers is putting in the work. I think the one thing to note is, like, as you see in the fight, everyone has a constant threat. And the question is going to be, as we get into the later game, does that consistent damage match the higher end potential output that Shark is able to have potentially on the Mirage? Because that late game Mirage, I think the only person who might potentially be able to on the other side output the same amount of consistent DPS would be Cosmetical or maybe Zergy's Lash. If there's anybody who can do it on Lash, it's probably Zergy.
I mean, he's got crippling headshot to go with the siphon bullets.
Yep.
And he's just that annoying like mosquito when you're trying to sleep in your room, just flying around constantly in these fights. I mean, the thing is, they don't really have anyone to lock it down except Saint. I think it's you're kind of asking for too much for Taz to consistently hit hooks onto him, and then Saint, if you're going to throw your combo onto him, are you realistically going to be able to kill Zergy, because he's going to have so many siphon stacks on you in this fight already?
Yeah, I would be curious to actually see the slowing hex numbers coming out of Abraham's, because there's a ton of slowing hex value, and I would frankly be a little bit disappointed if we don't see 2 or 3 of them, because being able to deny Hoot, Listic, Obicam, Zergy some of like your main team fighting skills and just catching a window where you can potentially burst somebody out is honestly probably going to be the difference in some of these fights, right? And if they're able to get that across, it'll be huge. But then we see Listic just picking up the Spirit Resilience, and it's going to be that much harder to chunk through the goat.
I mean, chunking through anyone, I think, is going to be very different for Abrahams. Now, you know, keeping in mind, there's a Rem on the other team. So even if you hit a combo, a tag along, I think you can tag along after the combo, right? I think a combo pulls you out, potentially. I actually don't know that interaction.
That's the point of the Spirit Burn, right? Is to be able to then immediately follow up and ensure that the target that you grab is getting that 70% reduction in heals, and Obicam isn't able to save him, and you are able to get that confirmation over. It has to be, right? Because you look at the amount of healing and the amount of sustain that is innately coming from that Omni Vamp on their side. But what an absurd crash down. Knockdown follows up immediately. OCs, did you want to play the game, dog? Because I'm not sure you're going to get to.
No, I don't think so, man. That's just going to be a mid-boss being taken out for Buffingers, at least attempted. I do want to see if Obicam does have a Divine Barrier, though, to maybe cancel out the Spirit Burn, then he can hop on for some big heals.
Yeah.
The mid-boss immediately going on down here, and there's a lot of ultimates up for Abrahams. There is a Death Slam up for Zergy. It's going to be tough, but Abrahams, they have to go for the contest here. Actually, they're not even going to go for the contest. They're going to let this one go. I guess because Shark's pushing the right lane Walker, they don't want to bother to go for these rejuves.
Yeah, I think looking at the state of the map, there's no way they end up contesting that. Because if they go and contest and they die, that's the game. The game's over. And realistically, right now, with it only being a 5K, with Shark getting the push over on the side of the Walker, if you're able to shove everything out, get some of the jungle on your side, with only one Walker up, like, you're not going to be bleeding that much of the map, right? Like, yes, you will lose control over the next buffs, but you weren't going to really contest them during this rejuve anyway. So it's okay to just say, hey, we don't need to die today. we can chill, we can hang out, because taking that 5v6 against all of the ultimates that Buff Enjoyers had, you win that fight maybe 5 out of 100 times, right? And you lose the other 95.
5%.
Yeah, I'm okay stalling. That's math. I mean, you know what, Jason? I'm proud of you. Look at you. Look at you go.
I'm getting there. I'm getting there. It's all about that confidence.
Yeah.
Well, confidence right now is something.
Numbers, right?
Exactly. But confidence. Oh, there's a divine barrier for Obikim. So there we go. There's the answer when it comes to the spirit burn. That's the response to the Obikim. So even if you combo someone, it's not going to matter anymore. As they have the confidence to push that right lane walker and look for kills. Saint, that's the combo master down. Buff Enjoyers with the man advantage. I mean, I guess with Cosmetical not there, they don't want to necessarily run into this, but they have Zergy ready to go with the Death Stun to pull someone away from this walker and exactly what he's going to do. But no, he gets cursed. The curse rogue has been picked up by Tass. Honestly, a phenomenal pickup. Gets the stun somehow onto Zergy here, and he's going to be blown up. So is the walker, and he's coming back to life here with that first Reju Crystal.
Yeah, Shining Wonder being able to get a bunch of damage out. And look at the heal from Flog, plus 1,400 health. And he needed every single bit of it as he still is getting chased down. Tries to use the Warp Stone. No, gets Warp Stones on there. But on the other side of it, Listic able to pick up Shark as the Mirage ends up going down. Big push happening on that far left lane. And Hoot coming in, using the Flawless Advance, trying to close it down. Will get the riposte and then immediately ends up baiting out the parry. Good shoulder charge from Together, though, to create room. But the team is just falling all across the map as Cosmetical takes down Tass on the other side, and 3 will fall for the price of that Zergy engage, and I'll take that trade every single day.
And Hoot only gets distracted by the casting buff. I mean, to be fair, I would too here for him. As you said, the team had cleaned up quite a few players out of Abraham's, able to push into the base here to take the shrine. Is Hoot going to pick up double buffs here? I think you're trying to see Together try to go for survival on the left-hand side. The problem is his base is just being shattered, man. The first shrine down, that wave's going to continue to shove on that right-hand side and to keep applying that pressure and keep, honestly, Abraham's honest.
Headed to blue.
Yeah, I think one of the big things here, if you were Abrahams and you make the call to not contest mid, you then need to make the call to give up everything else but your base walkers or your base guardians, right? Give up the walker on the outside. Don't be trying to catch farm, because what happened as soon as Saint was picked on that Mo and Krill, they were then able to push forward and they're able to throw those rejus at you a little bit, hit you with their pockets, right? Hit you with the extra souls they have. And now all of a sudden, a lead that was only 5k souls is now 20k souls in just a 90-second difference.
22k. More mass. I'm getting so confident now. This is actually going to be the downfall of me. Can we get a golden statue buff check when we have a moment here? I'm curious to see where we're sitting at for Buff Enjoyers. As you can see, like the soul difference, it's just been Buff Enjoyers in the lead for the majority of the game. I can see 2 or 4 of the golden statue buffs. There we go. 283.
Oh, wow. Nearly 2x, yeah.
Oh my lord. I mean, the thing is, they're already pretty damn far ahead. Like Listic, he's at 51 golden statue buffs and 34,000 souls. Vraic is at 48 and he's at 42k souls. Like that, it's so deceptive how strong they are right now.
Yeah, the amount of power coming out of Reg is absolutely insane. And then the pseudo tankiness he's able to get both from the Endless Shadows and then the heal coming out. I mean, look, this Billy's health bar barely moved and he had every single skill thrown at him in the book. A parry coming out. He's still alive, gets the bash down, and finally Billy ends up getting taken out, but at what cost is the questions. OC is able to create a little bit of room, and honestly, this fight has gone better than we thought. We can see them trying to play the corners, trying to bait Hoot down, but Hoot says, it's okay, I'm coming in. Use the riposte to get back out. Task gets picked up by Cosmetical yet again, and Cosmetical is getting down in there. Seismic Impact will take him all the way down to the bottom, stuns him up. Mo and Krill over there on the side, and no, actually, I lied. He stayed up on that middle level and continues getting the pressure on top of him. The stun went through, but instead, OC's just barely able to keep standing. No, finally ends up getting taken down. I mean, Cosmetical is just free firing here. So much damage being put out, nearly 10k, over 10k now, as the full 6 get taken out from Abrahams, and Buff Enjoyers should be able to march this right down with the creeps already on the shrine.
Yeah, I mean, this should be at least a first stage patron at a minimum. Mid boss coming in 40 seconds as well. And look at the timings left on 4 players out of Abraham's. They're not even gonna be up before the mid boss spawns, so you can also just even not take the first stage patron, take a free mid boss, and return later on, which it seems to be what they're actually gonna do. Smart play.
Yeah, not giving them that reduced death timer. Again, when you do drop that first stage of the patron, it will then end up reducing everyone else's timer, potentially giving Abrahams a chance to go and contest mid bust. So instead, they will back off, let the creeps hammer away at it, and set up for mid, because at this point, like, this is all over but the crying. We got to dot the T's, cross the I's, and unless there's some kind of miracle contest in play here, I'm not sure how Abrahams even makes it in time.
Dot the T's and cross the I's?
You heard me.
Okay. All right. I can get behind that. Also, I just want to note, in that last fight when Listic got caught with a combo, Divine Barrier came in with tag along. And like you said, Listic's health it bursted back up. It just did not move at the end of that entire combo. And Listic, we saw like the damage done in that live damage tracker, but I wish you had like damage taken, because Listic must have been like over 10k at that point, absorbing so much damage and so many abilities that the rest of his team was able to just come on through and clean up that fight. And now with the Super Troopers coming on through, and with Saint unfortunately getting caught out again, it seems like Buff and Joris might go for the finish.
Yeah, and I mean, Saint, just, you can tell he feels the pressure of trying to stay involved, trying to keep the economy up, but unfortunately that's twice in a row where he's been caught out from the base, and particularly as a Mo and Kirill, like, you don't have anybody else on your team with the ability to really close that gap and get there with you. While you can stall a little bit, like, you don't have enough to get you out of a circumstance if 3 people are jumping on you. And I mean, Buff Enjoyers had 3 or 4, even 5 in some of those circumstances to make sure they were cleaning it up. First stage patron down, all but one wave pushing in, and this should be the final fight, as Abrahams will pile in, try and get that invulnerability and the curse to turn on and help him, but the Rift empowered creeps are here as well. Task goes down, and that's gonna be it.
Yeah, it's just a matter of time here for Buff and Joris to get their 1-0 lead and one step closer to their 2k in their pockets. Drake picks up another kill, and yeah, I mean, like I said, matter of time. There's really nothing Abrahams can do about this, but this game, I mean, it was so well done from the beginning, but so action-packed from the get-go. I mean, Listic getting double parried into just a non-stop burger box on the right-hand side, and Cosmetico was just farming away up to 46,000 souls, putting out most of the damage here at the very end of the game, and Abrahams, they will fall. And Buff Enjoyers have the chance to go back to back 2-0s if they can pull off another victory this next match.
Yeah, they're looking to get the 4x2-0, but that was a great start of it. I'll also note, though, that it came on some amazing individual efforts from Vrake and Zergi, and then also we'll throw Obi Kim in there. The way they were able to execute on that mid-boss fight, stalling, getting the damage down, putting pressure to force Abrahams to make a call, being, do we peel off and try and kill them, or do we just finish it and get it through? And then ultimately comboing the Endless Shadow with the Death Slam to get a window to allow Vrake to secure 2 of them. It turned the game, right? Because immediately before that, Abrahams had gotten a huge fight, taking down 4 members and pushed them out, and it looked like they were going to blow the top off of the game. And then came Buff and Joyer's hand stiff.
Yeah, and again, we have to talk about this team and how many times they come back and how well they play out these team fights. Their focus fire, it's like a laser, hitting their targets every single time, making the right calls, and able to just sweep up the rest of Abrahams. And that's, it seemed like Abrahams were lacking, especially when it came to that mid boss. The focus fire was just kind of missing. And even though, we had, I mean, to give some credit to Abrahams, right? It was like a landslide in the very beginning. It felt like Buff and Joris picking up what felt like 6-7 kills unanswered. But then there was a moment where Abrahams were able to come back. Saint in particular, don't forget, Together was extremely far behind in his lane because the amount of raw punishment up against this Hoot and Cosmetical combo. They just could not do anything, and yet they kept the game close. They're able to bounce back and take us into, the final moments of this match. But if I were to award almost like an MVP of this match alone, there were so many great individuals. Who looks so damn dominant when it came to Apollo, Vrake as well, playing the edges of these fights, making Calico look good in a way that I've never really seen before.
It's Vrake for me, and it's not even close, just simply because every stage of the game, he was impactful. He had a roam at 2.5 minutes to help kind of execute and get that early lead and going through. He was a part of that 2vx going on right here in the middle, where he put down so much damage and then secured 2 of the rejuves. And then ultimately at the end, he was the one facilitating those picks and getting in there consistently, doing an insane amount of damage along with Cosmetical in order to close out these fights. To me, he was able to play completely across the board. But also, again, like, looking at Abraham's side of things, like, they were right there. If you had told me at the start of the game that Listic would get 7 kills in less than 7 minutes and be able to like have a 5k plus lead, I would say like, oh, then Abraham's just straight up rolled the game over and it wasn't even close. But we were tied at 33k. Like they ended up getting that mid boss. They were making good calls to keep themselves close. It's just as you get past that 30-minute mark, to outplay buff enjoyers, you have to be perfect. And if you make a mistake, they are good enough to punish you, and that's what happened. Saint got caught out twice, and buff enjoyers then put the boot on the neck and finished the job.
I mean, we have to talk about one player in particular because we were wondering how things would play out for him going into this game. OCs. We cannot forget, he was the most important part into that turnaround that we had happen in the beginning of the game. The buff enjoyers were starting to have like a landslide. OCs rotates into the right lane to deal with Listic. He was able to rotate into some of these other lanes and deal with some other players as well. I think that was Hoot and Cosmetical I'm thinking of. But then after he started to get on a streak here, buff enjoyers, they had the response. We saw like a beautiful rising ram out of Listic to catch OCs into a bash down, into a kill. He got punished quite a few times before that. I think you mentioned he died like 4 times in less than 4 minutes. And I think for me, that kind of was the big turning point, is that you shut OCs down. You kind of prevented him from being a much bigger threat, that if OCs didn't have those deaths, I don't know how the game would have played out. I mean, you heard he had 45k souls playing from behind what it felt like a majority of the game, or sorry, player damage done playing from behind a majority of the game. And he was just gapping the rest of his team. Like Arslo couldn't keep up, but to be fair, Arslo didn't really have the support he needed as like in terms of front line. So I think OCs in general played well, but buff enjoyers just realized where the threat was and was able to deal with them.
Yeah, they were able to put the damage down. And I think one of the big things too, there were 61 kills in this game. Vrake died 0 times. Vrake did not die once. And to be able to play absolutely at that limit as Calico when he was going in and reacting to these fights and starting them off is insane. And I think part of that has to do with how good he was playing and navigating on the hero, but also Obikim was fantastic on the Rem. The number of times and the amount of value he got out of that tag along plus Guardian's Ward or Divine Barrier and kept somebody up longer, kept them eating 1 extra cooldown, and allowing Vrake and Hoot and Cosmetical to have the room to operate was fantastic. So to see that pair be executed on so well according to the game plan was really cool. And then you add in just the fact that you have Listic, Zergy, Cosmetical, and Hoot around them to just do damage and go forward. It makes sense why Buff Enjoyers is the best team in Europe right now.
Well, the best team indeed at the moment. The question is, can Abrahams come back in the next match of the series? We have to head to a break. When we come back, potentially the final of EU before we get into NA, or will we see a third map? Only time will tell. We'll see you on the other side of this break.
enemy. I see krill. You're gonna have to do the stick out for that. Stop me. You're gonna have to. I see krill.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Deadlock Night Shift number 52. As we're take a quick second here and hop into the Amazon shop to talk about our partners here with Intel Gamer Days and Amazon, providing you guys some amazing deals on some very awesome pieces of hardware that you guys can pick up to potentially play some Deadlock. More importantly, watch some more Night Shift. You can type !IGD or !Amazon in the chat and check out these amazing deals like this MSI Cyborg 15 that you can pick up with 15 inches of screen to see all your lovely action and hopefully have better movement than I do, as I was discussing with Sundown in the break. Or maybe pick yourself up an HP Omen 16 to blast out and potentially play like Zergy on that lash, stealing that mid boss away and able to harass them constantly in the sky. As we have some more offers coming your way, make sure to type !Amazon. There's some huge deals. I think some of these are like $500 off, especially the Lenovo LOQ. I checked out that one. I think it was $500 off in particular. Might have to pick me one of those up. I actually already do have a Lenovo myself. And we also have another one coming in from what you saw in last week as well, the Acer Predator Helios Neo 16 AI Edition. Make sure to check these out because all of these deals are amazing. All of these deals have been provided to you by the Intel Gamer Days and of course Amazon as well. As a last note, I'm gonna say it one more time. !Amazon in the chat, !IGD to check out everything they have to offer, because it's just not just those 4 items. There is way more to come beyond that, just like there's more action to come here on Night Shift. So let's throw it back to Sundown and I guess myself to talk about what's coming up here with Buff Enjoyers currently up 1-0 up against Abrahams in probably one of the best matches, I feel like I've been saying this a lot, Sundown, that we've had all year.
It was just fun, man. It was raw fun. This wasn't, hey, let's scale towards the end. It was, we're going to slam our faces against each other from minute 1, with Listic, I think, getting parried twice before creeps even started hitting each other at that point in time. And the action didn't end up slowing down. We had team fights, turnarounds at mid-boss, wipes going either way. And ultimately, it's a tale that we've seen recently over the past couple of weeks, where once you kind of hit that 25-minute mark, Buff Enjoyers just clicks. They're a well-oiled machine, and they played insanely good off of the back of the turnaround mid-boss.
I think the most impressive thing to me is the fact that I've legitimately been saying, I can think like these last 3 weeks alone, that this is the best match of Deadlock that I've seen. This is the best match of Deadlock I've seen constantly. And the fact that we keep being treated to like better and better and better games with like better moments gets me so hyped about the future of Deadlock when we have even more heroes, everything's all polished and finally into the game as well, all the cosmetics we're gonna have, and the fact that like people are still improving. Like you're seeing buff and Jordas continually get better every week because they're hammering out their hero pools, their movement. I know we talked a lot about movement when it was in the break. Their team play skill as well. When you talk about like individual players, okay, great. There's like, you know, quite a few players in top 100 that are very good, obviously, to get to that point. But if you put them on a team, there's a completely different skill set that has to be trained. And that's why you're seeing these teams consistently improve, unlike my cast team, week in and week out. But I'm excited to see what's going to happen here in game 2, man. Like Abraham's, I think they know what the problem was in that last game, obviously. Like OC's had the chance to start to carry things, but got shut down. I think for them, it's about, once again, just having some better control in these games. Because I think they got what they wanted to in the draft, Sundown. I think they were relatively happy. Maybe get the lack themselves would have been, you know, the cherry on top. But I don't think they were really too fussed about the draft. It was more about the execution that didn't work out.
Yeah, I still think taking the lash away from buff enjoyers just makes playing against them infinitely easier. We'll see if they decide to opt for it this time. But I also want to give some props to Abrahams in that last game, because it's not like they rolled over and died. Like we talked about it, Listic had 7 kills at like I think the 7 or 8 minute mark, and they were still able to fight their way back in. I mean, if Arvo's able to get that wall down a little bit earlier and interrupt the Lash Death Slam, they maybe just win that mid-boss fight and continue the snowball. However, we don't have to worry about Lash this time, as they say, nope, we're not going to give you the chance to pick it away. We realize it's potentially pivotal as well. Let's take it off the table. And now something that's been controversial is the Rat being a very first pick coming out with the Rem. And Obi Kim's been the only one who's really been able to make this seem like its first pick worthy recently.
What world are we in that Rem is prioed as first pick or top 2? I never thought we would get to the point that we would see this happen. And I don't know how I feel about that, honestly, because I don't really know how I want to break it down or analyze it. Like, is Rem first pick worthy? Like, obviously, if the teams are doing it, there clearly must be a reason. And I think we did see a bit of it. Like, the amount of healing you do in these fights is crazy. Especially if you take away Pocket out of the equation, you do some insane healing. And the fact it's kind of like safe healing too. It's the fact that you can just tag along constantly to different players and you're not really going to be interrupted in the fight. And then you also get to play your own mini game with taking the sinners and taking as many golden statue buffs as possible. And the fact that you have your own another mini game in terms of like what actives you're going to take based on the compositions you're against. It's I don't know if I like this world. I can't wait till ZP gets in here and he gets to talk about it over on the NA portion of the broadcast if Rem still gets highly prioritized there. But with Doranman not being banned out, I'm kind of surprised to see him make it this deep into the picks.
I mean, a Doorman and Mirage second rotation is insane. If you had told me that a month ago that you're getting both of those heroes with second and third pick and Rem, McGinnis, and Abrams are going before that, I probably would have looked at you funny. But one of the things that I like out of this comp from Abrahams is the fact that they took the Rem away from Obi-Kim. We saw how well he piloted that. He's 6-0 on that hero now. And more importantly, I think Rem enables a lot of these other heroes. He makes Billy that much more effective. He makes Calico roams that much better because you're able to get to places and let her kind of push that distance. And now we're seeing a shift here as buff enjoyers are going to end up banning the Billy away as well. So banning two things that they just played.
I like this though, actually, because I feel like it's been a long time since we've seen something like this in the draft, where you take like one of the main frontliners and you ban away the other. Typically, you'll see like Billy picked, and then no one really cares about Abrams. The fact that they've like kind of invested into this strategy, I think is kind of cool, and I'm curious to see like how is Abraham's going to respond, because like frontline for Mirage for Doorman, more importantly, people for Rem to jump to in these fights as well are going to be very far and few between, especially with the Moen Krill not picked. Like what do you even take for frontline anymore? Maybe like a Geist, but honestly Geist isn't going to really perform well as a frontline, especially as a solo frontline. So maybe Drifter needs to be secured as well.
Yeah, they're in a really tough spot because, again, we've also seen McGinnis built with that pseudo tank on this side. They might end up having to opt for a little bit more of an upfront burst / pick comp on this side, as now they'll end up securing the Venator. So they do have a decent amount of pick and stun potential coming through. You can kind of get that pushback, get the cart, get a tornado, get a pillow, and really manipulate some of the positioning from buff enjoyers and potentially punish somebody who's a little bit overextended. And I actually really like the Celeste pickup here. We've seen Celeste kind of be a pick for Abrahams that's been able to bridge that mid game and offer them a threat, but we need to see tighter operating of the Celeste in that mid game if that's the case. You can't be getting picked out 2 and 3 times again. And I guess you're right, Jason, the Drifter was picked up. It was just on that other side, and God, that's so much beef for buff enjoyers, man.
I was gonna say something really stupid, but yeah, that is. And oh my god, like if you're Mina, if you're McGinnis, you have so much frontline to play around. Cosmetical, I'm assuming it's gonna be on the Mina with Zergy taking the McGinnis. But I do wonder on the other side of this is who's gonna be piloting the Celeste. Tass is normally the doorman player, and then you have Venator, Mirage, and Celeste all picked up together. So I guess Sonya, Arzo, and OCs are gonna be swapping around, and then together is gonna be on Yamato.
I mean, I don't hate the Yamato pick for getting some pseudo tankiness out of there, being able to avoid some of the hard lockdown that ends up coming in, getting the resets from the abilities. Like, there is very high damage potential that can come through, and there's a lot of upfront burst. But I mean, to me, this really signals the fact that if buff enjoyers just gets even a little bit of a lead or enough of a comfortable amount of souls to be able to get anti-heal in the right places, Abraham's tankiness just falls through the roof. They are so reliant on whoever is piloting that REM to be basically bouncing between the Yamato, the Celeste, and the Mirage as they try and end up going forward and then working back into that backline of the Venator and the Doorman. I'm not sure how well that's going to work out.
See, I'm actually thinking the other way of it, that I don't know how effective REM is in this comp, considering the amount of burst you have with Calico, Mina, and Abrams. That's what I worry about. Like, yeah, you might have a lot of healing, but if the person you're trying to heal dies too quickly because of things like Reg, because of things like shoulder charge into wall to like immediate bursts like that, are you going to be able to survive? I don't know. I didn't really get to ask you yet, and I haven't really thought it through completely of who I would favor in this composition, but the fact that buff enjoyers have so much beefiness is making me lean in that direction. Abrahams, you don't really have, in my opinion, like a comp to support Rem well.
Yeah, my one big thing is we've seen Rem, particularly once he gets to that Divine Barrier threshold, but even with just Guardian's Word, is he's able to prevent that burst coming out. Like, if the Rem player is on top of his positioning, he can prevent one target from dying. The question is, how much efficacy do you get after preventing that one person from dying? Is that enough to then end up drawing out the fight? And I think I agree with you. I'm not sure the comp is necessarily there, because the rest of your tankiness is what, like Yamato ult to dodge cooldowns, Tornado from Mirage to dodge cooldowns, maybe like a cheat death or using the door on Doorman. Like, there's just not a ton of innate tankiness that comes through.
I did not notice who was playing who. Listic on Mole Man? What? He gives up Abrams to who? Okay. I mean, Vraic on Calico makes sense. Obicam on Drifter makes sense. All right. Well, you know what? Let's see what Listic can do on the Mole Man, because he was definitely a pivotal point in the fact of their success in that first game, and maybe even see a lane swap coming out of him as he heads back towards base.
Yeah, they're trying to make sure they get this assignments correct on that side of things, or at least that's what it potentially looks like, as they were able to get that shoved down, or potentially just getting a quick buy and then resetting that. I don't know. That's a little weird.
Was he even missing much health? I didn't happen to notice.
No.
Okay. All right. Just Listic
You
things.
missed the wave, so totally fine, right? Like, it was shoved up. The timing was okay, but could have spotted the shot that was right there.
Yeah. All right, let's talk about some of these lanes. Actually, the mid lane Doorman Mirage makes perfect sense. The Calico Mo, I mean, I feel like this is like the perfect lane to kind of put them in. Maybe together, not necessarily, because you want both of them to roam to look for kills, and if you both roam, who's going to be there to sit in mid lane to soak up the farm and keep the lane shoved?
Yeah, it's a little difficult to figure out who's going to be the one to end up making those plays. I think the benefit ends up being that I would guess that Listic is the one who ends up holding it down because he can sustain off the wave. He can just ultimately shove and push it in with his one, while Calico does have a little bit more efficacy of getting over to the side lanes quickly, but they can both do that. Like, neither one of them is going to complain like, oh no, I got some solo farm, or oh no, I had to go roam, which that flexibility is something that we've seen buff enjoyers really prioritize in some cases.
Yeah, and we're seeing things to work out. Yamato, how do you say this hero? I say Yamato, Yamato. I never really know which way to say it correctly.
I say Yamato, but I will always just advocate the fact that great parry coming out, and Hoot goes down, and together, or actually Arzo on the other side is actually going to be able to pick up a kill. So 2 going down very quickly there as they see, will she be able to line it up and quite finish it off? No, the left clicks don't take it down, just a sliver of HP for Obikim, but the chase is on. Great double cart back in, not allowing them to escape. Break trying to make the distance with the parry, but standing still costs them as nobody bites the bait. And that's a fantastic early lead coming out from Abraham.
Of course, we get into finally an interesting topic about how we say Yamato's name, and then of course it's interrupted by all these kills. Abraham's coming off with a strong lead from that one after punishing the aggressive farm take out of buff enjoyers. But yeah, like Yamato together, people forget that was his hero in the early days of like Fight Night. This was the hero he played the most and had generally the most success on. So it's definitely something that's going to be in his wheelhouse. And with this early lead they have, it's about how they can keep this pressure up and how they can continue to, well, hopefully for them, snowball this into more kills. I do worry though on that left-hand side, like Yamato Rem, I don't really see that as being a super strong lane, even though they were able to pick up kills. I feel like they would lose to Abrams and Drifter. And yeah, they have a little bit more sustain, but like the poke and like one shoulder charge can be the death of either of them.
Yeah, it's super difficult if you are caught out to end up surviving in that circumstance. So we can see the pressure coming down, but OC is able to pick up a kill on Zergy, and now Arzo is very low, trying to end up getting out of this circumstance, but OC is doing a great job of just putting the pressure in. Cosmetical will get the trade around, but OC's again hits the heavy melee coming through, and for the second game in a row, OC's getting off to a fantastic start and really gapping his lane opponents.
Yeah, I'm enjoying seeing this matchup actually of OC's up against Cosmetical. Not very often Cosmetical gets challenged out like this. And again, some good movement of OC's, really showing that he's been working hard. Like he has been trained. Oh, what a parry comes on through. The counter parry is what if Obikim catches out onto together. And then another parry. What is happening in this lane, guys? Please stop getting parried as Hoot just backs away and leaves Obikim to die. And maybe another kill coming through as well as the other still on the chase. The fine strike on through with the Crimson Slash behind it. Not going to connect it, of course. And he's going to escape. Or no, not. No, he does actually. Oh my God, I didn't see Break rotating. Break picks up a double. I should have my eyes open. I thought who was dead.
Oh, it looked like he was going to end up falling over there, but Vrake was able to end up closing the gap, and that missed Crimson Slash, not quite timing it correctly off of the grapple. A fantastic job by Hoot of creating the distance to get back over to the zip line and get away. And then this is what we saw last game, right? Is Vrake able to roam over very early, this time on a fairly typical timer, right around that 5 minutes, but he picks up a double, and now he's been able to alleviate some of the lead that Abraham's had. But as I say that, they turn around, they're able to open up just a little bit of a 2K, bouncing back and forth between a 2 and 1K lead. However, Cosmetical will take down OCs, and Arzo gets the trade on the other side.
This kebab kerfuffle happening on this right lane. I don't know what is happening anymore going on there between OCs and Cosmetical. Breaks and be rotating on through once again here, looking for some impact onto ours, and this be a prime target to kill as well at 4.8k souls. And now he knows Vrake's there. Connection's good, but I don't think the follow-up's necessarily going to be there, unfortunately, as the gut shot's going to be enough to keep Vrake back. And I mean, Vrake, it feels like he's trying his best here to give an edge here to Cosmetical on this right-hand side. A credit to OCs, and hopefully for him and Abrahams, he can, not have that period of the game where he dies 4 times in less than 4 minutes, because he's on a really good track to get Abrahams into a third map.
Yeah, I think Abrahams needs to focus on being deliberate right around that 15-minute mark, right? When that third round of bridge buffs end up coming back, or even a little bit before that, make sure you're grouped up, make sure you're focusing around OCs or whoever else is strong at that point in time, and have a game plan for how you want to execute. Because I think if they're able to do that with how they're currently playing, it should set them up for success in the end game. Because largely that's been the issue. They don't have problems pre-20 minutes. minutes outside of making sure they're set up in the farm and things are in the right spot. What ends up happening is there's some small little difference post 20, post 25 minutes where Buff Enjoyers is able to end up making that outplay. And if you come in with an intentional game plan about how you're trying to execute during that time, at least everybody is on the same page. And maybe you're able to close that gap a little bit. That's what I would like to see around them. But also, you have a long time to get there, right? Like 9 minutes is not an insignificant amount of time in the world of Deadlock.
Yeah, I think one thing we've seen a lot. Okay, wait, what? The combo in from the bottom, catch that OCs, and now the Mo is here to punish the Celeste time and time again here. One combo, one kill already. Now they're gonna push onto this Guardian as well. And there's really nothing you can do to defend against it with Amina and a McGinnis there. So Buffender is able to turn this one around. But I was gonna say that like we've seen consistently, like teams have been able to, and normally it was Abraham's able to do this, is that they can punish and win early against Buff Enjoyers. Teams have been able to beat Buff Enjoyers early, but the problem is they're not able to beat them in like the mid to late game. Like that's when Buff Enjoyers, when the macro play, when the in-game leading becomes so important that they are, that really puts them in like a class above everyone else. And right now we see Red going in for a trace on the Shark. That's gonna be a tag along used, and actually some slows. My God, he cannot get away. Return to Shadows being forced out. Obikin's rotating on in to help out. That time being forced onto Vrake. Actually somehow dodges away from it. He's looking for the kill and almost takes it on the Shark, but Saint secures that one.
Yeah, a really good job by the Rem to show up when he did to offer the support, make sure Sharp ends up staying up there, keeping that lead going. And like we talked about, it's really important to make sure you're maintaining that because, again, looking at the team comps, don't necessarily have as much innate tankiness that's going to come out. There will be a meatball that is the Buff Enjoyers front line in the Mo and Krill, in the Abrams, in the Drifter, and even in some circumstances, the McGinnis with how we've been seeing her built her here in EU. So frankly, Abrahams needs to kind of keep their foot on the pedal a little bit, but they're doing a really good job together, executing fairly well in the Yamato. Only that one Crimson Slash early. They've still been able to push forward towards it. Arzo getting up to 7.7k and really showing that he's fitting in with this team now. So honestly, like, I'm good with this. The problem is, can they keep this going?
Exactly. And I think that's where Abrahams might come to struggle, is keeping this momentum. And I'm not even like keeping the momentum, like not even keeping the status quo, but building on the momentum and continue to grow that momentum, because that's kind of what you're going to need to do. I mean, luckily they do have, I'm going to say, as someone said in chat, Yamato. Not, it sounds like tomato. You have shard transformation, so like mid boss, it's not really something Buff Enjoyers can take so lightly for free. You have to respect together when he has shard transformation up. And at the same note, like Abrahams, you can use that to take mid bosses that maybe you wouldn't been able to in the past. There's nothing to really stop it, no Sinclairs. So for them, it's just about building that momentum even further and kind of keeping the people who are ahead, getting them further ahead. I'm looking towards OCs, and I'm kind of looking towards together right now. I know Shark will continue to farm up, and ours was able to do the same, but together acting as basically their solo frontline, I feel like he needs a lot of farm to be successful.
And I feel like one thing you're noting this game too is now like the difference in the Calico not having the Rem as a roam buddy. When Calico always has Rem or a little buddy attached to him, always has help, always has that extra get out of jail free card that's nearby, she's just that much more effective. And while Vrake has been extremely effective this game, right? He's not the same soul lead we saw before. And if anything, he's actually falling off the pace here.
Speaking of Vrake, gonna get chased down into the Baroness Hotel, can't quite close the gap. Said backs away smartly enough. Maybe get the catch on Obikim though. Everyone is just staying just out of reach, unfortunately, for TAS. I do like the Rusted Barrel though. I think that's like one of the most underrated items, especially early on against a lot of, or I mean, I feel like it allows you to take duels and to take like 1v1s or 2v2s that you normally wouldn't be able to pull off. But with the urn in the hands of Listic, they're trying to shuttle it across this map. There's no Garnet take on the left-hand side here, Sundown, so realistically, there's nothing to defend except that Walker.
Yeah, mathematically, fire rate is one of the hardest scaling stats in.
I thought you were making fun of me there.
MOBAs. No. I'm saying like literally mathematically, like any third-person MOBA, because like buying attack speed, buying fire rate is just one of the strongest things for damage calculations, and that's part of the reason why Rusted Barrel ends up feeling so good in these situations, particularly when there's a lot of DPS that's being reliant on that. You feel a lot more confident in those trades. Not only does it feel good, just math-wise, it is a very strong item. Like, I am a huge advocate of like a lot of those 1600, 3200 spirit utility items are just insanely valuable. The rusted barrels of the world, the knockdowns, the slowing hexes, like you're able to get so much utility at such a cheap cost.
Especially when you get into a level of gameplay like this, it's really easy to make best use of it. Listic was able to secure the urn and didn't get a pair into OCs. No combo for 50 seconds, and I mean, OC's just going to hop, skip, and jump away, so he's going to be fine. Also has Ren there to support him, so Saint in hot pursuit to keep him healthy. Also, the rest of Lock get picked up too, and Radiant regen, so it's really hard to kill OCs if you're not able to get a combo and a burst kill in that window.
Yeah, and a healing booster on top of all of that. So it's just like, if you don't have heal cut, you're not killing him, right? Like, there is enough sustain, enough movement, enough time that you have to invest to keep that Celeste locked down, where like at some point you're just kind of sitting there being like, all right guys, let's just back up and go farm. Like, it's not worth chasing the unicorn lady.
Yeah, exactly. Now 11k right now, starting to gap some of the players on Buff Enjoyer's side. The Cosmetical and Zergy both keeping up. Listic's actually been fed a lot of farm. He's about to surpass this 10k mark.
Talking about a lot of farm though, looking at Arzo yet again, every single game we've saw him, he's been doing very well, and now he's on that Venator who has very high damage potential once he gets there and gets the spikes and the item he needs. But 13k will do it.
I'm wondering if we're going to see Buff Enjoyers actually contest this rift on the right hand side. They have quite a few players on the left hand lane looking for the initial take on that Guardian. Maybe looking to teleport them over. Maybe a delayed take here for Buff Enjoyers combo. I mean, it was used before, so it's on cooldown now. Plastic Impact is ready to go, and they're able to pull at least together ways. He charges straight into Zergy and immediately backing towards the rift. Doorman's there. Everyone's here. It's going to be a party. It's going to down to who can actually get these kills. More importantly, we saw last time Buff Enjoyers in the last game able to single target much better.
Great job coming out in the fight. The Shining Wonder getting a bunch of value, but here comes the Yamato ult, making her immune, making sure she gets out, but getting out is all she's going to be able to do with just 400 health. Doorman gets taken down as well. That's 2 down for Abrahams, followed by the Rift being secured by Buff Enjoyers. As you see Hoot falling, but the space was made, the souls were secured, and the lead flips back over to Buff Enjoyers as they're able to execute that fight and then potentially look to get a little bit more as Abraham stuck around after the fact.
Bro, Obikim's doing some work here. He had the Stalker's Mark onto Saint, ends up taking it and eventually finishing off the kill. Yes, Zergy might go down, but Obikim is also trying to zone out the reinforcements from coming on through. The Walker, I mean, he's taking some damage from the super minions, the super troopers. Take it down about 1/5 of its HP. And while all this was happening, we had a bout between Cosmetical and OCs on the left-hand lane, but really no one taking too much damage and no one really coming out ahead in this one. But at least OC's able to keep that Guardian alive. The Buff Enjoyers, they're keeping their lead alive, up by 2k, and look at this damage. Obikin just so confident, go straight into OC's face, but OC's is going to have the regen, I feel like, to almost out-survive this.
Yeah, will it end up being enough? It's ticking, and you see it feels like her health bar isn't moving at all, and then all of a sudden she's running towards you. Dazzling Trick keeping her up. Saint's going to be the one who ultimately ticks it down, and this is what we talked about, extending the fights and giving your team enough time to get over there. It's what Rem does insanely well. It's what Celeste does insanely well, and you're trying to see, will this end up actually working at a larger scale rather than just these smaller fights? Hoot forced to disengage shoulder charges out and away, but out and away he goes as there's not quite enough lockdown to keep Bluey where he needs to be.
Good awareness out of OCs here, able to hop in and out of the fights with these doors. I mean, 13k, it's not as high up as I thought it would have been. It was mostly about Arzo, as you were talking about before, just quietly farming, consistently getting up there. Together's kind of fallen off when it comes to farm, only at 11,000. You see kind of the net worth here on the screen across the board, and fun enough to see Listic so high up, ahead of Vraic and ahead of Obikim. And you mentioned before, like how important Vraic was in that last game and how much freedom he had to run around the map, how many kills, how much impact he had across the board with like kills, deaths, or with the kills and assists. This game has been relatively quiet.
And that's one of the difficult things about Calico. Everyone says like, oh, Calico's insanely strong. She's the one who dictates it. It's like, yeah, if she's able to roam the side and get the kills she needs to get going. If she doesn't get those, she has a very hard time just operating in the fight, particularly if Endless Shadows isn't there as kind of a get out of jail / dodge cooldown ability. And then in addition, so far today, we've only seen Calicos paired with Rems. This is the first time the cat lady has been without the rat in the back pocket. and it's so far showing that it's a little bit difficult to play right on that edge. As we see a nap time on the other side, taking a snooze is the Abram. Out come the Scarabs. Will it end up being enough? Some good headshots coming through, but not quite enough damage to take him down. They are looking to end up pressuring the Walker, but some good defense coming through. Yamato forced to burn the Shadow Form, going in deeper onto Obikim, getting some damage across, but again, dropping the Crimson Slash in a key moment where she needed the damage follow-up, and now she's in kind of a tough position. The silence came out, but a little bit too late. Didn't matter though, as Zergy rotates over and they're able to pick that up at the cost of about half of the health of the Walker.
A good rotation to come on through. I think actually Abraham's kind of waiting on that exchange though. The fact, as you pointed out, half HP on the Walker. It pulled Vrake and Zergy towards this right-hand side to defend that and alleviated pressure across the map here. So yeah, you lose on him one, but it's kind of unfortunately just together. He's only at 12,000 souls, so it's not really the biggest of loss. I guess technically it is a big loss. It means together's not building up farm and not building up more items. But also Arzo is just continually being left alone, and I don't really know who can take him down anymore on the Buff and Jor's side. You're gonna need multiple players, and hopefully for his sake, with Saint by his side, Saint's gonna be able to heal him up enough when that combo inevitably comes through at Holistic.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to need a Divine Barrier, 100%. You're going to need Divine Barrier. You're going to need the tag along and just keep Arzo up. Because if Arzo falls over, Abraham cannot win a fight at this point in time. Everybody else is too far behind. You see how Arzo has a lead on every single person in the lobby, but Abraham's is still down about 5 to 6K across the board, which means if Arzo does fall, the damage output is not going to be there. Shark doesn't have it at the moment. Osis doesn't have it, and Together has fallen off his pace a little bit. He's starting to kind of rotate into some of that utility, into that shred as well, before being able to get those really heavy damage items. So it's largely going to come down to, can Arzo output enough damage to get through this Buff Enjoyer's front line? And that's a heck of a front line.
Yeah, that's a lot of tankiness. Some decent sustain if Zergy can get a heal down. You have the fact that Listic can heal himself, Ray can get in and out of fights. Obikim, I mean, that bleed is disgusting. And you can just see the respect being given to Listic here by Together backing away. I mean, even though Buff Enjoyers, I mean, they are ahead 6K, but even though Arzo's so far ahead, they're not really too afraid to invade the jungle here, as the next Unstable spawns on this left-hand side of the map. Zergy looks like won't be there for this one. And again, Buff Enjoyers, do they really want to go for the Rift, or do they want to go for this mid Walker?
I mean, I feel like at some point in time with your comp, with the rem value, with what you get out of the Shining Wonder, you need to fight, right? Like, your Venator has a lead. Well, your Venator had a lead. Zergy has now caught up and equalized, but like, you need to abuse one of these power spikes, because as we've seen, as you get to the later game, Buff Enjoyers are only going to get stronger. So you give this over, what kind of control do you end up having? It looks like right now they're giving it over, but Zergy's shoving Shark in on the other side of the map. They have pressure everywhere, so now they're going to walk in, try and get the contest, gets the Shining Wonder out, get some bounces, but it's going across the turrets. You can see Listic is forced out, Monecrow half health on the backside, but Saint picked up very early. Good job by Hoot to isolate that one, taking the rem out and taking the heals away from the situation, making it that much harder. See the damage right now coming out from Cosmetical, getting the rake across, trying to force Osis out and away, but he's just dodged, ducked, dipping and diving on the top, taking it out. Together will finally fall there as Vrake is able to clean it up, and the 12K soul lead, they're just kind of hitting him with the pockets as Osis is desperately trying to stall, trying to make this rift just fail and go out so the souls don't go anywhere. There it is. It will fade away. So great job by Osis, just barely living. But I mean, the lead jumped from 6K before that to now 14K. So yikes.
Yeah, I don't think they care about Osis stalling it out, to be honest, because they got quite a few kills. Zergy solo pushed that right-hand lane to keep Shark there, so he couldn't just teleport in to have an advantage in that fight. He takes the Walker from Shark. He almost kills Shark and forces him back to base, and he gets the Walker for himself. Like, Zergy just put up a big play here for Buff Enjoyers to get them such a big lead as they have the urn. They're going to rotate in towards mid-boss as well. No shot transformation available here. And Abrahams, what do you have? You have a nap time. Tass is not set up with the door, and the rejuve is here, and it has been picked up already cleanly.
and the nap time just coming in too late, weren't in time to be able to get in there. Should have expected they go straight for that, because Buff Enjoyers, we know that when they have the lead, they put the foot to the pedal and go, just trying to keep it going. And like we talked about right before, you needed to be deliberate with that game plan between the 15 and the 20-minute mark and make it happen. And unfortunately, it wasn't there. They weren't able to execute and find a way to contest at that Rift fight. They lose the Rift, they lose the Walker on the other side, they get wiped in such a way that they're staggered, that they then now lose the mid boss. And I mean, we've seen this from Buff Enjoyers so many times that once it flips, they're able to then just keep it going and ride the game out.
I remember what I was saying before, you might be able to beat Buff Enjoyers earlier on, but there's that one moment that happens where they take advantage of a mistake. They completely run the game away with you. Almost 20k in the lead now. Obikim does get thrown into the Baroness Hotels. They're trying to take this Walker down. The Walker will indeed fall. You know, so will Obikim, but the Rejuve, that was just one crystal being taken, 2 left to go, and the reinforcements trying to get there to help out Obikim over towards this middle lane, and the rest of Buff Enjoyers are going to be here, and you can see Abraham's immediately backing off, realizing it's not necessarily worth this one. And as we can tell, Buff Enjoyers have a relatively easy take in this Walker once the wave has been shoved up. They have a combo available for Listic too. So Arzo, you definitely don't want to be in the front line. Eternal Darkness, or Eternal Night being used to push back Shark and OCs, and it looks like they'll get 2 Walkers off of this push. A Rejuve and 2 Walkers. This is crazy, Sundown.
Yeah, I mean, it's just snowballing further. Again, we talked about how the lead was right there, and it's just going to keep opening up. But more importantly, you lose all map control, and they stop when they say it's time to stop. They're going to keep pressing forward. They're going to harass these Guardians. They still have 2 more Rejuves. Rake did get pressured out a sizable amount, down to just about 300 health, almost full bursted, and will be forced back. But look at the timer on the Rejuve. They still have plenty of time. And then look in the bottom right-hand corner. There is so much farm up on the map that they can take a second, they can breathe, they can back up, they can pick up some of these sinners, some of these 3-stack camps that are there, and this lead's ultimately probably going to open up to potentially about 25 or 30k when this Rejuve is done. And how do you fight that with your Abraham's comp from behind? Like, you just don't have the damage to get through and kill anybody now.
Well, speaking of damage, can we actually take a look at player damage done so far? Because Arzo might be on 26k souls, but I want to see how many of these souls has he converted into damage for the team. I mean, he is leading at 18.3k. I thought OC's might have been a little bit higher because the amount of sustain he has in these fights. But in terms of like damage done, Abraham's have more damage. I mean, but that kind of makes sense considering Buff Enjoyers are just way inherently tankier. So there's more damage to be done to them. But Obikim, I mean, 22k souls, but he's like highest damage on his team, which is crazy. You can see highest damage per 1k souls as well. And the rest of Buff Enjoyers, I mean, they're not really matching up when it comes to Abraham's, but they're winning the fights. So why does it matter? 24k in the lead.
I mean, the efficiency and the value you're getting out of that Drifter, the damage per the 1k souls is huge, but then also you've seen basically every single fight starts with him popping his ult and basically requiring Abrahams to be that much better in their coordination. Because Drifter ult, typically in a solo queue environment, yeah, it's really strong. You force people to actually talk with their mics and potentially move next to each other or just get picked off. In a team environment, you usually still know where everyone else is, but when you're forcing the enemies to actually then getting together, it's so much harder to then end up getting those comms in and then also executing. And Obikim is just a walking value machine right now. It's impressive.
Like how you say, the drift ult forces your team to use their mics, and I mean that's a challenge all on its own, to be honest. And it still doesn't get people to talk in some of my games, but obviously at this level of play, you got to talk and communicate. And OC's already being forced back. Oh no, Listic's on the hunt. Combo, ready to go. Backs off though with his teammates not here, and I feel like they know they kind of have this in the pocket. Like they for sure have this game if they just continue to play the way they have been doing and look to snowball. It's more about Abrahams and what can they do to get back in this game, and they have to look for picks somewhere. But how do you facilitate and create these picks? And it's either off a Baroness Hotel, which honestly I don't think is a good way to do so because Buff Enjoyers are so fast to get around the map, or you have to get a nap time, and I don't think you necessarily want to commit a nap time for 1 kill. So it's very hard, in my opinion, for Abrahams to like open up these kills unless Buff Enjoyers make positional mistakes.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to have to be an overcommit. Like we talked about the window for Arzo to kind of be the big fish in the pond. But now you look and everybody else is already, like Zerky's ahead of him. Cosmetical is ahead of him. Rake is right behind him. Hoot is on fire on the tank and not too much behind. So the economic lead isn't quite there anymore. They can't really front to back. You need to be jumping on people and catching Buff Enjoyers out. but all of your tools in order to do that are effectively close range, and then also your disengage tools. So if you do catch somebody out with a cart, or catch somebody out with a tornado, or you use a nap time or use a Baroness, what happens after the fact when the rest of Buff Enjoyers comes bearing down on you? You don't now have the tools to get out of that. So it's incredibly hard. And realistically, as you said, Buff Enjoyers just got to keep doing what they're doing. Keep farming the map, keep what's going, because like we talked about, that rejuve just fell off and they're up to a 30K lead now.
26 minutes in, 30K lead is devastating. Might be seen a catch on a task on the right-hand side of the map. Immediately see the rotations come on through. Rem's going to be there as well. It actually might be costing multiple lives. So he had the good gush on to Vrake. He turned to Shadows, though, buys him a lot of time as he gets through with the help of the door. And yeah, they get initial cash, but what kills are they getting off of this? I mean, maybe the Shining Wonder might be enough. Listic is extremely low in health as OC is able to take him down. I don't know what's happening with this door, but I am damn well confused. At the end of the day, they get a kill. But no, Abrahams, what are you going to do off of this one kill? It's not like you have the lead close enough to confirm it into more necessarily.
Yeah, and also too, looking at the map, there's not necessarily a ton up right now, right? The only thing that they could really be pushing for that would make a realistic difference is going and getting one of those walkers, but you don't really have the tools to force one of those 5v6. I think now, luckily, with the rift timing coming up, they will get a window to potentially force a fight over there. They'll have a decent amount of resistances. If you were going to take and win a fight, it would be in the rift pit at this point in time. But even then, I'm not sure it's going to end up being enough. You see them trying to get the pressure over there, and additionally too, there's no walker in that lane either, so worst case scenario for Buff Enjoyers, they can just give it and then clear it after the fact, which is going to look like it. They're not going to fall for the trap of fighting into that resistances and maybe giving Abrahams a chance, because they can just keep farming the map out.
We're going to go mid boss here.
Yep.
Try transformations up for together. I mean, to be fair, if they steal away like 1 or 2 rejuve crystals, it's not that big of a deal, because I think they have the position and the damage to punish the rest of Abrahams. But here we go. Rejuve's going to be falling. Abraham's going to come in from the side of wall, being used to zone them out. And this is pretty clean take. 2 rejuves immediately coming on through as the parries are followed up with. But Task falls before they have a chance to get a single one together. Is able to secure the 1 rejuve crystal. And it might be popped onto Arzo right off the bat. Breaker immediately closes the gap. Oof. And Arzo, he needs to put in the damage. He needs to put in the work here. Going up against Zergy. I mean, he can't die. The rejuve crystal's gone, but he will. Unfortunately for him, Zergy gets the cleanup on towards him. And Abraham's down 3 players on the retreat together. I don't know if you win this one. I don't know if you survive this, but he's sure as hell going to try. And Vrake, just in this 1v1 situation, cleans him up. And that's 4 clean kills coming from Buff Enjoyers. Yes, they might lose the rejuve crystals, but they get the man advantage. And they're also going to get the opportunity to potentially push down these shrines.
Yeah, Shark trying to just get something. They're trying to push this walker down on the other, potentially unslot lock themselves. If they have boosts and get back, they might be able to put some kind of pressure on them. They do have the Shining Wonder, could get a tornado, try and block somebody up and have the curse hit as well and burst the target out. But it's so risky in this situation. If you do end up getting picked out at this point in time, the death timers are long enough where it could then end up causing you to lose that tier 1 patron and likely end up locking up the rest of the game. And even then, it's taken OCs a very long time to get back. We'll try and get the Doorman Kidnap coming through. We'll get the Baroness onto Hoot, but he's nice little corner boost. We'll get the melee to end up not eating the big stun or the damage. Creates a gap, gets the healing coming out, shoulder charge, and he is out and away. However, he's still sandwiched between OCs as he's coming back out, cutting him off, and he will be the only one to go down. But at the cost of a shrine, that's not too bad.
Typically here you would probably see a chase come in out of Abraham's, but the rest of Buff Enjoyers are just too far out. There's no way to close that gap. Witchmail being picked up here for OCs. Escalating exposure. Even a blood tree be potentially on the line here. Be a pretty big secure. And you gotta be careful. Cosmeticals like right above him with Zergy. OCs, this is not the situation. This is not the time you want to be going down.
Yeah, does he have the movement? We'll get the Shining Wonder off. Some great bounces coming through. The turrets will end up helping him. Their wall kind of hurt Zergy in this circumstance. And OC says, fine, I'll do it myself to the best of my ability. But that's not too much when everybody else is showing up, trying to create the distance. We'll use the Dispel and then gets a huge heal to ultimately keep him standing up. But, I mean, again, you got away. Congrats. Awesome, but it's still, you're still down 30k. That's tough.
And not to keep glazing Buff Enjoyers, but I think you're seeing it really well in this game that they're never in situations where like one player is picked off and there's no one there to back them up. Like as in, you're never going to get engaged on one player with them alone. Buffingers play around each other and play like in as close proximity so damn well. Paired in with the fact that they're insanely skilled when it comes to movement, they're always there to support each other. Like you see the initial catch on a Zergy, but immediately Obikim, Cosmetical are going to be there to help him out when needed. And Abraham's, I mean, the one thing about Doorman that provides you is like this zone of like do not enter. The fact when your door's down like this, you have the ability to kidnap people. We've seen Abrahams do this in the past. Like they get tasked with like a Veil Walker, they push him up towards the front ends of these doors and they look for the cart back. But he's not really been able to do that in this game. And right now he's just looking for an earned turn-in. Yeah, I think he just doesn't want to get caught here in enemy lines when they have a Mo and Krill. And plus, and plus Drifter obviously gives away your position if you're anywhere near Drifter too.
Yeah, being able to get those heartbeats in, you can see like he's spec'd almost completely for the utility to be able to get that set up. But I want to kind of pose a question here, Jason. Does Buff Enjoyers have the necessary range to be able to push this down without getting a pick first? Because I'm not sure if the answer is yes. I think that Buff Enjoyers is, if Abrahams just decides, hey, we are going to give up the map in full turtle and play around kidnapping and play defense on the shrines, I think Buff Enjoyers might legitimately have a hard time actually closing that gap to make it work.
See, I think that's why maybe we're waiting for a rejuve to come up again. We're waiting for that mid boss because you have the ability to just throw away one of those deaths and that kidnap won't be as clean. Oh my God, who? That's a jump scare and a half. Maybe trying to push him back to the doors so they can confirm this kill, but look at the rest of the minimap trying for Buff and George trying to immediately get this position, but I think he popped unstoppable or had seismic impact pop well inside, so he could be carted back in. Gets a huge shoulder charge on through as Cosmetical confirms the one kill, and we'll send down that question you asked. It was Abraham's helping Buff and George get the pick as Cosmetical picks up two and looking for the third.
Nah, Hoot's disgusting. That was gross. That was so good. The way to have the seismic impact prep so that he was able to follow it up into the immediate shoulder charge is the epitome of the I'm not stuck in here with you, you're stuck in here with me, whatever you want to call it, call an ambulance, but not for me. Hoot just put them all on a platter, locked them up, threw away the key, and now they're pushing that shrine down. They said, hey, we don't need the range if you throw our tanky engage directly on top of your best members.
Maybe we can get a replay of that just to see it one more time, because it looks like we will have Buff Enjoyers back away to go for mid boss. That lead continuing to grow, approaching 40k now. Yeah, I mean, Hoot, I think is, in my opinion, Hoot is the best player in the world. I thought it was Demov in 2025, but 2026 alone has proven that Hoot, it's like the year of Hoot. Look at this. Seismic impact right when he comes out, goes onto the other side of the door, so he's not carded. That, yeah, that's goated, just as you said. That opens up this kill.
It's so good because people don't expect players coming out of the Baroness to then be a threat to them, right? And you've seen it before with Infernus Ultimates coming through as well, but the seismic impact from Abrams and what it enabled the rest of his team to do, it was just timed so perfectly. And now, like, Zergy's at 50k. Like, good luck fighting that. Good luck fighting Cosmetical. When he's able to close the gap and do that much damage that quickly, they're able to get the pick. They're going to get the mid boss. You saw it in the frame and frame. Going forward with the Nox Nostra, going to pick up Sane as well. And now this one is all over. The contract is written in blood, and it's Abraham's blood that's being spilled all over the place, much to the delight of the Vampire squad of Obikim and Cosmetical.
Yeah, they're not done just yet, though. They want to go for mid-boss before they close those out. Look at Hoot. He's actually in the base right now, looking for some more charges to serve up more feastings on the platter. Joined by Vreg. Riju's being picked up. And even if Listic goes down, or sorry, if Hoot goes down, it's not a big deal, as Vreg has been thrown to the Baroness Hotel. Counterspell immediately as he comes out as well. The Shining Wonder's bouncing, but honestly, is the Shining Wonder going to do enough damage? Hits quite a few different targets, but OC's has already gone down. And there we go. Together going on through with the Shadow Transformation, but it's just transforming into his death back into spawn, leaving it all on Arzo and Tass. And as you pointed out, Buff and George is going to be closing this one out in a 2-0 affair once again for 4 weeks in a row. You know, we used to have an overtime pay where if you pick up enough wins in a row, eventually there's a bounty put on your head, and we might have to bring that back if Buff and George can't seem to stop these wins.
8-0 in the past 4 weeks, and at the 1-year mark of the Deadlock night shift, there is no question who is sitting on top. The buff enjoyers have enjoyed the winner's buff the whole time, and as Cosmetical is on a 7 kill streak, Zergy is opening up nearly a 25k soul lead on most of the lobby. Buff enjoyers will take down Abraham's 2-0 to conclude the EU side for the 52nd Deadlock night shift, and that was so much fun to watch.
And much more fun to cast as well, as you were talking about in the break. Nice to cast for once. And buff enjoyers, they just can't seem to lose anymore, and they're looking stronger every single week, showing so many different things and so many new things as well. Like, I mean, Listic on Mo, haven't seen that in a very long time, bringing McGinnis back. It feels like it was a knee-jerk reaction out of all the players in North America to just say, okay, McGinnis is dead because of the nerf to the damage. Well, Zergy made it work. We saw it used earlier on by OCs as well in our challenger match. And this team, it's goated, and it's goated for a reason. And we have yet to find a team that can consistently beat them and put them on the back foot. And honestly, I could rewatch these highlights once and once again. Like this rotation out of Break. I mean, obviously not having the same level of impact in this game as he had in the first, but the impact he did make really helped. Like, who continued to power up and really kind of save the lanes.
He just offers so much roam pressure. You know he's going to show up, and it makes it so that, like, anytime you're kind of asking yourself, can I make a play? You have to ask. It's like, well, is Vrake going to show up and then pick up 2 kills and the game's going to be over? Because that's how consistent. This play was gross. This is so good. I love when people do this, because being able to subvert the expectation that that Baroness is something strong for your team, and then just immediately turn it around with the seismic impact into the shoulder slam. I mean, Hoot had 2 fantastic games here. And it's crazy because it feels like every single player we talk about on buff enjoyers had a very high moment where they did something insanely gross over the course of the game, and that's the strength of the team. You talked about it. When you take top 100 players and then you put them together and it keeps working, but not just keeps working, but makes each individual piece even better and complements each other, that's what you've gotten with buff enjoyers, and there is a very good reason why they're 8-0 in the last 4 matches.
Yeah, star power is something I've talked about a lot when it's come to teams like the old school Leviathan. I kept saying so many times week in and week out. I mean, yeah, you have like OCs, he's their star power, but who do you have beyond that? Who else can be that star power in the roster? And you look at buff enjoyers, and literally every single person on that team can be a star in any given match. And I think that's one thing that also makes them so deadly, is anyone can pop off in any single match, any single series. And a lot of teams struggle to have that. I mean, the thing is, Abraham's, I feel like they kind of technically do have that. It's just kind of on a different level. I think, okay, to be fair, I think Shark hasn't really had the star power as of late. He's had a couple of good games here or there, but they've been far and few between. Together also has a pop-up potential, but it used to be mostly on like Yamato and Shiv, and we haven't really seen much past that. Arzo as well can have that pop-off potential when he gets to the super late game, but to be able to have it in different stages like Buffinger has is one of the things that really shows the difference between the two teams.
Yeah, and I mean, I want to look at this chart for a second, because one, looking at the fact that OCs and Arzo were pumping out damage. It's just nobody was actually falling over. But more importantly, look on the kind of lower half in the middle of your screen. Everybody except Vrake on buff enjoyers had double-digit healing. 27k, 18k, 13k, 19k, 16k. That's an insane amount of tankiness that is coming through before you even count the innate stats that their heroes end up having. And no wonder that OCs and Arzo are able to put up nearly 50k damage and still not drop anybody. It's because of how well they were able to execute and absorb that. And then I'll say on one side, I think Abraham struggled to get OCs and Arzo in the same fight at the right time. They had a couple of windows where they had leads or had pressure or had spikes and couldn't find the fight. But then to flip over on the other side of that, buff enjoyers did a really good job of not giving them those fights.
You know, when you said look at the bottom half of this graphic, I thought they were going to call out Listic being 0-3 and having no kills, but I'm so glad he didn't do that. I mean, it didn't matter, right? Listic did his job. He hit the combos when he needed to. He kind of played not necessarily like a forefront position or star of the team. He played more supporty here, and it worked out so well for them, able to get 18 assists across the board. But to steal the show, I think at the very end, it had to have been Hoot, and I'm not sure who our MVP is. I was trying to ask for you to choose who our MVP was, but I kind of chose it for you because that's the direction I thought you were going. So I kind of gave it to Hoot here, and I think it was deserved.
Absolutely. I mean, player of the match, like he can have player of the series in my eyes. His pressure on both the Apollo and the Abrams was insane. We talked about the burger boxing, but to effectively be gapping OCs on Celeste when OCs was playing absurdly well this entire series shows that there is levels to this game. And if there's a question of who is the best player versus who is the second best, right now you're putting Hoot in the conversation for the best player on any given hero at any particular time right now. And I would say that seismic impacts and the value he was able to get out of this ultimate on Abrams was insane, because I talked about earlier how normally it requires a little bit of setup to be really good. He goes, Sundown, I am the setup. Look at me, I got this. And this play right here, perfect.
Didn't expect to hear you blow a kiss, but I think it was definitely deserving of one here. I mean, you were talking literally before this moment as well as like how like Abrahams could probably turtle this. Like, how are Buffingers going to get in when they have a defense of Abrams to deal with? And it was kind of an indirect helping for Buffingers to set things up with that door right there. But the thing is with Hoot, I feel like he's got the mechanical skill to match like the mental knowledge of the game at the same time. Like the forethought to be like, I'm going to seismic impact through this and it's going to open up a kill opportunity and we're going to be able to snowball off the back of this, communicate it to the team, and the team to know what to do off the back of that was so as I'll do for you. Chef's kiss. I don't think you'd hear the kiss, luckily, though. I think is honestly, you could have given MVP to quite a few different players. Don't forget about Vrake in game one on the Calico was dominating. Zergy was consistent as ever. Obikim had some great flexes between a couple different heroes. Cosmetical also played so consistent on the Mina and then the Venator in the first game. Just an all-around really good team, and that means Buffingers once again add another 2,000 to their tally. I think it puts them at like $102,000 or $104,000 earned so far in their Deadlock's career, which is absolutely insane. But you know what, Sundown? The show's not done just yet. Let's take a look at our bracket here to get you guys caught up on what's happening in EU if you're just joining us, and more importantly, what's to come up next. Buffingers for 4 weeks in a row, as you pointed out, 8-0 up against Abrahams here as they take home another title once again. But that brings us into North America. We have Vanguard Gaming, the newcomers. Technically not two newcomers, but at least in name they are, taking on Melee Creeps as the winner will go on to play against Paupers Pupils. But more importantly, we got ZP back in the house, joining us back after his little vacation, joining DDK on the mic. But that's all going to happen, though, on the other side of a break. Is once again a big shout out to Intel Gamer Days to make this one happen at Amazon. We'll see you guys after a short break for some North American madness.
Headed to yellow. I see Abrams.
take out Yamato. Let's take out Yamato.
Get used to it. This is gonna be happening all night.
Just down.
I see Drissa.
Dangerous work.
I see Calico.
Yamato's down.
See the enemy.
I see Drissa. I see Drissa.
Headed to yellow.
Can't escape me.
I see April.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Night Shift. Night Shift number 52 as we head to our North American portion. ZP here at DDK. And Dan, can you believe it? A year's worth of weekly shows.
Yeah, I kind of can believe it almost, ZP, because we are enduring, and we're enduring because of our beautiful fans and because this game is so damn good and it keeps getting better. So I'm not too surprised that we're still here deadlocking. I am surprised that we are still the waiting room for the open beta.
Yeah, I mean, it's got to be coming some point. And hey, we also got clarification recently that it was a beta at all with the recent ranked season coming in, where it was still well, have they ever said the word beta? And then the new ranked season actually says beta season 1. But for those who are tuning in, we got to talk about how things work here on the Night Shift. Of course, first, we'll talk about the format. And it's pretty simple. We take some of the best teams in EU and NA, and we have them play against each other here every Wednesday. And we kick things off with our challenger match, which leads into the money match immediately thereafter. And, Dan, EU, Buff and Joy are still on top.
Yeah, it's really cool to see that they're crafting another era. You know, we've been doing this for so long under the originally the Fight Night banner, but now the Night Shift banner, and it's been interesting to see the teams that go through these dominant periods. And we have had honestly, it was a big stretch of just 2-1, 2-1, 2-1 in the finals, close games. But now Buff and Joyers, they are really cementing themselves. And ever since they added Zergy, you know, they started to perform really well after those first few weeks. And they keep on, I think, creating a bigger and bigger gap. Even if the meta changes out from under them, that their hero pool is just so crazy that they just keep getting better.
Yeah, and the interesting thing about too, it's never that they're completely untouchable, because of course a lot of the games have gone to 3, but it's the fact that Buff and Joyers seemingly finds new ways to win some of these games hero pool wise, even in times where there's not even necessarily a major patch to change things up. But to focus on today, it's going to be Melee Creeps versus Vanguard Gaming, where, Dan, I may not have been here last week, but last week was one of the first times in a long time that Melee Creeps didn't get out of the challenger match.
I know, tragic. Quite tragic. I also, so you were away because you were, traveling in Asia, and I was just about to get on a plane as well. So I actually missed that part of the broadcast as well. So it's gonna be a journey of discovery here as we see Melee Creeps looking to get out of the challengers match, and that's kind of a surprising prospect, like you're alluding to, and because you're looking at these names, and it's just, generally speaking, from back to front, a pretty damn solid team with immense amounts of experience.
Yeah, I mean, although with the amount of change that they went through, I mean, losing players like Ido and Dew and Fishcake, you cannot replace that level of talent overnight. And the fact that Melee Creeps was able to bounce back and actually win the crown pretty soon thereafter is an incredible testament to their potential. But I think it's going to take a little bit of time maybe to round things out to get back on top consistently the way they once were. But either way, with all the changes that we've seen in just this last week, Dan, I'm kind of curious to see who's going to be playing what. For example, this is going to be the return of Goober on Celeste, where Celeste is now back in action.
Yeah, Celeste definitely an absolute just criminal, I think, on the server at the moment. I think I've seen a lot of people just complaining and matchmaking in general. And I mean, Celeste did get a bunch of just buffs just over and over. It was, patch by patch. And for our perspective with Night Shift, we didn't really see teams picking up Celeste, but looks like all those damage buffs and so on to the ult and everything else have really come back into play here. And we are, I got to say, ZP, we are in this high mobility, early lane dominant type of meta, I would say. And Celeste does fit the criteria, so I'm not too surprised.
Yeah, the last on Celeste before we talk about our new team on the block, though, I think also Para's item builds, I think her current item build where, she goes healing booster and focuses more on regen is something that, people may have been undervaluing. People are like, wait, this item build makes this hero really good. And then it spreads. So, hero power just completely linked with item power. But Vanguard Gaming, and in case you're looking at this saying, yeah, some of these names look similar. Yeah, you do have a lot of players that used to be on work in progress playing for this new Vanguard Gaming squad, and they're being coached by Pure Content. So Pure Content, of course, split ways with Popper's Pupils recently, and now is with Vanguard Gaming. And we'll see what they're bringing to bear. But, from what I hear, Dan, on the Scrimbucks, it's pretty good.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing it. And again, Pure Content, an experienced coach, so that I think gives a lot of confidence already that you'll get some of the structure and just to get a team up to speed as quickly as possible. And just a quick note of seeing Graves' portrait there. And so I was actually visiting Valve over the weekend, and I was talking to a couple of the Deadlock devs. And one of the things that they asked me is, when is people going to start picking Graves again? It's like one of the things they were asking me. I'm like, I don't know, man. Maybe that's kind of more in your hands than mine.
Also, on the roster note here, just a few that are mentioned. We're talking about the overall stories. DMB is with Melee Creeps now, so back to the fold is definitely worth noting. Where DMB was off Melee Creeps, now returned. But yeah, as far as the trip to Valve and when Graves gonna get played again, I feel like Graves is such a difficult hero to get into the spot where it's like, how do you have Graves be super effective in comp and not run over every pub game? That's a level of balance that I think is gonna be tricky to obtain, but maybe we'll get there one day.
Yeah, I think things have been, I think overall pretty good. I think we've been having a lot of rotations of heroes we weren't seeing getting played for quite some periods of time. Like right now, you can kind of play more heroes than any other time. I kind of feel like, and especially if we looked at just the picks in EU recently, where we're seeing Dino, we're seeing McGuinness, we've seen Viper not too far in the distant future. We're seeing a lot of Victor, a lot of heroes that used to just never really get touched too much are kind of making their way back in.
Yep. Well, now that we move along here, sorry, I just got a few DMs. People, I was like, this roster is this. It's like, guys, I just go off of what I've been given in DMs from all this, but it's NA. Things change day by day, Dan, as it turns out. The roster mania just, it's always in flux.
Yeah, it totally is. And I think that's something that's, it's never super fun to see lots of instability, because maybe that can make the games more volatile and affect the quality of the matches. But at the same time, I think we do see that kind of balancing that happens inevitably when people figure out what works, and then you get to seeing these new rosters form, and you get to see a higher level every time. So I kind of like this level of roster destruction, and then the reformation. It just keeps going. It goes at a very rapid pace so far in Deadlock Esports pre-open beta. But hey, it's I think it's been fun to see ZP.
You know what else is fun to see? Where the one thing we've kept consistent week in, week out. Okay, we changed up a little bit when the new heroes dropped, which we'll probably do again when there is new hero drop, but we got our Mo 1v1. Some traditions have to be maintained, especially after a full year of shows, and already the two moles getting into it. See which team is going to get their choice of first or second pick, and for now, whoever is in the blue trunks, can I give it to it's Lord NM? He's just absolutely crunching Dan.
Oh my god, it's too easy, just slapping away.
Also, why is Lord NM in on this 1v1?
Yeah, no, I wasn't going to ask that question.
Was he brought in as just a Mo 1v1 ringer? Is that actually... And he's showboating right now.
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh, this is tragic. Saya. Lord NM just walking him down. Wait.
Whoa.
Wait.
That's not allowed.
No.
I'm pretty sure that's not regulations, EP.
The teams didn't complain, so I think Saya's just like, yeah, I was going to die anyways. So no harm, no foul, even though... technically a foul. I don't know. But that's going to be Vanguard Gaming getting their choice here, Dan.
Yeah, and, it's been interesting again because... So I know in the EU broadcast, I think maybe you might have been out at that particular moment of the broadcast, but I think Jason was asking the question, so I can kind of ask it kind of maybe on your behalf. We saw Rem get prioritized into like the #1 pick slot. I don't know that NA is going to be doing such shenanigans as that, but I am curious like where you think things are at the moment, because it for a long time with the way that the draft works, the bans are kind of a given, but right now the top 3 on either side, I feel like there's a lot up to interpretation.
Yeah, I mean, as evidenced by the fact that you have a small patch, and even without a lot of things changing, that would have resulted in some of the things that we're now seeing, things have changed up actually pretty dramatically going over that period of the last 2 weeks. And NA and EU are very often not aligned. One thing that I think they'll both probably be aligned on is the fact that we probably will see Celeste in both regions today. But also on the top end, you still have heroes like Mirage and Pocket, eating bans at the beginning. So, a lot of the top 4 of the game has been still pretty stable.
Yeah, and Doorman, is Doorman going to sneak through? I still feel like Doorman is... Yeah, there we go. Okay, Doorman will get picked up there on the ban, but will we get the Billy? The opening Billy, I feel like Billy is still like best in class. With respect to the front line, can do a bit of everything, so I wouldn't be too surprised to see an opening Billy pick here, but I don't know like how teams are valuing Celeste right now. Okay, Lash is another one that's been really interesting. I feel like surprisingly of late ZP, Lash has just been incredibly valued.
Yeah, I mean, you're still getting really strong actual gun damage out of Lash while having all the threat of Death Slam, and, you know, especially the way some of the team fights have been going down in the recent meta, I mean, it works out quite well. Calico could be getting a high pick in return, and the interesting thing for me as you look at this is that, you know, does Billy go off the board here, or is it just a, you know, combo Calico Billy pick coming on in? Because if Billy doesn't get picked here, then it would be evidence is okay. NA, they're actually dropping Billy a bit lower, and in fact, they are.
Yeah, I like it. I like it though. I like it. I think one thing that's been really fun to see is how teams have been really, I guess again, focusing on these heroes that can all kind of run and dive. There's a lot of dive potential with one another. So, you know, Holiday, for example, some teams will value Holiday a bit more because it really plays into that play style. And I think, you know, Calico or Holiday, the potential for early to mid dominance is pretty high with that. But there's that Billy pick that was sort of given up in favor of the Abrams there, which I think, as you kind of, I guess we're noting, was somewhat surprising. But Lash Billy, definitely a strong opening so far.
Yeah, I mean, the interesting thing with Billy is that obviously you lose, you know, some of the damage potential he had with the recent changes, but I think it's especially in comp play, when you look at why Billy was super effective, a lot of those situations are going to be unchanged, even losing the damage, but, you know, you still feel the fact that the character got weaker, so it doesn't entirely surprise me to drop a little bit in proud, but still first half of the draft.
Yeah, and Rem, you know, there's Rem. What's your feeling, ZP, on the state of Rem at the moment? I'm curious.
I think Rem, anytime you have like really good frontliners, Rem generally goes up in value. It's why, you know, before Shiv got sent to the Shadow Realm, Rem Shiv would be something you'd see all the time. And if you have something like a Billy, that's really good. Like Billy Rem is still something you'd see Rem at, even when Rem was getting picked at his lowest. So yeah, I mean, anytime you have characters that are higher HP, generally speaking, like Rem can find a place in those comps. And in this case, it's also, I think, half on Billy and half just, you know, not giving up for melee creeps.
I will say, you know, a hero I've seen disappear is Warden, and the reason I'm thinking of Warden right now is because, you know, seeing, you know, both Geist and Mirage have been banned, right? So you're reducing some of these M1 options. McGinnis, I guess, can be played in such a fashion, so we'd be curious to see if that's the way melee creeps will go with it.
Yeah, the interesting thing here for melee creeps is that you think about the historical roles. Now you have DMB on the team. You have John and DMB. Now, if you're going to be playing McGinnis, more M1 McGinnis that we've been seeing recently, which of the two players do you put on the McGinnis? I almost guess it'd probably be more DMB, but you know, John has surprised every now and then. Be like, no, I actually put this in my hero pool. It is completely fine.
We get the Drifter coming in. Celeste was banned, of course, as well. Worth noting, I suppose. Ivy and Rem is interesting. So that's gonna be quite fun. Drifter, Billy, Lash. I mean, still an Ivy, Rem, pretty mobile lineup right there for Vanguard Gaming. Overall, Billy comes in, or rather, Bebop comes in for melee creeps. So, you know, you got your pick options there. Bebop has become a bit more popular again recently. So I think kind of a nice value pick towards the end of the draft.
Also, the fact that Goober can actually get Bebop late in the draft now, where, remember, this was going like super early in the draft in recent times. So, you know, things have cooled down a little bit there. But okay, we have our answer. There's no world where John's not on Venator. I refuse to believe that. So I think it's going to be probably DMB McGinnis, John Ven, you know, Goober Bebop, for those wondering how this is going to break down. Hey, willing to be surprised, but I got you. The stats generally show for melee creeps. If you have John on Ven, it usually works out for them.
I kind of like Infernus here as well, you know, with all these massive hitboxes. I think, you know, it's going to be really easy to get a strong start and you know, try to dominate some of these lanes. You know, Venator's fat, Bebop's fat, McGinnis is pretty fat and slow, Abrams. So yeah, a lot of good targets with respect to that. But definitely feels like there's a big disparity here, ZP, in terms of tankiness, if we think about what melee creeps have against Vanguard Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, on the other hand, the Vanguard Gaming team fight is absolutely heinous. Like, I'm terrified looking at how some of the team fights are going to break down for Vanguard Gaming, should they actually get even team fights. The problem that they could run into is the fact that if there's a reasonable lane phase, especially like if whatever lane Goober's in is able to get somewhat ahead and Goober's able to roam, like there's a lot of ways, I think, with both Bebop and Calico that melee creeps can set the tempo in the game. Also, the fact that Saya finally got Abrams, right? Where you look at the last month of melee creeps play, a lot of teams were going out of their way to just prevent Saya from being able to play Abrams. So a lot of comfort picks for melee creeps, and a comp that is actually going to be able to pretty effectively put down pressure in the early to mid game. If Vanguard Gaming, however, can survive that stretch of pressure and get into some of these team fights more cleanly, like their team fight is unreal.
One thing I think is interesting, we get the Infernus Lost Pick CP is someone that didn't get picked or banned is Pocket. And, whenever I see all these tanks, I'm thinking Pocket's obviously often quite a nice one to be able to get those afflictions on through and just I think tends to do well against these lineups that aren't as mobile.
Yeah, I mean, it is interesting. You talk about like what isn't in the draft. The fact that Pocket, they've been a mainstay. And in this instance, where's Pocket?
Yeah. I mean, like someone that gets banned first ban, like in a lot of games very recently, just completely going missing here. I mean, maybe that's just a comfort thing. Pocket can be somewhat of a specialist hero for some. So maybe that's part of it. And melee creeps, I don't think melee creeps ever really cared to play Pocket too much, except unless, obviously if I guess Ido's there playing it. History, I guess Ido and do, right? Melee creeps aren't thinking about it as much, I suppose, with their roster right now, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, melee creeps, they did lose their number 1 and number 2 Pocket players effectively in one team breakup, right? Where, by the way, for those wondering, it's like, when's the Ido team gonna be showing up? I keep hearing, well, I think I heard like 2 weeks from now from Ido, like 2 weeks in a row, where that's at, but presumably soon is what I'll say. I'll just hit you with the soon. But I've been hearing 2 to 4 weeks for 2 to 4 weeks now, so maybe next week, maybe the week after, because that'll be great, especially if you get the melee creeps versus a new Ido team matchup, which I'm sure chat will very much behave themselves for, Dan.
Yeah, and it's cool. We have to wait for it. We don't just get it straight away. So there's a bit of anticipation that gets to build up, and they get to bring some better form to what will eventually be a matchup that's going to have a lot of interesting storylines. So I'm here for it, and obviously that gives Vanguard Gaming the chance here to get in on this challenger match as well.
Also, we have a clarification to make for legal purposes here, which is important because it is the truth. Pure Content just noted he is still with FPSL. He is not with Vanguard officially. He is just helping them for now. So Pure Content is just the the helpful advice coming from the corner right now is Pure Content, but he is not officially the coach of Vanguard Gaming.
What a guy. Just spreading the knowledge, helping out where he can. I love to see it.
But yeah, Dan, right now, we're just waiting for the teams to get in the game. It wouldn't be North America if there wasn't a bit of delay before getting into game. It's about as synonymous with NA as EU is with pausing.
Yeah, definitely. And this is a good moment to go over some of the win conditions. We'll see how the laning breaks down in terms of the the setups there. But for this game, as EP, they're looking at the drafts right now. Win conditions. Usually, we're looking at the McGinnis, right? Got to have the winning lane. Got to be set up there to tempo out. Is that how you see this?
To an extent, yeah. I mean, I think melee creeps also have the stronger draft overall because I see them actually hitting their win conditions a lot more readily than Vanguard. Vanguard basically has to survive out of the window where Calico Bebop is really strong and we're potentially getting an advantage from McGinnis, able to snowball lanes. The thing that's also, I'm looking at this here is like, whoa, okay, that's actually a thing. It is actually going to be John McGinnis DMB Venator, which, okay, it's not like DMB hasn't played a ton of Ven, but you'd think if there was going to be one person to swap off the Venator to the McGinnis, it wouldn't be John sacrificing the Ven, but here we are.
Yeah, it's interesting too, because John's style of play tends to be the very greedy M1. So that's kind of how you play Venator. You don't play Venator off of like the position one or the greediest player on the server. So because you can make the arguments to say that, okay, well, McGinnis, you can play like that, but I wouldn't see you playing that style with McGinnis when there's Venator on the server. I think that just be kind of weird, right? So it does put John, I think, in this less in focus in that way. So really curious how his build's going to look. Is John going to go like just heavy gun? Are we going to see some more utility like Mystic Slow, Suppressor? Like what are we going to see from John? It's going to be interesting. I mean,
if John had his way, probably nothing but gun. But also, in terms of subs, Vanguard, they got Crayon subbing on in. And, of course, credit to Crayon, I believe the first Eternus in North America. Yeah. May be wrong. Obviously, was a bit away while all that was going on. But, if anyone has played a ton of Billy as their number one elo potion, it's Crayon. So, all right. See how things work out for Vanguard Gaming.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a really, really fun a fun lineup. I think I definitely feel like Vanguard Gaming have a good shot at this one. I think, you know, when I've seen Melee Creeps, it's been a couple of weeks, I think, since I casted them, but so last I casted them, I saw they had some issues here and there with respect to, let's say, getting Goober into the positions on the map on the Bebop when he needed to be there, you know, just getting stuck on a mid lane or something. So like if they were losing the early laning phase, kind of understanding how to better kind of come back from that kind of position. So there are definitely some areas I think to exploit for Melee Creeps as they rebuild this team. They you know, find all these various holes that are going to exist and start to plug them. There's a good moment here for Vanguard Gaming to catch them off balance.
All right, the wait is over. Melee Creeps versus Vanguard Gaming. First match of the day here in North America. Coming up now during Intel Gamer Days. Dan, we'll see just what Vanguard Gaming has to offer. Also, I gotta get something out here before the match begins. People mentioning glasses this, glasses that. So normally I wear a combination of like contacts and glasses for broadcast because my prescription is too strong. When I went to put in my contacts before broadcast, the entire thing leaked out during travel, and I basically had to soak it in solution. So I might be able to switch glasses between maps, but yeah, you know, getting an eye infection on getting back wouldn't be great.
yeah, suboptimal, some may say. Okay, well, now that bit of housekeeping has been cleaned up, we can check out how the laning is being set up here by both squads. So we've got Lash and Drifter there for Vanguard Gaming on the left against McGinnis and Calico. So that's a very interesting lane. We've got the Bebop lane here, also very important. Of course, you want to get the Bebop out there roaming as soon as you can. So definitely some pressure, I would say, as EP here for Melee Creeps to be winning this mid lane against an Infernus and an Ivy. And we've got the Billy pad up with the Rem. So nothing too surprising there.
You know, it is a little bit surprising. Banana Boy coming in with the $100 donation in Canadian. I believe that's what that is. It'd be weird if it was $100 in California. And it's like, no, it's still USD. But
nice. The potassium is overflowing.
As I'm looking at the lanes here, Dan, things are getting really frisky on the left already. Taking a look at the beginnings of Calico, like on the mini map, things maybe more intense than they look off the main map. We'll see.
Yeah, so how do you look at this, ZP, in terms of like who needs to win which lane? You know, you got the McGinnis Calico. I feel like that's definitely a pretty strong lane. I think the way that the Rangers play, I think, you know, matches up decently well against a Drifter. He wants to be close, and Lash as well. So it feels like there's definitely some good potential there. I'm curious if we'll get like intensifying straight away for just like the fastest pressure possible from John.
I think in general, there's pretty high pressure on Melee Creeps to win lane phase, at least 2 out of 3 lanes. If they don't, then the fact that their team comp is actually probably worse at team fighting is going to come back to bite them and then some. It's being bitten right now. Saya ending up super low on the right. Things continue to heat up a little bit. For now, though, taking a look at John here with the Calico, and yeah, I mean, for McGinnis, 2 minutes in, Dan, this is enormous amounts of tower pressure. It's nearly at half HP.
Yeah, it's really, really nice. And we don't even have monster rounds or the intensifying out just yet. I would assume that we would see the intensifying. I think that this generally tends to be the way to go for max pressure. Wall comes out. That's a good catch onto Drifter. And this is a problem here. This might actually end up being a kill as well. So continuing the pressure, that tower is definitely going to be heavily at risk now as they keep just crashing into the Guardian off of the back of that kill.
There's very little you can do as a solo hero at this point to prevent the Guardian damage from coming on in. Like, you look at it from Biscuit's perspective, and she's probably looking at this going, yeah, that's either dead or close to dead at this point. And yeah, I mean, now down to under a quarter, Dan, with 3 minutes to go. And this is the ideal start if you're running this sort of McGinnis comp. Because as soon as they get this down, John's going to be able to rotate over and help other lanes, although it's so early, Dan, I almost wonder if the rotation will be a little bit slower this time.
Yeah, and also on top of that as well, you know, another way to play it is to, you know, have your Calico go roaming and just start trying to assassinate people, pressure other lanes that way as well, is another really good option, because Calico will get also unlocked if that's what Braden wants to do and start roaming too. So lots of options there, and I think that mid lane, unlocking Goober on the Bebop is kind of a great next objective if they are to take that Guardian down, which it looks like, as you say, like they will be able to do pretty soon. And honestly, it's going to be record pace. I'm actually curious how fast. Oh wow, 4 minutes flats. That's crazy fast.
Yeah, and if John's move here is to go over the middle and unleash Goober to start roaming, the amount that this 1-1 lane ends up potentially snowballing is actually massive. So I'm really curious to see where John's next move is. John looks to be hitting the mid, though, potentially. No? I'm just staring at the minimap. The one thing against it is that it's a little bit early. Like, a lot of rotations will usually come like 6-7 minutes. But, you know, we also don't really see Guardians die that early, Dan.
Here comes Braden, though, on the Calico, looking to pressure this mid lane. So getting freed up here for this. And there's the dive coming on through, getting the bomb there onto the Ivy. But going to be able to escape that one, it looks like. But this tower is going to take a lot of damage. So this is really the objective, you know, get this Guardian down. And then, again, freeze up Goober on this Bebop to start also pressuring the rest of the map. But hey, John alone, but still, with the intensifying, doing some serious damage right there as well to Biscuit. It's good. Oh, who gets caught on the Hyperline? That is horrendous.
The Hyperline kill on top of the catch here on the Drifter. Return the Shadow, and yeah, Dash, nowhere to go. Goes for the emergency parry, but that was a Hail Mary and a half. So left lane continuing to be problematic for Vanguard Gaming. And the interesting part here is rather than seeing John be the one to roam, and it kind of makes sense because it's what Calco do anyways. It's been more Braden's going to roam, and John is just going to get really, really large here in the left lane.
Yeah, and it's definitely something that I think teams have been finding to be quite successful. Good catch there from Goober, although that will actually get blocked, I think, by the pillar. But still, the pressure is on here. This mid Guardian still an objective that needs to be dealt with as far as melee creeps are concerned. And Braden on that Calico still rotating around to apply that extra pressure. And oh, maybe it's in trouble under the tower. John is going to go down. So, okay, we get some love going the way of Vanguard Gaming. They might be able to get the Guardian off of this.
There are limits to how much McGinnis can hold in a 1-on-2. The interesting thing is that didn't even use Death Slam for that, but Braden on the hunt for Biscuit takes her down pretty low HP wise. Elsewhere on the map, Chain Gang gonna come out into just a cube out of Birdie on the protection, and immediate parry. Crayon find himself a little bit hurt from the end here, down to half HP. Elsewhere on the map, Biscuit still just fighting for her life.
Interestingly, I was just looking at the soul value, and it's actually Biscuit that's the highest net worth player on the team for Vanguard Gaming. I wouldn't have expected that, given that Biscuit's had such a difficult lane, and that definitely doesn't bode too well for Vanguard Gaming in the early laning phase. But you know, like you said, early laning phase is it's expected that melee creeps are going to win it. Really, it's about, you know, how much do they win it by? That's kind of the question.
I was going to say, Dash, I think, senses the danger, walks back. There's a moment where I think if Dash had stayed that position even a little bit longer, Braden probably pulls the trigger, comes on in, and dives in. And still may be the case here. Although, at the very least, there's going to be a backup from Biscuit. And Braden just continually looking for opportunities here as, you know, Calico pre-10 minutes.
Yeah, so something that Calico does so very well. I think it's one of the many reasons why Calico is risen in value. It's kind of a uniquely good at that role. As the pressure comes here onto this right side lane. This is, I think, where Vanguard Gaming have had more success in general. Billy Rem is always a strong combo, looking to pressure this right side Guardian, getting some extra damage there. At the 8-minute mark here, wanting to start taking down some of these towers. And looking to get pushed back, though. Vanguard Gaming, got to be careful on the counter push here. The potential catches from Abrams, always a worry. Charge is ready to go, as is Seismic Slam, but they'll be conservative. They're not going to pop those just yet. That's a great catch on the dash back. And there is an uppercut. That should seal the fate here of Billy.
I see the enemy.
Yeah, that's one of those hooks where you just nod your head and be like, I'm dead. Nothing to be done at that point. But a brilliant hook from Goober to set things up. Elsewhere on the map, John able to find Dash, and the Guardian pressure from melee creeps continuing to be pretty good. One Guardian on the right, now down to half HP. Mid Guardian also half.
well, John John's getting a lot of farm, and that's I think that's obviously where John John's comfortable. We were talking about that in the draft a little bit. We'll be curious to kind of see what the item build looks like, if it's just a standard like gun carry stuff. But we will get something back here for Vanguard Gaming. 3 players here on the pressure. They take the Guardian out. And there is a seismic slam used to escape. Rising Ram, they're trying to force the issue. But now Rem in the middle of multiple players there, trying to get the assist on the heal there onto Wage. But that might also be the death of the Rem going a little bit too deep. And Division will indeed fall, as well as Biscuit. So melee creeps all over this early game.
The only upside in middle, DMB getting caught towards Dash at the end, but this is base. Wait, is Dash gonna get hit here? The hyperline! Brayden gets there just in the nick of time. Oh man, Dad, you look at the mini map on that one. It's like, wait a second, he's not gonna get out.
We've had 2 of those too.
Yeah. 10 seconds now till first round of buffs, and as far as game plan goes, things have gone pretty much flawlessly here for melee creeps. I think, the only surprise for me is that, rather than using McGinnis for pushing down Guardians, instead they just let Brayden be the one to feast and roam, and it's worked out quite well here so far.
Oh my god, Biscuits going in. Let's see if this is going to work out there as DMB does get caught on this Venator. Okay, there's the cube though there for the save, and will the counterplay from melee creeps here be good enough to keep DMB alive? It looks like it will be, so they've managed to force the push away. Well done by melee creeps.
Also, in the middle of that fight, we see the earn pickup come in, and should be an easy dunk for Brayden, who's going to get even further ahead now, Dan, by the way. Like, you look at the soul allocation, Brayden going to be first to hit 10k souls, as John also getting rather large. So the problem for Vanguard is that it's not just the fact that you're down this amount of souls right now, it's also the fact that people that are getting farmed are people you really don't want to be this farmed at this point in the game. Also, I mean, Saya, we've seen many times when Saya's had Abrams, like the difference between a fed Saya and a broke Saya, and Saya far more in the fed camp right now than not.
Yeah, and okay, another kill coming through. Thanks to Brayden's efforts. And I do agree. One of the things about Brayden too is that he's doing so well on the farm, but also is roaming the most, has the most roaming time. So like the efficiency there is pretty incredible. And with that said, we got an attempt at a hook. Great catch there, just lying in wait for that one. Okay, not looking to go for the finish, the follow-up. It's not quite happening here. In fact, the turnaround is looking very dangerous for Goober, able to escape with the help of the cube, and a good assistance now coming in from the remainder of melee creeps who were around that position as well. And they've actually spread apart the Vanguard Gaming side, so looking to take control of this mid position, melee creeps, and neither side losing a player is pretty great, I think.
I mean, a lot of that is on Birdie. I think Birdie, if you were to count it up this game, Birdie has saved something like 4 or 5 deaths with Cube, which even by Visca standards, it's actually a lot. Like, the amount of impactful cubes has been huge. Now, in under the shop, Gooball gonna come on out. Brayden not being deterred too much here so far, in near the teleporter. Wage falling in the crossfire. And now it's going to be Division looking for a way out, but needs to find something to jump to, if it's possible. Real soon, and not going to happen before Birdie brings out the goo.
Yeah, now Goober actually might be in some trouble. Hello. We've got Eurodomini there from the side. BMB doing some serious damage. A couple kills going the way of melee creeps. Seems like they're getting a lot of kills overall here in this game so far. And they've managed to get an 11k advantage with the first rift being on that right side, and very deep position for Crayon over on the left side on the defense of this Walker. Trying to see what he can do here, but John is just going to just power this down. What is there to defend against this? Division will make his way across for that attempt at the defense. More players coming in. Drifter now coming in as well. Dash potentially trying to help the defense. And this pressure is pretty difficult to deal with.
Yeah, and elsewhere though, Biscuit, she's gonna go in for the Death Slam, follow-up Stone Form. DMB in all sorts of danger, and finally one that Birdie isn't gonna be over and around to save. However, decent resource investment, and the hook from long range. A little bit of Bebop versus Lash action, enough to take down Biscuit.
And you look at the scoreline now, and it's close somewhat actually. 6k difference. I think the Rift obviously is definitely helpful for Vanguard Gaming. It's a great comeback at all in that respect. However, the whole map at the moment being in somewhat of an equilibrium creates an interesting opportunity. Of course, Melee Creeps getting the lion's share of a lot of these kills, I would say. Without looking at it, I'm curious actually if we looked at the kills and what the exchange looks like overall in the game so far, because it does feel very Melee Creeps sided with what Braden and Goober have been doing. Yeah, there you go.
How many trophy collectors do they have? I think it's 2 right now, right? Just on both Goober and Braden. Which also makes sense given the fact that they're effectively running a comp where Goober and Braden are generally double roaming here. But okay, we got 2 trophy collectors. And again, another quick catch on the Biscuit. Nowhere to go and might end up leading to more. Saya there in the follow through.
In the meantime, you know, there's always constant pressure on that left side lane thanks to John. And you kind of, it's something that you really want to be able to deal with and find a way to gank him. But I think the rest of the team of Melee Creeps are doing a good job pressuring the rest of the map. So you may not ever have quite the numbers or players that you want to try to take down John. With that said, but the Bridge Plus coming on through and will be grabbed, I assume, here by Melee Creeps. Ooh, potential trouble for Dash. Gets caught. Veil Walker is very difficult to deal with indeed. And there is the conversion. Dash goes down.
I feel like variations of that have been happening to Dash all game. Oh, another hook in from Goober. We'll see if the full fall through is going to be there. Goober kind of low HP. Doesn't matter. Enough backup to quickly dispatch Biscuit once again. And elsewhere, Braden's out for blood too. Melee Creeps scoring wins all across the map here, Dan. And we'll see. I mean, this is almost at the point where you wonder, you get the Infernos, do you go for a super early mid-boss? I don't think it'll be the case this time around, but for Melee Creeps, they're going to get a walker off of this, I think, for sure this time.
And this has been the threat constantly, is that John is just going to keep pushing that lane eventually. If you don't have players to deal with it, you are very much in trouble. And so that walker's going to go down. And nice puddle punch there, pushing Wage deeper into his aggressive position, but no follow-up for that one. We'll see a large amount of plays here from Vanguard Gaming on the right side of the map here. There is a potential to maybe catch Braden. Braden on the cat. Ava very, very hard to catch.
The problem is Vanguard Gaming, they cannot exist on the map without someone being threatened with how the Melee Creeps comp is set up, which is exactly what we talked about in the draft phase, that this is a comp that's going to be able to apply a lot of pressure in the early to mid game. And now, wow. Infernos trying to buy a little bit of cover post-hook. It's enough to actually force Braden to do the rare backup. Braden, who's usually been able to just hold forward this entire game without fear. John, a little bit of danger, gonna get the cube, and this is turning into a big team fight here, Dan. Concussive Combustion lane the fight, Vanguard Gaming trying to make something happen. Elsewhere, though, Goober just runs down Ivy with the laser, and now brings out the even bigger laser to send Dash to another level of pain.
Yeah, Stalker's Monk there to make things a little bit more awkward, but ultimately it doesn't really matter here. It's great damage across the board from Melee Creeps. They're already keeping everybody up and trying to get an angle. Hook goes out, doesn't quite find that one, but such a difficult battle here for Vanguard Gaming. They get forced all the way back. The mid-boss now coming in as an easy prize here for Melee Creeps. And for Vanguard Gaming, that means Biscuit does have a death slam, but there's no follow-up really behind this. Nobody's in position to contest. And with McGinnis there with the turrets as well, I don't think... Yeah, the wall is up actually, so there's just nothing you can do about this to stop it. And now finally, Melee Creeps on a significant advantage on the objectives, and they can keep tempoing out.
Even if Biscuit... If she wanted to go in there, I don't think she could because it was off camera, but I think she was just getting pressured by 2 members of Melee Creeps just to make sure. So there wasn't even an opportunity to go for the Hail Mary steal. But at this point, Dan, you have to start asking yourself, what does a good team fight for Vanguard Gaming look like? And they're so far behind now that even if they didn't have 3 rejuves against them, landing your ideal engagement might not be enough. It's starting to get pretty dark.
Yeah, I think especially with the comp that Melee Creeps have as well, it's very tanky as well, so that's that difference. Like the damage that you need to capitalize off the ults, it becomes a kind of a tax. And we'll see now the fight get taken by Melee Creeps. Eternal Darkness was connected with a couple players, but It's not going to matter too much here for melee creeps. Very happy to occupy 4th position. There is a beautiful Google coming on through as well, just stampeding through the fight. And now Biscuit over the top of the Death Slam. 3 players caught into the tower. Is there a stun follow-up? Is there anything to do with this? It doesn't look like it too much is going to go their way here. Vanguard Gaming doing their best to try to get these catches. Biscuit still doing big damage from the skies, but melee creeps are undeterred.
Also, melee creeps are just greedily splitting right now to great effect. I mean, they're not only at mid, but take a look at DMB off here on the other walker while this goes on, able to get the... I think that was still solo walker cred. Maybe. The range is actually quite large. But either way, Kran, who went in to try and distract, gets immediately crunched against the wall by the full court press. And yeah, I mean, none of this is getting any better for Vanguard Gaming.
No, certainly not. It's the macro at this point is just very, very difficult. Now everybody's for the melee creeps now on this right side lane. Looks like they're going to go back here for the Rift contest. I mean, why not? They are quite far ahead. His resists are worth fighting for if you're Vanguard Gaming. Why not? We'll see the charge down onto John nap time will get used as well. There is a decent chunk of that rejuve left, so no one's really in any danger here from melee creeps. They're going to be able to pick up both the kill and the Rift as well, so that's going to crash into that right side base Guardian couplet. Is it a couplet? I don't know. I don't think I've ever heard anyone say that before, but makes sense.
No, I can't save you here. I think your assessment is correct, unfortunately. But also, okay, production, can we get a golden statue check and a kill death check here? Because I'm just racking my head. I feel like it's been a very long time since we've seen Vanguard Gaming get a single kill this game. So we got the golden statue buffs, where, you know, even in defeat, Rem's greed is still high. Quick shutdown on the Crayon, and yeah, I mean, it's just been nothing but blue in the kill feed, Dan, for the last 10 minutes, and we're kind of at the point where there may be no way back.
The tide will be paid.
Yeah, I mean, just the game plan worked out so well for melee creeps, and the potential to get these kills, both with, I think, Goober and Brayden. I think you've really seen a great game from Goober and Brayden as we see the hero damage here. Yeah, I guess actually I'm surprised about Birdie, you know, being on the top of the hero damage. I got to say that is actually kind of surprising.
I mean, for me, Birdie's the clear MVP of this game for me, even without seeing the damage. Just Birdie's well-timed cubes, especially against ults in the early to mid part of the game, the amount of kills that Birdie denied was very instrumental for melee creeps getting their snowball to the point it is now. It does not happen without Birdie playing what has been the portrait of a good Viscous game. So yeah, the fact that Birdie is also pumping damage on top of it is the cherry on top.
Yeah, I mean, I'm with you on that one. I think it makes such a big difference, and especially, again, just getting that initial advantage out of that early game. I mean, obviously, problems started when you had the 4-minute Guardian takedown. I mean, that's record pace, and that unlocks Brayden to start getting really aggressive. So, we'll see if Division can come back.
Div graphics card go shy. Wait, is it saying shy or sky?
I don't know.
I cannot read that chat bubble. I can read that one, though. Sub at TTV lard. Yeah, it must say lard, right, Dan? It couldn't be saying something else.
No.
I think we've hit the point here where this actually was planned by both teams. This was the sell out and plug your Twitch channels, act like it's a normal DC. Like, just do it at a point in the game where it doesn't matter because one team is very clearly in the lead. I mean, okay, we didn't even bring this point up for melee creeps. That's 5 people on fire, Dan. You only see this in a game where you are getting completely run over.
It's a giga stomps. Yeah. If we press tab at some point, we're going to see that there's like 3 kills for Vanguard Gaming and for like 20 plus melee creeps, I imagine. It's been somewhat one-sided in that respect. I feel like Vanguard Gaming did actually a pretty good job despite that, making the game a bit closer on the souls than you otherwise would expect. But it's not a good look at this point. It's not a good look.
Well,
Okay,
DMB,
all right.
DMB thought they were immortal, and they weren't. There are still limits, even when you're ahead of the game. However, we'll see some of those limits perhaps be tested. Biscuit, Death Slam, answered by Cube onto at least one. Slides down the stairs. Braden getting ready to go in once more. Goober out. Hook up. Waiting. That one's going to miss. Still, Vanguard Gaming probably going to be a bit of a retreat here because the Cavalry has arrived, and the Cavalry is a McGinnis. Gonna slide down the stairs, and that is one incredibly dead in Furnace and Wage.
You don't hate my turrets yet, you're gonna real
Yep.
soon.
Yeah, not much you can do about that. Interesting, we actually see Capacitor here on Goober going for the max damage. That spell slinger coming up next as well, but the game perhaps going to be over somewhat soon. The mid-boss is spawning in about 2 minutes. I wonder if the game lasts that long, because we're going to get these initial base guardians get taken down. The shrines can go down as well. Big diff on the souls here, and the McGinnis can, Jordan can set up turrets. You've got hooks for potential picks as well to keep the siege going if they really want to do that. But looks like they're giving some respect here. They're falling out.
I still think in a best of one, especially when last week you lose the best of one, you play it safe. But that doesn't mean you can't go fishing for Billy, as Crayon just gets hooked into an instant demise. And once you get 1 or 2 kills, then you absolutely can go back in and get the shrine that you missed out on.
There's our second kill. So back in they go. Just like you say, and John just having some fun here. It seems like a very tentative approach, actually. Not looking... I mean, they know mid-boss is coming up in a minute, so they can steal some farm, really guarantee it. You got to respect it, I suppose.
I think the reason why you respect it is that while people may look at this and go, well, gee, just, finish the shrine, and in the game, you're so far ahead. The only person to die in the last 20 minutes was DMB in a 1v5. Yes, but if you're the team that throws this sort of lead, that goes down in infamy, and that's not a place you want to be. Goober gonna be taking a nap. See if there's enough follow through this time around. Instead, Dash. Absolutely fine. Topped off by Rem. Goober goes down, and Vanguard Gaming able to pick up one. If there's going to be a comeback, it would start off picks like this. The problem is that for every pick you get, things like this are happening elsewhere on the map.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's a nice opportunity. Goober was down for 70 seconds. That's a really big death timer right there. But yeah, like you say, very hard to chain off of that. Mid-boss is about to spawn. So, I mean, melee crews, even down 5 against... Well, now it's 5 against 5. They can absolutely just force the mid-boss if they want to do that. We'll see what they choose to do here. There's mid-presence there for them at the moment. There are kills to be had. Biscuit running away. She'll be able to escape unharmed, mostly. But melee crews want to change that. They're operating from a forward position. Looking for this bridge buff. Definitely a good way to start off the next the push. Whether it's the mid-boss push or just trying to pressure the map again.
Also, I think for melee creeps, if they were the force mid-boss, it wouldn't be a true force. It would be the make mid-boss roar, then head out. Because one of the few ways remaining that melee creeps could throw the game would be a botched mid-boss attempt. Like, they don't need it to keep an edge, whereas Vanguard Gaming needs them to make a mistake there. Potentially come back in. Saya in off the Phantom Strike. And a very quick dispatch on the Lash. 2 instantly dead. And now melee creeps, Dan, can do whatever they want.
Yeah, they can just end right here if they want to, I think. And big fights for melee creeps where, I mean, they're just ganging up. I feel like it's pretty unfair in terms of the numbers here with those 2 instant picks earlier. Everyone's fighting in the corridor, the burger box. And we'll see exactly if there's anything else to go Vanguard Gaming's way in terms of kills. They managed to take down Goober. I guess that's something, but with only a Drifter left, what's the play here for melee creeps? They go mid-boss. They're going for the urn here. There's a Rift. They're really definitely playing it safe, falling back out the base, going for the mid-boss, picking up the objectives. They're doing all the right things.
Yeah, they're going for the combo play of mid-boss Rift, and they should be able to do that. Like, I can't imagine a world where Dash is able to threaten Saya at all here, especially not when you have Braden coming on in. However, the parry makes things a little bit interesting for half a second before the final punch comes in.
And there's Wage as well, trying to get something going. You have all the resists. But now they have rejuves as well, so definitely not a good look. And goodbye. Hello, goodbye.
Okay, 3 rejuves and now a 60k lead. We are hitting the point where melee creeps can just flex their advantage and put things to bed. There's playing safe, and then, you know, at this point, just go collect your win.
There's a line. There is a threshold. I agree. There's a threshold where it becomes we no longer respect.
Yes.
you know.
The respect, the commentator respect line is just like, just so you know, we're getting close to the line. Of course, still need stage 1 patron to go down. And of course, to go for that. Meet the second shrine that wasn't grabbed way back when. Goober looking for the hook onto a floating realm. Doesn't find it, but John certainly able to just walk forward and find Biscuit. And at this point here, Dan, there just really isn't many buttons left to push for Vanguard Gaming to make anything reasonable happen. The difference is just too high, and even if you do get a kill, Rejuve is up. So the likelihood of defending first stage patron is about nil, and melee creep should just stay for the finish here. Jengang into Eternal Night. Last opportunity to do anything for Vanguard Gaming. But all it results in is Crayon going back to spawn for what is likely the final time on this night shift.
Yes, so many kills going the way of melee creeps is kind of gross. We'll see what that tally is going to be in the end screen. But yeah, finishing things off here, just having some fun with the moment, I think, for melee creeps, as they do indeed finish off the game. And I think it's the expected result that you would think would happen, of course. But you know, good fight from Vanguard Gaming. But ultimately, ZP, this was a game plan, a draft, which just worked out just perfectly for melee creeps.
Yeah, I mean, I think the stakes were set at the draft for melee creeps, really big advantage in early to mid tempo, particularly with the Bebop and the Calico. And there was an advantage in team fighting for Vanguard Gaming if they could get there. They were not able to get there, Dan. The problem started in lane phase and then got even worse as you just had Goober and Brayden setting the tone of the game. But also, the thing that made all this work and stopped Vanguard Game from getting some of the opportunistic counter picks throughout a lot of this game was Birdie. I mean, Birdie had an absolutely magnificent game on the Viscous.
Yeah, I totally did. And it really did shock me. And I'm curious when we see the end screen, what the numbers look like, because, yeah, we saw the damage. And I was like, oh, wow, okay, it's not only just saving everyone, but also somehow doing the most damage. So that's a pretty high value Viscous right there. But we can see the McGinnis action in the highlights here. Early on, 4 minutes first stage for Guardian. It's just such an incredibly powerful thing to secure, to then enable your Calico to start assassinating the mid lane. Like, it's, oh, great. Yeah, great hooks as well from Goober. Just fantastic stuff. And I do feel like the Calico is something that's going to be an important focus, I think, for melee creeps opponents to maybe lock down in the draft. I think Brayden's performance was great.
I'm just imagining someone trying to make an argument that this game is why rank doesn't matter, because Cram was the first Eterus in North America and loses in Night Shift. Your ranked ladder doesn't do anything. It's like, okay, calm down. These are all Eternus players in time. I actually don't know if all the players have completed their ranks grind yet. It is quite severe.
Yeah, that's fair. And it is interesting too, because, you know, I think this is actually the case also. You'll see this in all esports. You'll see like the top kind of 1% or 0.1% in the rankings, like, you know, Eternus 6 or whatever. If you don't play the team version of the game at the elite level, it's like there's like an enormous like extra ceiling that exists once you do that with those specific skills, and the edges become even smaller, and it's a completely different ballpark, I would say. So I feel like getting to Eternus 6, that's like, if you want to be a pro player, that's like the first step to kind of show that you have the fundamentals in check.
Oh my goodness, Crayon just got absolutely worked from about 5 different angles there, Dan, and that is no exaggeration whatsoever.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, you look at this game here, the back end of the highlights, it really is pretty one-sided, because just the difference between the two team comps, if melee creeps got ahead to the degree that they did, there's just really very little to be done. But we got the final stat screen here, Dan, and anything that comes out surprising to you?
Okay, so I mean, we expected it. 50 kills to 6. Yeah, that kind of checks out. Really unfortunate for Vanguard Gaming. But I think for me, yeah, both the performance from Birdie and Brayden, I think were probably, the standouts. I think we saw lots of great hooks from Goober, but Brayden got unlocked straight away, right? CP, Brayden has the ability to start helping the rest of the map very, very early on. So when you have that much advantage to play with, to me, the spotlight's going to be on you, and you have to like do something with that. I think Brayden really did, and so for me, it is that toss up between Brayden and Birdie on the MVP for this one. But ultimately, I don't think anything otherwise that really stands out for me. What about you?
As I look at it, tough game for Drifter. I think Drifter obviously, kind of hit this niche a while back of, okay, Drifter's going to trade out effectively, and you get a lot of deaths. You're getting like valuable deaths. These were not valuable Drifter deaths. These were, I am just dead in the gutter. Nothing good has happened. I have fed the other team deaths. And I think a lot of it just came from how difficult the early lane phase was. But after that, I mean, Dash felt like he was getting focused on, and this was a game where just very little impact was going to be had on Drifter. But also you look at the rest of the team. I mean, a lot of effort was put on keeping down Biscuit. A lot of effort was putting down on keeping down Crayon, depending on which part of the game you're looking at. I mean, the reality is when it's 50-6, everyone took a beating, Dan.
Oh yeah, there's not much you can do to avoid that. And again, I think it was very hard because you always had this situation where John was able to pressure one lane whilst everything else was going on, and because the tempo was with melee creeps, that just meant that melee creeps were always going to get ahead.
All right, well, we got to talk about our MVP before we go any further, and that MVP is Birdie.
Nice. It's cool, man. Giving Viscous some love. I feel like we haven't seen as much Viscous as I think felt like we saw in the past, so it's cool to have it get got by Birdie, who's on the Viscous with a great Viscous performance. Best save in the game with the cube, and we saw that in spades in the first 10 minutes for sure.
Yeah, again, I think this game actually could have taken a very different run. I mean, you think about the final kill death that we saw. Birdie in the first 7 minutes of the game prevented Vanguard Gaming from doubling the amount of kills they had all game. But put it that way, Dan. Like, that's how effective Birdie's support was in the beginning. Still had a lot of damage, great disruption. I mean, look, if you're someone who wants to pick up Viscous, find the match ID for this match. It's in the lower right of your screen right now, and just look at what Birdie did this game, because I don't think it gets much better than this.
Yeah, I think that's a very fair point, because as you can see in the items, it's kind of like a mixture of damage and I guess support and setup. Veil Walker allows you to kind of get some good positions, to get some extra sustain, some mobility, a bit of decay here as well for some extra damage, and which also translates into spirit damage as well for your abilities, like some gun items, Mystic Shot. So kind of like an all-rounder build as well, which is cool to see. So yeah, I agree with ZP.
Well, you know what, Dan? We still got one more thing to talk about before we go to break, and that is it's Intel Gamer Days. Intel not only sponsoring our program, they want you to be able to get your hands on some games. You can get Tomb Raider Legacy of Atlantis and Star Wars Galactic Racer with any purchase of a qualifying Intel product right now. So if you're looking to upgrade anything on your PC, but also want to pick up a cool new game in the process, Intel's got you covered.
Yes. Qualifying purchases. And you might be able to play Tomb Raider Legacy of Atlantis. And I played the original Tomb Raider games, ZP. I don't know about you. And, back in the day, looking different right now.
Yeah, I mean, she's definitely gone through a whole lot of revisions over the years. I mean, the polygons back in the day were... I mean, everything was made out of triangles in the PlayStation era, which is why I had a Nintendo 64 and actually didn't get to play Tomb Raider. I rented a PlayStation, though, for Final Fantasy VII. That was the difference. You actually could rent game consoles at one point.
Oh, I didn't even realize that. That's pretty dope. That's pretty dope. But yeah, Tomb Raider, definitely a classic. And I do still think Holiday. I know Jason's got his thing where he's like, okay, which hero model do you think kind of would do it best in Deadlock? And for me, I don't know, Holiday makes sense because, Holiday is... I don't know, Holiday, I know it's like a lasso and like kind of like a cowboy vibe, but for me, it's actually more of like the Indiana Jones vibe, which is what Tomb Raider kind of is as well. So like, where do you fall on this?
I can see it. I mean, they're kind of pretty interlinked, right? Like if you were to say, okay, Holiday is now searching for treasure Indiana Jones style. I mean, you got the gun, you got the whip. I mean, well, not the whip. You have a lasso, which you can sort of use as a whip. I mean, it's close enough. It's sold to me, Dan.
Nice. Well, I have nothing more to add.
Nope, nor do I. But when we come back, the NA money match is going to be underway. Melee Creeps, they have won the right to go up against Popper's Pupils once more. Will this be the time that Melee Creeps retake the throne, or will Popper's Pupils again shut them down? Stay tuned. Night Shift will be right back.
My turrets yet, you're gonna real soon. Good job. And I see the enemy. I see Lash. I see Ivy.
Try to keep up. Keep your eyes on Lash.
I see Lash. I see the enemy.
better and better.
I see Lash.
He's trying to hit me. Good job. I see the enemy.
They're down.
I see Lash. I see the enemy.
I see you.
I see the enemy. I see the enemy.
This was blue.
Got one.
Items are cooled down. Viscus is on the bridge. Don't you get it? You're outmatched. Let's see who can this.
Welcome back, everyone. This is the Night Shift number 52, a full year of shows. ZP here with DDK and Dan. An NA matchup we've seen plenty of times before. Melee Creeps taking on Popper's Pupils once again.
Yeah, and I mean, this should be really interesting because Melee Crew's getting better all the time. You know, we talked about their roster shakeup, but they're against a team that's, I guess, do you call them the buff enjoyers of North America? I mean, maybe it's not fair to do that, but just the stable team, the team that has a lot of quality, the most continuity at this point.
I don't think any North American team is the buff enjoyers of anything. I'm going to be honest. Buff enjoyers has been way too stable for way too long. And NA, even if you don't see all of it behind the scenes, I am frazzled almost every other week from NA roster mania or potential roster mania. So no, there's no buff enjoyers of North America yet.
Fair. That's a fair take. Maybe I'm going a little bit too far there, but yeah, I mean, the thing is though, I'm curious, EP, what you think the ceiling is for this new Melee Crews team, and whether you feel like there's major gaps against Popper's Pupils. We're going to find out obviously on the server this week, but I mean, that's the thing that I'm most curious about, because it is kind of cool to see, you know, newer players like Braden and Birdie to this roster where they lost to Ido and Jew and so on, that they really show that they fit the team.
I think the upside of this roster is that when they've looked the best, and every time that they've won, they're a team that I think actually more than any other team really has to do well in the early mid game. Like we've seen other teams, like Buff Enjoyers are probably the great counterweight example, right? Where Buff Enjoyers are a team that over time has been able to make a lot of comebacks, being down like 10k souls, and they do Buff Enjoyers things and simply get back into the game. I don't think this Melee Creeps team in its current incarnation, they either don't do it at all or they've done it like maybe once. Like they don't do well from behind, but the way their players play, particularly, you know, since adding Goober and Brayden, and also Sai gets on one of his comfort heroes, they're really good if they get a lead of like expanding the lead. So I think if you're Popper's Pupils, your number one objective here, and I mean, yes, this is almost reductive because it's the case in any Deadlock game, but you really don't want to lose early and mid game because if you actually stay even, you actually probably just win against Melee Creeps. So the key is do not lose it massively.
Okay. Okay, it's just like that. It's as simple as that. I'd love to see how they do. I'm really curious what the overall draft is going to be looking like, just based off of what we saw like work so well for Melee Creeps. I can't imagine that it's going to be as easy for them to get what they want, but we'll see. We'll see. You know, we're going to be looking at the next roster here, and just to remind people, I'm sure that you know people in the chat are just loyal NA Night Shift viewers, and they already know this roster back to front. But it's definitely a solid team at this point as EP, and I think it's a team that's only getting better.
Yeah, and for Popper's Pupils, I mean, a team that's been through you know, ups and downs, obviously you know, changed even you know, sponsors you know, somewhat recently. You know, they went through quite a bit behind the scenes, you know, as far as you know, everything to stay together, but you know, they persevered through everything. And yeah, now as a team, they've been the top dogs in NA for several weeks now, and you know, Melee Creeps with their split, you know, they had a few weeks where they looked really good, but you know, the problem is, Dan, anytime you're a team that you know starts winning everything, teams also get used to why you're winning everything. I think that's why Melee Creeps, you know, did have some of the initial success with their new roster, and now have been struggling a little bit as you know, Popper's Pupils has had more than enough time to you know play against the current incarnation of Melee Creeps.
Yeah, and I'm curious to see exactly how long this team can kind of stick together for, and just like whether they'll continue to find success there, because Deadlock's an interesting game where the personalities and the way that you kind of you know resolve problems and just the fit over time, it seems very challenging. I don't know that I've ever been a part of any other game that has roster switch ups as often as this, but if you understand, I think how to play the game at this level, like you know, there is a lot of reasons that it makes sense that it might be that way. So I'm really hoping for Popper's Pupils that they get the stability in the longer term to kind of see what they can really achieve, because again, in North America especially, it's rare that we get to see teams stick together for a while.
Well, actually, speaking on that, I think it's a run-of-the-mill substitution. Is Xeno is not going to be playing today. It is instead going to be Zerbzy is going to be subbing in for Xeno. Is what we're going to be seeing there. And I was so confused. I mentioned this in production. They're like, okay, let's change this up. And so it says it's Zuby. I'm like, what is Zuby? Is completely different conversation that was going on. That just completely threw me for a second. But yeah, so for Popper's Pupils, they're not at full strength because one of the key storylines for them is that, you know, the top two players on the team, in my mind, low main, Xeno. I think like those are the number one, number two in performance we've seen for their team, and being down Xeno, like, look, Zerbzy is fine. Do I think Xeno has been better overall from what we've seen? Yes. Do I think Xeno means more overall, especially the Popper's Pupils in their current incarnation? Yes. So Melee Creeps not having to deal with Xeno today, actually a really big boon, and definitely increases the odds of an upset.
Okay, well, we're going to be getting into the first bans here, so expect to see probably some of the normal stuff that we...
Good one.
Okay. Maybe not as expected, but still a very high value pick. So it makes sense that Lash would honestly make his way into the first bans. So I'm not too shocked to see that.
Yeah, I mean, that's been one of the bigger stories of hero priorities, that and Pocket taking a bit of a dive. Doorman, though, still the most valued ban. And the way I say, why are you saying most valued ban? Is that if the second team is banning it, and the first team would go for the first pick on it, that usually means it's a character that people do not want to give up under any circumstances, effectively. So, Popper's Pupils, they're going to go first pick Remdan.
That's awesome. I mean, they've been watching the EU, obviously. They've been watching the buff enjoyers. They understand that Rem can be picked. It's not as scary as you think. It's a high value pick. according to EU right now. So I'm going to be curious to see how Pupils Pupils make use of this, because we're also seeing Abrams get picked over like a Billy ZP, or I mean, honestly, a Mirage, or like there's a lot of things that you could see going that position. Obviously, they get the second pick as well here, but surely, I mean, are they going to forego Billy now that they got Abrams?
They could also, in theory, get both, but I don't think Melee Creeps have the hero roster to really feel comfortable doing that. So they're going to go Calico, and I mean, I think Melee Creeps is more than happy to try and go a tempo sort of comp again. Also, I think picking Abrams this early is important just for the fact that I think what we've seen from Sia in recent times, like Sia on Abrams versus Sia on any other frontliner, even Billy, there's a big difference. Like Sia is super, super comfortable on Abrams, less so on the rest of the hero pool that he's been on in the last month with this new iteration. So I think it's smart to pick up the Abrams early. Obviously, you're giving up the Billy in turn and the McGinnis.
Ooh. I was wondering about the McGinnis, because I think what we saw in the last game is that McGinnis is a great pickup for Melee Creeps, because especially with getting the Calico and just putting Brayden into positions to succeed, if you can take that first lane down early, make it more guaranteed, which McGinnis can help you to do, that really can unlock Calico. They're going to get Birdie on the Viscous again. I love that, because you got to imagine it would have gotten banned in the second wave otherwise.
Yeah, I think, especially given the fact that Melee Creeps have first pick coming out of the mid-stage bans, if your Popper's Pupils... The one interesting thing is that Geist is still available. You think back to game one, Geist actually got banned pretty early, and thinking about both John and DMB, talking about two people that very easily can mix Geist into their hero pool. I think if Geist doesn't get banned here, Geist actually probably gets picked out of mid-stage bans.
My time.
Especially with Vanguard now, like, okay.
All right, so let's see if they grab the Geist. I think that's a great call out, especially with that Ven ban. I'm curious, how this game is going to look, and also the fact that we got a ban on Apollo. I don't think Apollo got picked or banned last game. I'm not entirely sure if that's correct, but he definitely didn't get picked, obviously. But there's a guy, so you're spot on with that one.
Yeah, I kind of wonder if the Ven even didn't get banned here. Popper's Pupils, if they wanted the Ven, could have played it themselves, I think, because just based on the last draft, I actually think Geist may be higher prio for Melee Creeps of the two, but we are going to see Celeste come to play here, NNA here, Dan. Didn't see it in the last game, but now Popper's People saying, yep, we want to play with the Unicorn.
Yeah, and I think that's a scary prospect for sure. Definitely looking great at the moment. And it's been fun also to see Celeste back in play, especially with the movements. And Mirage, okay, a fifth pick Mirage is honestly feels kind of like a massive steal that deep into the draft.
Where's Pocket, Dan? Where are they?
I don't know. Pocket has disappeared from space and time. It's completely vanished. Viper coming on through. Okay. I wonder if that's in part to deal with McGinnis, deal with Celeste, like Rem. Like, how do you feel like Viper fits into this? Because we haven't seen Viper pick very much. I
mean, I think Viper actually. I'm just thinking about potential lockdown here. Ooh, okay. Well, two things. One, I think Bola does actually give you more kill potential against both Celeste and Mirage, who could be slippery than you might otherwise have. But also the Vin is really interesting, because I actually think Vin is one of the heroes that, under the right circumstances, can actually make things really difficult for Celeste, who otherwise, especially in her current healing build, will be able to get away at lower HP. And, we saw in EU times where the Celeste is just running around and around and around at, 30% HP. You cannot do that with a Vindicta on the other team. You're simply just going to get shot. So a lot of the low to mid HP survivability that Celeste gets away with murder on isn't actually doable if Vin is on the other team. So I firmly believe this Vin is 100% in response to Celeste pick from Popper's Pupils.
Yeah, it makes sense. And I actually have to say, I really like the Viper pick as well for the tempo, because Viper is really good at taking down the Guardians. Can get gets a lot of damage output there. And that's something that, again, Melee Creeps are going to want to try to prioritize. You get a lot from winning the early lanes and getting that early tempo, and I guess what Popper's Pupils have, I think that's going to be really important, because McGinnis, you have to expect that McGinnis lane is going to do well. I think you would expect a lane with Drifter on it to do well in the early game, Mirage as well. There's a lot of dangerous lanes here for Popper's Pupils, so having some counterplay there so you're not too far behind on the tempo, I think is important. And Melee Creeps, they also get some good comfort picks here, ZP, with the the Calico, obviously from Braden, like the Sire on the Abrams, the Abrams and Vindicta combo is like a historic comfort combo as well.
Also, Goober on the Vindicta, that is a throwback and a half. I think one of the very first times we ever saw Goober in competition. I want to say it was Goober was playing with TF2 Boomers. It was back in the Fight Night era, and Goober at the point was a very notorious Viscous one trick, so never actually got to play Viscous. But oh, that's right, it was Haze. I was gonna say played Vindicta. Well, no. Goober was playing Haze and was looking ridiculous. But as anyone who watches Night Shift knows, no one actually plays Haze with any regularity in competitive play nowadays. But the Finn still makes sense.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun to see John on the Geist. Just a classic John hero. So gonna be very interesting to see. I do like Popper's People's lineup here a lot though. ZP, I think they've got strong options for pretty much everything. You know, some good team fights here, like decent enough team fights. You know, obviously the objective play and tempo from McGinnis is kind of nasty. You know, Celeste with the movement. You know, just best earn runner in the game. You know, Rem as well. Obviously applying a lot of support works well with Billy. Like I feel like you've got a lot of everything here. Drifter as well for that mid game control and the pick potential. Like there's a lot of good stuff. I think. Are you in the same camp? Do you feel like Popper's People's kind of made out better here?
I think this is a very disparate draft in what both teams are looking for. Melee Creeps, again, they've drafted something that's pretty based on tempo. I mean, anytime you're going to have both Calico, Vin on the same team, you're definitely looking to set the tone of things early on. I actually think, though, that this comp, like, so long as Goober has at least an okay lane, I actually kind of like the Melee Creeps comp here because I think there's a lot of ways that some of the things you'd expect to live forever for Popper's People is actually getting shut down. You know, not the least of which is just, does the Celeste pick actually still work against the comp that Melee Creeps have here? Because you stop and think about executes, it's not just one execute here, Dan, it's two between the Viper and the Vindicta. So a lot of reason why you're playing Celeste is for this, you know, horse doesn't die, you know, forever alive build, and she's very likely to be dying a lot. So yeah, I think Melee Creeps, a lot's gonna come down to laning phase and, you know, where we're at pre 15 minutes. But I do think that the Celeste pick may not work out as well as, you know, Popper's Peoples may have hoped, just because of how the back end of this draft worked.
Yeah, I can't wait to see. I do like both drafts a lot. It feels like to me both teams kind of got what they want, and they got the cause that they want, and both teams are in a place of relative comfort, and they both have drafts that make sense. So yeah, I'm super curious to see who's going to win the early laning phase. I do feel like there's always a bit more pressure on the beginners team to be the ones that does that effectively. So for me, that's the first question. You know, the first little win con for Popper's Peoples over Melee Creeps, but you know, Melee Creeps. You know, I'm curious whether they'll be able to keep the pressure off of John, because that was like another, you know, key thing as well, especially with John, and when you're playing a hero like Geist and the way that John likes to play it, you want to be able to keep the pressure off of him. So that means that you have to control the tempo, and I think that Melee Creeps may be on the back end of the tempo in the first 15 minutes. So
also, Dan, I just now looked at the it kind of dawned on me looking at the heroes. Low main is not on Billy. And I'm not going to say average is a bad Billy by any stretch of the imagination, but also in terms of competitive play, we haven't seen average play Billy for this team over low main in a very, very long time. Now, every comp player has a lot of experience on Billy recently because Billy was, you know, one of the ultimate elo potions for the recent rank up, but we'll see how that one works out. Either way, I think Melee Creeps have a real chance in game one. But Dan, we don't have to speculate for much longer. The teams are ready, and the first match of the money match here in NA about to begin.
Yes. Our beautiful sponsors there. Oh, it's animated. Glorious. As we get the game kicked off here between Popper's Peoples and Melee Creeps, it's going to be interesting to see precisely how this is going to play out. I am curious to see the low main performance. I have grown to respect low main a lot over time as ZP, and especially it's, for me, with low main, always how intelligent low main is as a player. Like, just really gets it. I feel like low main, to me, I don't know, again, I don't want to make the buff and joys mistake I made earlier, but you know, who's the hoot of NA? And I feel like Low Main to me is one of those players that has the game intelligence of other hoots that allows him to play pretty much anything at a very, very effective level.
You know, I think if you were to ask that question a few weeks ago, the unanimous response would have been due. Now, though, yeah, I mean, Low Main's a good contender. I think many people would still respond due, but I don't think you're wrong to throw Low Main into that conversation when you're, you know, looking at players of that caliber. But looking at the lane phase here, Dan, you know, again, we gotta state that the pressure very much on melee creeps here. For Poppers Pupils, meanwhile, even if they don't get ahead in the early game, it's actually completely fine. They just, you know, lane win condition, I think, for Poppers Pupils is be even, not necessarily even win.
Yeah. And that lane with the fact that Viper was paired with the Calico, to me, I feel like, again, you're looking at it like the McGinnis Calico. You want, a quick little hyperline there. That's going to be very annoying there. It's a bit of extra damage, slow things down, but yeah, you know, you want to unlock the Calico, and so we'll see, keep our eyes peeled on that first lane. This mid lane, though, ZP, is where the Celeste is. It's where John is on the Geist, who's been paired up with Viscous, so in theory should never die.
Yeah, and it's already given pretty big problems to Low Main in middle. And of course, looking at other lanes here, it's no surprise to see the Rem paired up with Billy in on left, but it's still going to, I mean, Calico Viper is a lot of pressure and just an unreal amount of burst damage if anyone gets low. Because you're not only gonna have the Calico diving you, you're also gonna have to deal with the Venom at the same time, and you actually just die. Like, the Rem right now, when Rem pops out Billy, is actually killable under the right circumstances. That is how ridiculous the burst damage in this lane is.
Yeah, and I think it's very exciting to see, because I don't think we really ever see this lane. Viper, Calico. I mean, when do you see that? So it's gonna be very fun to watch it play out, but looks like on the other end of things, League is gonna go down early on. That you're losing your McGinnis. That's definitely problematic, one would say, for Poppers Pupils. Doesn't bode well for them.
I feel like I should have put more channel points on the melee creeps here, because I don't know, it's just the feeling I'm getting in this game from just seeing some of the lane phase here. The tempo, I mean, look at the tempo that's going on. Currently in the left lane, the Guardian, no McGinnis, no problem. 3 minutes, and it's nearly dead.
That's kind of crazy. I mean, again, just unlocking Brayden. It's the mission. Let's see if they can accomplish it. So far, looking very, very good indeed. And it's going to be really fun to see also if Brayden is able to get unlocked in that fashion. If he's going to be able to have a similar performance here against Poppers Pupils. Okay, we're going to get the ambush on the box run.
I mean,
just very
is I even noticing the damage that's being done? So I was just like, my back feels a little bit itchy. There's actually nothing of importance going on. Also, left lane, again, getting more aggressive, where I'm coming back in a little bit later, and this lane, the reason why the left tower got so incredibly low, by the way, Dan, is just, you have to give so much respect to the Viper Calico lane, but a quick charge in on the Poppers puts Poppers in some real danger. League drops the wall for a little bit of safety, but that was super, super close. Enough off the wall, though, to get Poppers away.
Yeah, really irritating for Poppers. He's already been out of the fights, you know, doing the box ambush, so yeah, very annoying. And that's going to mean that lane on the right side, it's going to be no pressure for the old McGinnis lane. You know, just don't have any tools to do that. So again, in terms of that early tempo game, you've got to give it to melee creeps right now. So long as they're able to actually take down that Guardian, we're at the 4.5 minute mark, and there's no more damage that's been done to the left side Guardian just yet.
Yeah, things slow down a little bit on the left, which, you know, testament to Poppers Pupils of being able to solidify that, because if Brayden was able to start roaming at 3 minutes, like we saw in the previous game, that's where things get very, very tough when melee creeps is already playing a comp that's kind of banking on having a good early game. But you see for Billy, just the tankiness when paired with Rem, and, you know, this is a lane where if it doesn't win, it usually can survive.
Yeah, it definitely. And getting the Grace online as well. I love getting that first on Billy as well. Just really helps you get aggressive. And speaking of which, we do have some assistance, of course, just temporarily. Low Main coming on in. Another great charge into the Guardian there. looking to try to convert onto League. And we can see why League probably went down early on. It must have been one of those charges. So, you know, Sire really showing us why he should be feared on that Abrams.
Birdie in some real danger. Low HP, dead. Low main able to chase it down in middle. But the one part where things are going to get even more intense now for Popper's Pupils, ults are coming up for melee creeps. The most notable of all, of course, Assassinate. This is where Goober becomes a threat. Another charge in from Saya. Kidnaps League. Gets the finish into a parry. Saya going wild underneath the veil.
Saya's had some insane performance already in this game. So many impactful charges. Wow. Okay, Billy. Okay, we'll get taken down by the bombs, I think, but a quick slap from Zerbsy will take down Braden, but that Guardian is still standing on the left lane, so very, very good effort from Pop's Pupils to do that. And in the mid here, we're seeing this, you know, looking to, make sure he ripped the ult at the right time. And there's a conversion onto Birdie from left foot on the Mirage. Naptime comes in as well. This is a very deep position for DMB, in trouble. Very squishy on the Viper. I don't know if he's going to be able to get out of this situation, but it looks like there is some support, so able to scroll away from that one. That Guardian is still up.
Goober's rotated to the left. They've had enough about this Guardian living for this long of a period of time. Lefa caught by Braden. But now, looking at the left. I'm going to take a ride on the Billy, and enough to find DMB. Ball comes out towards the very end. Chain Gang, enough to pull some people to the ground. Braden join this fight now on the left. Return the Shadow. Goober out of Assassinate charges, and what was supposed to be a Goober come over and feast is turned into a Billy Rem versus the world.
Yeah, this is really problematic, trying to get the healing trooper. Oh, just able to pop the healing trooper in time, but it doesn't really ultimately help at all. And yeah, that tower, that Guardian's still up in this time, and there might be a catch-up here for Popper's Pupils on the right side. They're pressuring the right side Guardian, but they have 3 players here on attention on this left side push, and it's looking pretty dangerous at the moment for melee creeps as they look to try to hold. There is the flight here from Vindictor over the top. There is a couple of charges on the Assassinate ready to go now, as the lane is slowly but surely being brought back under control. But that Guardian is still, it's so annoying, ZP, to look at it on the minimap, and it's just still alive.
Yeah, I think against any other lane other than Billy Rem, it would have been dead ages ago, but okay. Lefa gets low, and Goober more than willing to take the shot at the end, now up to 4 charges on Assassinate. A few crows going to be thrown over the way of average, and the Guardian that we thought was going to go down 3 minutes in finally goes down at 8. All 3 Guardians still remain for melee creeps. So we see Saya, wall attempt, coming out here from League, trying to put Saya in a rough position. Birdie though, and sacrifices his life. Not able to get away with the goo ball, just a bigger target for McGinnis bullets in the end.
Yeah, and I have the sense that League might be going for the full gun build, seeing all the orange items at the moment. I think the first 3 there is pretty typical for lane pressure, but let's see how that develops. Now, DMB back on the pressure on the left lane, but over the top here, Assassinate from head to toe there. Great shot from Goober to secure that one. And Eternal Darkness, hitting the both Goober and Sire to allow an escape. Force them back. And a chase down on the left side as well.
Yeah, average is really, really low, and Braden is right on top of it. Surely there's no way average gets out of this. Goober takes a shot once more against Poppers, and oh, okay, well done the average. I'm not entirely sure how that happened because we were falling 2 fights at the same time, but you look at the mini map and see a low HP Billy being chased by a full HP Calico. Usually that ends one way, but that time it ended a completely the other way. And speaking of Braden under assault from multiple ends here. Gonna return the Shadow though, buy some time and try and turn the tables here. Gets the saving cube courtesy of Birdie, but it doesn't save for long. Lowmate still able to get finished post cube, and looking for the goo ball at the very end. 400 HP can absolutely do so. And it's just been chaos across the map here, Dan.
Yeah, constant scrapping with a 5 kill streak from Goober before he finally got taken down as well. So Goober having fun on the Vindictor, definitely putting in the work. If the bridge buffs have now freshly spawned, Sire should be able to collect the movement buff, and Popper's Pupils will be able to get the vitality onto average. And then we get McGinnis doing McGinnis things, finally picking up that right side Guardian left alone. And now a good chain gang coming in, and we'll be pulling in 1 player The Viper, the perfect one to pull in, and so low on HP, finally does go down thanks to low main on Celeste, but the Assassinates over the top here. You got to break line of sight, but there's nowhere to go. You can't escape this fight. The Calico coming on and through, and the fight looking a little bit risky now suddenly for Brayden. He's got to fall off, and it's going to come down to Goober, but no flight to get the angle. Looking for the shot, a wild shot into the Veil. Won't find the finishing shot. The finishing blow, somehow Average able to slide out and still alive, still staying up. The heals coming in very nicely for him.
Goober burns his entire stack of charges, can't land a single shot in the exchange, and while that goes on, Lomane just runs the urn. And think about the win conditions that we were talking about at the beginning of the game here. Popper's Pupils, I think they've started to get through the worst of it, where their goal was to not get snowballed on by melee creeps, particularly for the team comp they're running and just as a team how they usually win. It is now dead even 11 minutes into the game. This is not where melee creeps want to be at this point. And a lot of this, I just gotta go back to that Rem Billy lane that was about to get run over and stabilized, Dan. So important for the rest of the game.
Yeah, definitely. Speaking of which, you got Saya now fighting against Average, Abrams against Billy, and the Rising Ram kind of faking him out. Looking to, I don't know if he was trying to escape and kind of whiffed it, but either way, Saya in trouble now and got the assist coming on through. Great cube, and the Google is perfect. Finds a channel for it, rolling straight on through. And now Goober comes into the fight as well. The Assassinates once again. That's a whiff, but it won't matter. Big bag to be collected. And with that, there's a rift coming up on this right side as well. And at the moment, it's looking like Popper's Pupils not having too much fun in these fights.
Okay, Saya just won the 2026 award for things you put on the end of a fishing line, because that was incredible bait, the way that worked out. Enabled by Birdie coming in with the cube and the rotation thereafter. What was looking like a kill on the Saya was anything but. Or this rift gonna be completely uncontested from melee creeps. See what melee creeps goes for in turn.
Yeah, really close game here overall in terms of the souls at the moment.
I see Calico.
And the macro not too far away either, but we're actually at almost 30 minutes CP, and there's still 3 Guardians up across the map. Maybe that's about to change here. Looking to try to deal some damage to the mid Guardian. The fight coming on through. Average looking to find the engage with the Rising Ram. Nap time comes in, hits onto Saya, gets insta parry, but there's a lot more behind that one to take down Saya and to claim this Guardian. And in the meantime, there's a fight for that left lane Guardian as well, but it looks like DMB should be able to deal with the defense, as he should send away Leffer on that Mirage. But Leffer, I think, has some help coming. It looks like Popper's Pupils want to take this down.
Yeah, you got Average coming in from the side, the backup Leffa, and all right, Goober decides to join the fight too, and oh, the tether stops the chain gang from playing the Goober at the last moment. Bola comes on out, buys a little bit more space. Billy not at all bothered by the Venom, but while Billy's retreating, Poppers gets hit in the head by Goober. And now Leffa in some real danger. The chase down is coming. Birdie and Saya join the fight. And melee creeps find themselves in a very good rotation. It may not be done yet. They want a little bit more. Can they get Average? Last few bombs hit, but Average looks to get the last little bit of clearance needed to get out. Okay, I was gonna say, was that Average? No. That was just Zerbzy taking one to the dome, courtesy of Goober, who, by the way, has been going wild on the Vindicta overall this game.
Oh, yeah. I think it must be at least 7 or 8 kills so far on the Vindicta, if not more, with definitely lots of extra assists on that too. Yeah, 8 kills. They're definitely doing some good work there as well. Has the extra recharge also. Forgetting what the 2400 upgrade is called now, but either way, definitely a problem. Okay, this is a scary McGinnis to go up against. And there's the wall, there's the trap onto DMB on the Viper, trying to stay alive under this Guardian. Doing so much work.
There's no swap. It wasn't a good angle for John, and instead, League just plays around the health station, acts as the unkillable McGinnis, and things work out quite well. Now, Dan, things are even here, which already is in favor of Popper's Pupils, but, you know, let's look at the economy end of the game right now. Overall, it's not bad for melee creeps and the fact that you got John 14K, but it's also really good for Popper's Pupils, where you got a pretty fed Celeste and you got League at 15K, the most farmed in the game at the moment. Even though it looks even, I think melee creeps is in real trouble right now. Popper's Pupils, they've done what they need to do so far.
Yeah, an engagement found here onto Celeste. Low main trying to stay up here. It's definitely hard to lock down the low main. They got some tools. But we'll see if they can find the kills and the follow-up there. At the same time, left side Guardian does go down in favor of Pupils Pupils. They'll finally get rid of that. So now all of the stage 1 Guardians now gone.
I see McGinnis.
And there is the urn carried across as well.
It's a quick urn turn in from Pupils Pupils. Now starting to add on to their lead. And if they get John here, it'd be huge again. Another opportunity where I think even if John could swap, I'm not sure he would have thrown it away there. Goober picks off another, but you start running into this issue here, Dan, where you don't necessarily want your player with the most kills to be Vindicta. Like, Goober is doing everything possible to remain relevant into the game, but we're now at 16 minutes. Vindicta does eventually start falling off a bit, and this Walker is just getting run down by League on the left.
Oof, man, they can just duck out there with the wall as well. Yeah, no response. That's a great pickup there to give a big edge. Okay, well, there's going to be an attempt at a counterplay here onto the right side. Walker with Pupils Pupils, but I don't know that there is enough to do this. Their melee creeps are forced back pretty early. They do get the Walker down to half HP. So that trade battle does not work out. Brayden will get finished off as well. Letha with a good chase down on that one. And right now it feels like Pupils Pupils, they've got a large stake in the map control. They've got, oh, they're going for the mid boss here as well. They could, they actually go for it. It looks like they will here, ZP.
I mean, in terms of threats right now, it's mostly just Saya for the contest. There's no Bolo to worry about. But instead, they're just going to make the boss scream and look for picks, which I think is okay. They realize no picks. Go back in, and it is now going to be one of these fights. A multi-level chase down for Pupils Pupils, looking to catch someone out. After nap time, Saya a little bit low. Big charge, another charge up and over. But Saya ends up falling, and not enough damage was done here, Dan. Pupils Pupils still really, really healthy towards the end of it. Saya and Brayden both fall. And this is going to be a quick mid-boss for Pupils Pupils. Wait, is Goober's trying something here?
Mid Walker's going down. Can they get it? Can John get the solo mid Walker? He's trying. He does manage to get it. Good consolation prize there for John. They lose the rejuice, but that is at least something.
You can't hate on getting solo Walker gold on your position 1, but the rest of the game state here is pretty brutal now for melee creeps. They were already running a comp, Dan, that needed to get ahead early. They've fallen behind, and they're about to fall behind even more with all 3 rejuves going in favor of Pupils Pupils.
I wonder, I do wonder, you know, what this looks like actually for melee creeps, because I think they got 2 walkers off of that. So 2 walkers for 3 rejuves. If they're able to, I think the problem is this rift potentially, because they're not going to get a good fight on the rift, so they just have to give that one up. So that's obviously more souls going away and some, you know, for the Pupils Pupils, and also some push as well. And there's a catch here on to a very slippery low main, but he's able to get away. It's honestly, ZP, the thing that makes me the most afraid for melee creeps is the teamfight ultimates. I feel like you know, Chain Gang and Snap Time and I think the way that the wall interacts to like block people from escaping and so on. I feel like it's just such a nasty series of ults.
It's particularly brutal. Chain Gang coming out average, looking for the opportunity. John and DMB were both caught in it. Now Soul Exchange is still up. We fall in the crossfire. Brayden in some danger. Saya trying to provide the cover. All in and around the Walker. Saya's low HP again, gets sent for a ride. One Dust Devil after another. It's still Saya and Abrams, but this time around actually going to die.
So relatively easy cleanup of both Walkers. That's a great result for melee creeps. Or rather, sorry, for Pupils Pupils, I should say. As the melee creeps will get trapped here on the escape. He'll lose a lot more here as they tried to get out, and so many good tools here from the Pupils Pupils side to prevent any escape. And they've got the entire map under their in the control. I try to say multiple things there, ZP. It just all came out wrong.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes, you know, brain mouth, like there's a miscommunication that's going on there. But To talk about what's really going on is that the lead now ballooning to 20k as Popper's Pupils continues to add on to their advantage. Now, one interesting thing that comes up every now and then when you have a Vindicta game like this, and people wonder is like, guys, Vindicta ult, you gain scaling off it. Doesn't that mean Vindicta will carry the end game? No, that just doesn't happen in comp. Like, I think it can happen in pubs in, certain situations, but in comp, Vindicta, even with a bunch of ult kills, has a lot of trouble actually consistently taking advantage of gun damage because of all the ways that you can pull her down and make it just very unsafe for her to sit and just left click you.
Yeah, definitely agree with that one. Well, 20k difference. Somewhat of a lull here as Melee Creep's going to push out the lanes. Try to clean up the any farm on their side of the map. It looks like Average may have found a couple players though. Looking to go for the engage. Rising Ram. Is this the fight that he wants? I don't know. A 3 versus 1 onto Average. If he gets taken down here, that would be pretty great for Melee Creeps. So they really want this kill. Nap time comes on through to try to secure it. They'll get it. Is there follow-up here from Pupils Pupils?
Well, they open things up with the Shining Wonder. Up top, Brayden. Just looking for the exit. It is a full disengage, I think, for Melee Creeps if they're able to do it, and so far doing a pretty reasonable job of taking the fight upstairs, and in fact putting some pressure on the Poppers, who was a little bit late to the party but not late enough to eat all sorts of damage. He's at no HP right now, and yet the final bit of damage comes in from DMB courtesy of the Petrifying Bola, and now it's put League in a bit of a pickle here too. Melee Creeps really making something out of nothing here at the beginning, and Popper's Pupils on the back foot.
Yeah, Melee Creeps, this could be the moment to try to make something happen. Chasing down these additional kills. Oh, just barely escaping low main back into the safety of the base. And there's he'll be able to just be fine at this point. And there's a Google coming out for some additional disruption. Is that going to do enough though? Looks like right now Goober trying to find some extra assassinates here. Now, but what's left on the map? What can they capitalize upon after taking down those 2 players? Doesn't really seem like there's much left for them. The mid boss is very far away.
There really isn't much here. I mean, they got 2 walkers for mid boss a little bit earlier in the game. There's 1 walker left to go for, but they don't have enough time to actually make that a thing. And of course, mid boss, as mentioned, is not going to be up for quite a while. So I think what you get from Melee Creeps there is that you get the actual soul count and a little bit of free room to grab some of the jungle. But being down 15k with their team comp, still a really, really difficult position to be in. And what just happened, Dan, they need to have that happen one more time, but with mid-boss or even like Rift Earn, both on the map.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely agree with that. Need to be able to convert off of it, and Pupils Pupils will be very happy that they did not really lose anything off of the back of that. With the mid-boss up soon, I think with McGinnis, I think, you have so much more strength to kind of force mid-boss fights and like fake it out with the howl and so on, but Average looking to try to find a kill that gets staked, locks down. Is there enough damage here? Everybody's on top of Average right now. Another pick potentially. Yes, Average will go down immediately. Didn't really have the support there in the team fight. Another opportunity here. Saya getting in close range. Wall there to try to isolate the fight away from his teammates, and it's not looking that bad here for Melee Creeps.
Melee Creeps taking advantage of what was an overextension starting from Average. He walked into the stake, got rooted, got hit by the kitchen sink. Effectively all of Melee Creeps, and now maybe a bit of a bola to slow things down. As Melee Creeps get the full disengage after getting 2 kills. The problem is, again, Dan, the timing isn't ripe. So, yeah, Popper's Pupils, they bleed a little bit of their lead, but they're still in a very, very good spot here.
Let's go.
As the game goes on, and still, for next mid-boss, Melee Creeps still have to find it within themselves. Okay, can you generate that situation one more time?
Yeah. Yeah, it's so unfortunate that it didn't happen slightly later for them to capitalize more deeply off of it. Now, we're going to see that the kills are relatively even in terms of ultimates. The Shining Wonder still a problematic one ultimately for the mid-boss fight, so most people will feel pretty comfortable with that. But Melee Creeps 10k deficit now. That's fairly marginal at this stage of the game. So I think those 2 fights going their way has given them the ability here, ZP, to I think force respect from Popper's Pupils, who cannot just go mid-boss right now. They have to be cautious not to have one of these fights go poorly. Saya looking to try to get a catch hit. Is there anything to be had? There's no charge to lock this one down. Another nap time comes in. Poppers goes down, and maybe opportunity strikes again for melee creeps.
It comes at cost, so Braden ends up falling the trade. Sai is super low HP, and that's a full HP low main immediately behind. Instead, low main decides wants to do a little bit feasting on everyone's favorite ghost. Back the other way. Sai comes back into the fight, feeling pretty good. Post seismic slam, leg and punch after punch into low main. But low main is Celeste still has enough HP to do a little bit of movement. Razzle dazzle back the other way, breaks the line of sight, doesn't get sniped. DMB falls mid chase. Melee creeps down 3 players now, and soon potentially about to be down 1 more. Goober and all sorts of trouble here on all ends.
Yeah, it looked like Goober went deep to try to find the finish onto low main there. You can't blame him too much for that, but surely it's a mid boss off the back of this one, and that was so close. Had they been able to take down low main there, you know, there would have been a really, you know, huge opportunity. But maybe the best chance is come and gone now for melee creeps as they hear the mid boss howl in the distance, and they are helpless to do anything against this.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of things you would like, well, you'd like an Abrams that would be nearby, or, you know, a Viper alive. You know, none of these things are remotely in the cards after the last team fight. So Popper's Pupils going to get another mid boss, but this time getting it at over 20k up. Grab and earn on top of it. And, you know, the problem you keep coming back to here, Dan, is just melee creeps are already running a comp that was, you know, very much coded for win early in the mid game when you've gone Viper, Vin, and Calico. And again, you may be looking at Viper as like, what do you mean, you know, Viper in the early game? It's where her niche is more often than not in comp versus, you know, being some form of hyper carry. Jengang off here on the side. Saya once more the main target, gonna try and warp stone away from some of the danger. Low main elsewhere. If anyone is left in this fight, this is where low main easily can clean up, Dan.
Yeah, suddenly, I mean, it's so hard to take down low main too. And just moving as a pack here, Popper's Pupils with the rejuice looking really formidable. Now, to clean up that right side wave, that's going to be onto Lefa.
I got a bad feeling out here.
And once all the waves are pushed, Popper's Pupils have still some time to eat the map a little bit before kind of pressuring into the base itself and, you know, really maximizing the use of those rejuice. 30k ahead. Is it too much at this point? Is there a fight to be had?
I truly don't think so. I think, well, yeah, even in this case, can't even burn the rejuve off the McGinnis, and I think the stat difference is just too much. This was a comp that needed to be the comp snowballing. They didn't, and even if it was even, they would be fighting fights that wouldn't be in their favor, and now it's a little bit too much, Dan.
Yeah, something looks like that's the case. It's very easy now at this point to finish off the base and just lay it to siege, lay it to waste.
Also, can we get a objective damage for the game so far? I'm just curious how much of this is McGinnis, because I feel like League has spent most of the game just shooting objectives. Which you should, yeah, exactly.
Exactly.
Which, by the way,
Yeah.
is what you should be doing on McGinnis in this build, especially if you're given space by the rest of your team. But I was just saying, it's like, there's no way that League doesn't have 1 million damage. And yeah, that's pretty much where we're at. And there's not going to be any wait here, Dan. This is just going to be a stage 2 patron and the game ending. Popper's Pupils looking to end this one here and now. They take down melee creeps on map 1.
Yeah, looking really, really nice for sure from Popper's Pupils, but some good moments from melee creeps as the final battle rages forwards here. A valiant attempt at the defense, but McGinnis undeniable in her desire to destroy the base. But maybe I spoke too soon because now League is dead, of course.
Good fight.
They're not defending this. But yeah, Goober at least gets 1 kill towards the very end. But melee creeps falling the Popper's Pupils as, again, Popper's Pupils, they knew what their win condition was here, Dan, and that they held strong. They recovered a lane that very well could have been the beginning of the end. And yeah, from there on out, really didn't give melee creeps many opportunities in this game.
No, certainly didn't. And I think you highlighted it pretty well. The story we were following at the very beginning, where we had at the, I don't know, 2-minute mark or 3-minute mark, the very, very low Guardian. I think that was kind of what Melee really needed to kind of go their way. But you have to hand it to Pupils to be able to defend against that. I think it was 8 minutes that it went down instead of what should have been maybe 3 to 4 minutes based on that initial progress, getting it down 80% very quickly. And that allowed, I think, Pupils to catch up, and it allowed them to start to have a pretty strong early game in it. And I think that really, despite Goober's, I think amazing performance there on Vindicta, it really prevented Melee from getting the tempo that they needed out of that initial start of the game.
It was interesting too, because that was the Calico Viper lane, which is very heavy burst damage, but it was also up against Rem Billy, and I think that you just hit a point where Rem healing was good enough that they weren't able to find the burst combos they were looking for often enough to keep up pressure in that lane to finish off the Guardian. And Brayden never got to roam. Like, if you were watching map 1 to map 2 and went, wow, Brayden played really well on map 1, what happened on map 2? It took forever for Brayden to actually get to roam effectively because of what happened in lane. But the one thing I do want to bring up here, Dan, that was really cool to watch, is just, the rest of things weren't really working out, is that Goober basically did what you needed Vindicta to do for the early and mid part of the game. Like, Goober had a fantastic game for that period. The problem is that in comp play, Vin is not turning into a carry off of that. Like, Vin still falls off in power. That's just how it is.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say. And I think something also that I noticed was there was a fair amount of fights, like you can see maybe like this fight potentially, where you don't get a life swap from John. There's quite a few fights where John was unable to kind of get the swap off. There was one def I remember where it wouldn't have done anything anyway, but it felt like John wasn't able to really kind of be able to kind of put the punish in from the positions that you'd want him to do so from, like at the back lines, or just just get good positions for these fights. And you got to credit Pupils for that. Obviously, they were doing a great job disrupting the fights, targeting him down, and preventing him from being a problem. And I think that's something that we'll likely be able to see in the damage here, where you don't see the kind of damage out of your carry guys that I think you'd expect to see here.
Dan, I'll need you to keep talking for a second. Someone just pulled up in a really loud motorcycle blaring music. I have to shut my window. All right. Stand by.
Well, Goober's performance throughout this one, as well as Birdie. I think Birdie obviously a similar performance in terms of the being a Viscus that could really just do the damage as well as provide the support. But yeah, 10-2 Goober, like, again, such a great performance on the Vindicta. And I think ZP covered this quite well. Like, it's not like Vindicta evolved in the sense of how well this kind of scaled out. Obviously, still able to provide a lot of damage and do well for the team, but ultimately, you would have preferred it being John, of course, or maybe even DMB to a certain extent, to have the game that Goober had here in terms of that contribution.
I think it just comes down to the fact that this Melee Creeps roster, the comp that they picked here, only works if you severely win the first 15 minutes of the game. They didn't, and basically from there on out, you would take the Pupils comp post 15 minutes pretty much anywhere, so long as it's even. And also, if the goal was shut down low main, in part with like petrifying Bola and assassinate, it didn't happen because, Dan, look at the amount of times low main died. Yeah. Low main we saw had some close escapes, but the key word there was closest, key words, I suppose. The close escape actually managed to escape every time. So yeah, I totally agree with you on that one, CP. Definitely a great performance from low main. I think, just really, really well done. And of course, holding onto the Shining Wonders in just like the very key moments and making sure that was maximizing its potential in the team fights. And I think showing that, Celeste is really, really irritating to deal with still. Yeah, and again, I think it's part some of the recent buffs, but also people really embracing the heal-centered build and realizing, wait, this build is super good. Not only is it just good in general with Celeste staying alive forever, but you think about how it impacts things like if you actually get a stronger Rift fight, like actually killing Celeste in those scenarios is really, really difficult. It also, you talk about options for Rem. Not only was Zerbzy having really good options to go in onto the Billy, but Zerbzy could also hop on the low main. The general sustain too for Pupils was kind of ridiculous team comp wise, where you think about it, you have both the McGinnis and the Rem. When we finally did get to the point of 6-man team fights, you have an unreal amount of healing going out. You have Billy, who is tankier than ever. And, okay, so are you going to go onto the Mirage? Not easily. And Drifter is very likely to just get a Rem hop. There wasn't anyone easy to actually kill on Popper's Pupils once the game got into its later stages, and that was a problem for melee creeps.
Yeah, that's a great point, honestly. I didn't think about that, but yeah, the level of tankiness there is rather concerning, and it does raise some interesting questions, as always is, EP, because we look at the first map of the best of 3, and we think, okay, well, you lost. What are you adjusting into the next draft?
Thinking about this draft and how it went down, I don't know. I'm trying to think of what they want to change up, because in a way, part of this was just execution based, right? I do think maybe if you see low main is going to be high prowing the Celeste, maybe you could start considering maybe you ban the Celeste more aggressively, but do you want to give up Doorman? That's an internal team conversation. We've seen that Doorman can lose, though. It's not like Doorman is hitting games with a 100% win rate. It's not the most unreal thing to bring up, but either way, Dan, what we know for sure is that melee creeps need to change something up. They're down 1 map here in our money match on our full year anniversary of shows. This is Night Shift 52. When we come back, the potential conclusion is underway.
Headed to York.
Contact.
See the enemy.
Buy us some time.
I see the enemy. I see the danger. See Viper. I see Viper. I see the drifter. I see the I see the enemy. I see Ava.
I see Mirage.
Whoa. What's going on? I'm in the shop. I'm in the Best Buy shop. Wow. If I'm in the Best Buy shop, there's just one thing to do. We gotta sell some merch. What do we have here? What do we have in stock? Oh, we got a HyperX Omen Max 16-inch 2K OLED laptop. If you're gonna do any traveling and want to actually play some Deadlock on the road, why not invest in a HyperX Omen Max 16-inch 2K OLED? But wait, we have more. We got the Skytech Gaming King 95 PC that you might even want to buy on looks alone. Looking absolutely fantastic. But hey, you thought we only had one laptop? Well, we had a second one. We got an Asus TUF Gaming F16. I know TUF is a brand name, but looks pretty tough too. Buy it for that alone. But what's our final item? That's right. It's the iBuyPower Slate. Man, the one thing about these PCs, not only are they packed with incredible power, courtesy of Best Buy, but they also look cool too. Plenty of options down here at the shop, or if you type !Best Buy in chat. But now, we got to talk about the bracket where we're potentially heading to the end of the show and our final map. And why is that? Because Popper's Pupils just took map 1, and it's only best of 3 at the end here, Dan.
Do we have to talk about Deadlock? I want to talk about commerce CP some more. I want some more commerce.
We're gonna have to put you in the shop, or perhaps you've already been in the shop, but we'll get you in the shop again.
I need to be in the shop. Put me in the shop. But yes, I mean, so far, Popper's Pupils are putting melee creeps in the shop, whatever that means. With their 1-0, I think, we started to talk about what do they do? What do they do to adjust in the draft? And I don't know that anyone had any answers.
I mean, can you be put in the shop if you're the one that is doing the selling? Is what's going on there? That'd be my question there. So either way, I think for melee creeps, the last game was pretty interesting that they had a game plan. It just didn't work. I think draft wise, anytime you go with a comp that requires early game excellence, there's a higher execution bar, generally speaking. And it's one way that melee creeps have usually won in this new iteration, but it's not a particularly new or novel look to Popper's Pupils at this point. So, if you're melee creeps, I think one thing you do have to address is that Celeste was not dealt with at all, even with Assassinate and Bola. So perhaps you ban the horse, or at least try to take it.
Yeah, I definitely think that's wise. That's wise. It does feel like the standouts thing to deal with. We'll see what they do. It's going to be doormat. So they have allowed it to be chosen. We'll see if that happens, or if Pupils will go the rem, the quick rem. I don't know if that's going to happen again, but
I think it will. I mean, I don't think you really need to change too much draft-wise if you're Popper's Pupils. You just won. It's up to melee creeps to adapt. Now, what we saw in the last game is that Celeste is going to be gone before mid-stage bans if... Actually, I'm trying to think. Was Celeste grabbed before mid-stage bans, or was it grabbed immediately after? It was because the counter picks came in very late in the draft, but melee creeps are going to secure the Abrams for Saya. I do wonder what's going to be different this time. I think they're still going to go Calico for Brayden. I think Brayden is very comfortable on that hero, and they're not going to let the last map dissuade them from that, even if they're going to change up things elsewhere. I still think they lock in the Calico here. No, okay, I'm wrong. They go McGinnis. They do not want to deal with the 30k objective damage McGinnis again, Dan.
Yeah, and I wonder if Popper's Pupils react by taking Calico, because we saw that this is kind of a core for melee creeps. Is in the previous game, McGinnis, Abrams, Calico. Billy comes in though. I mean, you can't blame them for the Billy. Obviously, you got to grab the Billy, especially when the other team's got the Abrams. But this would be the spot where you could either pick up the Calico, or you could try to go for it in a ban, unless you're expecting melee creeps to definitely pick that in the third slot.
Yeah, I mean, if you're not going to play it, I think they 100% ban it.
Ooh.
And instead, they decide to pick up Pocket.
Making an appearance in his first 3 when he hasn't been banned or picked all day.
Yes, which is exactly what I was going to say, is that, but why here?
Yeah.
But why would you pick Pocket here when they haven't been under contest all night? Melee creeps gonna grab Venator, and that's actually interesting, because we were thinking, okay, maybe their priority in this meta was more Geist over Ven, and a lot of teams over the entire scene it is. Melee creeps, though, they got hit with the ban against Ven in the last game, decided, no, we're not actually gonna let that get banned again. Now, Calico is still available, and melee creeps have first pick coming out of the bans here, so do you ban the Calico that prevent Brayden from playing it? I say yes if you're Popper's Pupils. I think Brayden has way too much time on that character. And also, Dan, Genie Beanie coming in with $50 to the prize pool.
Let's go. Oh, it's going to be Viscous, though, is EP.
Actually respectable. Birdie's also been unreal. I think for melee creeps, you actually have to pick the Calico now, unless for whatever reason you're just putting Birdie on something else entirely. But I also wonder if they're worried about what to put Birdie on here. If they... There we go. Okay, they're going to play... That has to be Goober, I think.
Interesting. I mean, I think that's I like this because I definitely felt like Lemming had a great game on it. And obviously, I mean, the thing is, though, is that Lemming probably is going to be playing Billy now that they managed to get Billy. Paradox. I haven't seen Paradox in a minute. But that's really fun to see as well. But I like this as well. Calico's still unpicked, but still very pickable, I think, honestly, for both teams. So I'm curious, whether Popper's Pupils are going to try to steal that at this point. What are they missing? They don't have like a clear M1, I guess. But yeah, they go for the Calico steal. I think that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, and okay, for melee creeps, we'll see how this one rounds out. Again, kind of assuming that the Celeste is going to be part of Goober's hero pool, so it probably rules out seeing something like a Bebop. Nope, never mind. It's not. So this is a draft where I cause like, maybe it's not going to be this, and then it actually ends up being that entirely. So that to me, Dan, would indicate it's maybe not Goober on the Celeste then.
I would kind of like to see the Ivy here for melee creeps. I think Ivy would be really fun. They're going to go Paige instead. I love the Kudzu connection with Venator. I think that's like a lot of fun. And also with McGinnis, I think you can do some fun stuff. But the Paige is, did get some buffs, a bit more playable.
Was Paige last week at all, Dan? The 1 week I haven't been here in forever. But
Paige was played.
Okay.
But I think Paige lost. Paige got played once, but lost. I think it was in EU. I think it was the challenger match.
Well,
I don't know about NA.
Back. And she's NNA right now, which also, I guess, does Brayden have Celeste in his hero pool? I was still like thinking about who would be playing it here. There's like, that would be, because it's going to be Birdie on Paige.
So the interesting thing is that, for me, so I'm curious who you think should go with the Paige, because Venator or McGinnis I could see being options based just because, the shield's giving more rate of fire and stuff like that. Like you know, there's arguments that work there for sure. But I'm curious, what's your take as EP on the page usage?
Who's the page gonna lane with here? I mean,
Buddy.
For Birdie, I could see a world where you could either do Page with Abrams, which is something you actually used to see a lot back when Page was more commonly picked, because it lets Abrams just play like the most aggressive person of all time.
Yeah.
But also the same could be true of Celeste if you do a Page Celeste lane, where Celeste can play really, really aggro, and it's really difficult to deal with the shielding in that lane. But I would guess between one of those two characters.
I mean, the Page plus Bebop is also pretty maniacal as well. You know, the setups there, the stun into hook or vice versa, like hook into stun to confirm kills. There's definitely, like, I can definitely see a lot of potential that could be really fun here with the Page. But the one issue I got to say is EP with Page. I think it's always going to be the issue with Page, and it is in part somewhat of the issue with McGinnis, and that was an issue with Venator. Where am I going? It's going to be the mobility and also some of the squishiness there. You know, Mina, Calico, Paradox. I mean, pretty much all of the lineup for Pupils Pupils are going to be having a fun time assassinating a Page. So it's scary.
Yeah, I think if anyone could maybe make it work, it's Birdie. I mean, Birdie has proven remarkably resilient, and I'm not going to dismiss it outright to be like, oh, Page is back, because I think we've seen enough in Deadlock where players really do get into these mental ruts where they write off a hero as being bad until, like, someone brings back the hero. It's like, wait, actually this hero was totally good this entire time. And everyone then realizes, and, you know, things change instantly. So, you know, maybe Page is in that bucket and players have been slow, or, you know, to your point, you know, Calico, the fact that you would pick Page when Calico's on the other team is really interesting, because Calico, especially when Calico got stronger, was one of the reasons why people would be like, oh, I don't want to play Page. Calico just, like, rips this hero's face off. It's not a great, you know, experience overall. So now they're going to be up against Calico on the other team, and they're just like, no, we're going to pick the Page. Like, it just stared directly at Poppers as they locked in the Page.
Yeah. It's pretty wild when you think about it. Like, Pocket, Calico, and Mina. I mean, that's really rough, man. Like, the amount of burst damage and just assassination potential for Page, it really does feel pretty oppressive. So we're gonna have to see what the plan is for melee crews, because again, I feel like Ivy could have been really nice here, but obviously, you know, you do get the shields. The shields are really good, and you know, you're gonna get some good setup with the captivating read and so on. So, you know, I think there's a world where it makes sense, but we have to see how it all plays out here. We've got a lot of adjustments, CP, a very, very different draft. It's going to be a fun one.
Yeah, and the interesting thing is that, you know, I was looking at the draft. I think if you go like first four picks versus first four between the two teams, I like what Melee Creeps had more. I still don't know what to think of the Page, but I mean, we'll see. You know, Night Shift has been the land of games going to 3, at least until the last few weeks, but maybe this week will bring things back. However,
right.
You know what we're seeing here? Goober saying his ear is itchy. Do we have any stat line on how Goober plays with an itchy ear? Probably not.
I don't know. I don't know, man. If your mental is strong enough, you can just ignore the itch. So, you know, that's what I do every time I get an itch. CP, I'm like, this is a battle. This is mental warfare. I will not.
So you never scratch any itch because you just see every opportunity as a chance to, like, test your willpower.
Exactly. Yeah. You have to be strong. You got to be strong. It's a test.
Also, it is going to be the Page Abrams lane, so it's going to the old classics, which means Saya gets to play ultra turbo aggressive, but it's also against Rem Billy. So I feel like the most likely result of that is that lane is actually completely neutral between the two. Actually, probably a slight edge to Rem Billy, because I don't think, aside from like the very beginning of the game, wait, why? Okay, sportsmanship, by the way, from Average, which makes sense because Average and Goober are ladder buddies. Yeah, didn't say anything. Is Goober in Twitch chat right now? Goober, leave Twitch chat. You got a game to play, please.
What? Did he? All we understand is he had like an itchy ear. What was,
I
what
thought
was,
he was
what was the
joking.
tool that he went to like fetch to deal with that?
Jaws of life.
Yeah,
You have to be sure.
Honestly, don't know. Okay, where's Paige at? Where's Paige? Who is Paige with? Who's holding Paige's hand? Abrams. Okay, we didn't mention Abrams. Did we?
Yeah, it's Paige Abrams, Billy Rem, but again, I don't know if, aside from like maybe a screw up in the first minute, I don't know if anyone dies in this lane. Like both lanes are difficult to kill each other for various reasons, which makes me feel like this lane is probably going to be somewhat of a wash.
All right. Okay, well, what are the important lanes? So mid is important. Of course, you've got for melee creeps, they've put Goober there with Bebop and D&B with Venator, so very important for them.
You got the relationship lane on the left, the Pocket Mina lane against Beginner's Celeste.
Nope.
I think in terms of lanes, Pocket Mina not letting the McGinnis get an early lane is super, super critical. Also, Page lane. Again, it gets, if there's going to be a kill, it'd be right at this point before full kits come online, but not quite going to come through this time.
Okay. We're getting a lane swap here or something? Lefa's moving into the mid lane. Okay, he's going back now, because obviously boxes haven't spawned yet.
Yeah, I think Lefa was just doing an opportunistic drive-by for a brief second, but now is coming back over in the lane. I don't know if Lefa has like too much time to actually go for roams, though. It is way too important to stop the Celeste McGinnis lane from doing well. If this lane does well, it is probably the #1 thing against Popper's Pupils winning this game. Like, this is the lane that, you know, as long as it's neutral, it's fine, but if they lose, it really opens things up for melee creeps, and you know, just a little bit of trade out between League and John on the other side.
Yeah, John definitely winning that one. Took away half the life of League, but very little in return. Okay, so Paradox is paired with Calico. The Popper's People's in mid. I do feel like this is a game where you need Goober to get activated on that Bebop, you know, pretty early on. So I'm going to be curious to follow that mid lane performance. Okay, all right, we are really running down the Mina here. Left's forced to fall back. It's cool to see Leffa on Mina. I got to say ZP, because I feel like I've seen Leffa of late on characters that are way more low key for most, if not all, of the game. And I'm used to seeing Leffa, you know, back in the older days, being just the crazy damage carry.
Yeah, I mean, Leffa is one of the players that had to reinvent themselves a little bit over time, because they used to be just position 1 guy and playing, you know, effectively Leffa was kind of a John class before John. But now Leffa, you know, is a little bit more comfortable at, you know, playing more finesse heroes. But right now, Lobe in some real danger, falls to Birdie, leaves at 30 HP. Doesn't get much closer than that.
Yeah, very nice. Gets to reset as well. Must be nice. Okay, well.
Of course, this happens because Rem is off satisfying his greed via porch pirating.
Oh,
halfway across the map.
Okay, that's a mid Guardian going down ZP at like 430, under like sub 430. That is Goober's lane as well on the Bebop. Goober very weak, but yeah, that's a great unlock there. Goober's going to die. That's actually great for Goober because he gets to reset his HP faster.
Well, not only that, but also, does Goober even go directly back to mid lane here? I mean, depending on how many people rotate in, yes, but Goober could also, Goober's going to go off to the right lane. This is kind of what I'd expect post getting mid lane early, is that now Goober is going to be sneaky, in this case go off to other lanes, and we'll see how many converge off to the right, where there's a bit of a chase down going on in the Saya. Billy Rem on it, and now Goober rejoining.
Yeah, the Goober fight on the right side there, definitely important to try to provide the imbalance that will allow melee creeps to start controlling this early lane. At the same time, now they're starting to lose damage on that mid Guardian, but looks like defense is there. Now Page is kind of swapped into that mid lane for melee creeps to keep it up. In the meantime, Goober, now from his perspective, we've seen that pressure game, gets the hook, uppercut, the bomb as well onto him. Is there any tag-alongs here? But no, there's no one there. I don't think the cooldown was ready either, so Zerbzy will go down. And also, Lomé now in a lot of trouble. Is there assist from Goober around the corner? You'd have to imagine Goober's going to be in on top of that one. And still, they can keep doing damage to that Guardian as the chase down continues. Goober looking for this fight, uppercut there, and there is the making it cinematic as he takes his opponent down.
Man, oh man, Billy just thrown into the corner to blow up. You know, canonically, Billy probably has some complaints about that one. But this is what happens if a Bebop is able to get mid lane this early, is that, you know, we've seen Goober do this time and time again where, okay, you get down one lane and now you just start roaming. Like, Goober rotates over to the right. Is Goober going to stay there? You know, maybe not. I wouldn't be surprised to see Goober now just start making appearances, whether it be over left, back in middle for a moment. You know, it's going to be a very mobile Bebop. However, elsewhere, John dying for, I believe it was the second time this game. Shining Wonder going to provide a little bit of cover here, and maybe a little bit of death in onto Calico, where pretty low is Poppers, but it's also not something that you want to commit to, not when the Rem has rotated over. But here comes Goober, off, in onto Paradox. Hyper Beam comes on out, not quite able to do enough damage before Average turns the corner.
And there we go, trying to follow up with some extra damage. Sending everybody away, pocket down onto critically low HP, 20 in the 20s there on the health. And there's no one else who can come in to chase this one down, so let's try it, but they're gonna fall back and they went pretty deep to try to find those kills, those low players, but they will get the Guardian at least. And indeed, you know, both buffs, by the way, we didn't mention, went to melee creeps as well, which really goes to show sort of the control that they've had in this early lane. Even on the souls, but all the tempo is absolutely with the melee creeps at the moment.
Yeah, and another hook. This time, Lefa just immediately exploded. And this is turning into being the just classic Goober game here,
yeah.
man. But also, the other good thing for melee creeps, when you look at their overall comp, they're not as early game coded as they were before. Like, being even or just a little bit ahead is actually completely fine for the composition they have. If anything, for running like Paradox, Calico, for Popper's Pupils, I think they may be under a little bit more pressure to get ahead in the early game. So, you know, different win conditions from the last game. I think a better comp for melee creeps here so far. Swap's gonna come out. Is that gonna be enough to put Brayden down? Brayden really, really low HP here, and yeah, just barely enough for Zerbzy to get the final shot. And DMP got parried towards the very end, ends up throwing his life away.
There we go. Just pumping the damage straight into Poppers. I don't think he's getting out there. The pain is definitely problematic when John's just in behind you with the minigun. Birdie as well there, making the Page look good so far. We've got to actually, Page is the richest player on the server at the moment, on fire as well. Okay.
Where did she get all this money from? Just in general.
I don't know, ZP.
I mean, you talk about Paige reading books. I think she's cooking the books, Dan.
Yeah, totally. And in on top of another fight there, applying the shields, providing the support, and now looking to bring the damage in as well. The other Rusted Barrel also, oh, okay, getting caught there by Poppers. And I mean, at least Poppers is going to die as far as Birdie is concerned, thanks to Sire trading out. But yeah, melee creeps, you know, doing a decent job in keeping the tempo up here, ZP. But I feel like this is definitely a more competitive game overall. Ooh, what a catch.
The gut shot at the very end, and wait, League wasn't able to take the cape. Or was he?
No, I don't think so. He burned it. I think it... I don't think so. Pretty sure no.
I think League may have been able to take it. It's possible towards the end. Our view was such as like, wait, where'd he go? But now both buffs being claimed by melee creeps once again. And what's still turning into kind of a sprawling fight in the middle to defend mid Guardian. Brayden for now, just gonna leave it at that.
Yeah, that's being run across the map here by melee creeps. That is going to be D&B carrying the urn. And, I mean, there's no challenging this one, really. They can maybe try to snipe some of the orbs, the soul orbs, but everybody there rallied around the position for melee creeps for any potential fight. But for the rest of Popper's Pupils, they're going to put the focus elsewhere on the map. They still have that mid Guardian to deal with as well. They are allowing Leffer to farm up solo on that right lane at the moment. So Leffer's not been super active, I think, on Mina so far. It's just, I think, been trying to keep up on the farm. It really has felt like to me, ZP, as you might imagine, that all the initiative has been taken so far by melee creeps, just looking for picks and dictating action.
Yeah, I mean, the problem for melee creeps is that it hasn't resulted in a, lead so far. In fact, the game is pretty darn even on the overall economy. But they're still in a way better spot than last game. And again, they're not running a comp that is super dependent on getting ahead. And generally speaking, if you're able to control the tempo of the game as you're talking about, eventually the opportunities are going to go in your way because you're continually looking for them. For Popper's Pupils, you can only walk in the map so many times without getting hit with a hook into other follow-through that's going to be there. But Dan, our first rift of the game, it's going to be spawning here on the right in just a moment.
Yes, and this should be pretty contested. I think both teams have a good look in on this one. They both have players in position as well, as it's looking to spawn in sometime soon. Got a nice little animation there. Little, get what that effect, like lens flare falling from the sky. And okay, I mean, there's no one here from Popper's Pupils. Where they at?
Well, they're trying to look for a kill on mid and then maybe some mid tower damage, which is why you got Braden rotating over. Saya buys a lot of time, but can Saya get out alive? Saya's on Abrams. We've seen the Great Escape many times before. And once more, Saya buys enough time, leaves, and Braden is still able to chase down Average in the end. Now, does Braden give up his life for a trade here? It's Celeste, there's a lot of HP regen, and a hop, skip, and a jump away goes Braden.
Oh, hello, catch onto Leffer. Has not been having a good time with those hooks. How is this fight going to go, though? We'll have the reactive barrier triggered, or the grit triggered, and that's going to be the Nox Nostra to try to do some damage here. But how we're going to see a lot of damage onto the Walker. Got to be very cautious here if you're Popper's Pupils. They will be able to defend that one, but what else can they get off the back of it? Again, it just seems like they're being reactive at the moment. Melee creeps are the ones pushing the issue. As I say that, oh my god, initiative taken and a close miss on the hook.
Here comes Sion. This is just for the last remaining Guardian. Parry on to... I don't know if that's... Give him the kill for Guardian here, especially if you get a second kill. A little bit questionable value-wise. Rem's gonna get caught towards the end of this too here, Dan. Well, maybe. It's Rem. Zerbzy may be able to find someone to hop on, and no. So you give up 2 kills for Guardian. You're going to be giving up Sinner's priority too for ones that are coming back up. Oh, the parry was unreal from DMB, but he's afflicted, and surely if DMB gets away, it would be unreal. But no, League is able to chase it down. But Braden in pursuit for the Calico. Poppers can't find a way out. It is trades that are overall going in favor of melee creeps, still keeping them in the driver's seat as far as the tempo of the game is concerned.
Yeah, and here is a catch onto Saya on the Abrams. Are they able to take him down, though? Leffer would love to get this kill. Leffer's been getting kind of deleted, I felt like, in a lot of these fights.
Well, his HP's down to 50%. There's no swap.
Oh, no.
And Birdie just got here. So the answer to that is no.
Oh, no.
Well, also, why would you chase Saya like this? There's so many times where we've seen games get thrown by being over aggro on chasing Saya. I'm a little bit confused on it. He was really not close to dying at all. He was at half HP by the end of that chase.
And they split up, and he was able to get a 1v1, and then against Mina in close quarters. That was the most disastrous, I think, fight I've seen today, CP. I felt like that was really rough.
Well, again, just for it starting with chasing Saya.
Yeah.
Gun buff the John on McGinnis. You cannot ask for better RNG treatment than that.
Okay, well, I mean, melee creeps are in a really good spot here to keep the pressure going. Both bars, get the urn. And they've got that right side Guardian very, very low too from previous engagements. They're looking to get aggressive here, cleaning up this Sinners. No punish.
Abrams, are you focusing on
Yeah, look at the control of the map at the moment. Full respect being given by Popper's Pupils.
notice you haven't dropped me off?
Pockets on the bridge.
They're going to try to push that right side lane whilst the sun is getting run.
You, sir, are an impressively large
And it's not going to be much of a push, especially with melee creeps coming there in defense. So Earn is going to be relatively free. And again, on the aggregate, the game still looks particularly close, but the eye test, it's showing something completely different here, Dan. As once more, we turn the Goober who's fishing, finds the pocket super, super early. And now we're going to see this leave away out. The Domini's pulled out, and this should be a very, very dead pocket before it's all said and done. However, nap time comes on in. Zerbzy tries to make a little bit of room. Not enough to save League, but is enough to catch John the crossfire, but it comes at a cost. Zerbzy ends up falling, and here comes the Walker push. It's going down on both sides, Dan. Give me a Walker for Walker here.
Yeah, looking like a clean trade for both sides. So interesting to see kind of who comes out ahead on this one. Ultimately, I totally agree with what you're saying about the eye test. It's felt like Popper's Pupils have been just, again, just reactive the entire game. Have had the game dictated to them. I mean, it makes sense when you're up against Bebop that's as active as Goober. But hold the horses, hold the phone, hold it all. We're going for a mid boss here, melee creeps. Even though League is going to be up in time, I think, if his team looks to collapse on this.
Okay, the melee creeps making the call to go mid boss here. This has been a strength of melee creeps as far as good shot calls go. We'll see if this one falls in that bucket. Shining Wonder was used early in the fight and is already gone. McGinnis on top of the Guardian. Page ult comes in to help secure. All three rejuves go the way of melee creeps, and now looking for the cleanup. They lose one charge on the birdie, but the rest of Popper's Pupils desperately need to leave here, Dan, because anyone that's left is just going to get run over.
Yeah, they get caught here, and the lanes aren't in great condition here for Popper's Pupils. They're okay, but this mid one is very pushed, and you can see full advantage taken under the tower. The charge comes through from Saya. Good swap, though, actually. This is really nice damage into a hook as well. So Saya losing a lot of health there, but staying up. So how's that rejuice? They weren't able to burn that one away, and the mid walker will be, of course, going to the Popper's Pupils side, so they can get out now. Job done, and they're pushing the right walker too.
I would need to look at that again, but can you make the argument that that swap was beneficial to Saya from average? Like, I feel like that pulled Saya into a better spot that enabled the hook out. I need to look at it again, but it's like it was a little bit interesting. Unless it was just average, you wanted the reposition in someplace better.
I think you are correct. And we're starting to see a pretty damn nice lead get carved out here. Just one walker behind our Popper's Pupils, but they are, again, just, I don't know, DP, it feels like they're always kind of behind the game a little bit. It's going to be a fight here, or at least an attempt at a fight, by melee creeps to use some of these rejuve crystals on the left here.
I think Popper's Pupils are running a comp here where it gets a little bit worse over time as far as the Calico's contribution goes. And also, Popper's is pretty underfarmed to do anything on the Calico at the moment. But all those thoughts right now is we're seeing low main get completely jumped on here. Tankiest member here for Popper's Pupils, and not something melee creeps seem to care about. Has to watch out for the hook, but has enough clearance and is heavily playing the line of sight. Elsewhere on the map, the League is getting super, super low.
Yeah, Average is going to try to push that mid walker, but he should get stopped there by the play from John on the defense. In the meantime, this Rift fight, here we go. Leffa over the top with the Nox Nostra. Seeing what pressure he can apply. Give Goober there, just running around inside the Rift. It will get forced out of it, though. Very, very low now. Great hook. Very low HP still. Top comes in. Can this kill get finished off? It was such a good initial opening from Average, an opening salvo, but still Goober stays alive outside that Rift. In comes the Stampede, and melee creeps. 3 players are afflicted, but there's no follow-up for it.
And even if someone does go down, they still have 2 rejuve crystals. I get it. Popper's Pupils wanted to play around the comeback mechanics of the Rift, but things simply do not work in their favor whatsoever. And now, Melee Creeps continue to expand their lead, and was looking like a game now, Dan, that maybe bring us to a map 3.
Certainly, it's certainly looking that way. Yeah, it's been interesting because it kind of has felt like Pupils Pupils have kind of sort of struggled to find ways to create advantages for themselves across the map, and I think I do wonder if part of this is again being the presence that Goober's had since he got unlocked very early, because we have to remember that was a very fast mid guardian that they managed to take down. But with that said, it's not an enormous or unrecoverable difference at this point.
I think
the is getting run.
I don't. The comp for Poppers Pupils is weird and where things are at. Like again, I was getting to before all the fights broke out, is that Poppers is essentially a non-factor now. You have Mina and Pocket that are constantly looking to dodge out, but then you also have Average who's looking to swap people in when most of your team is going to be playing, very, very spread. And then you have a Billy that brings everyone the other team together. It doesn't feel like it works. Like the strongest thing you have there on paper is that you go in, you get a good chain gang, you get a massive team affliction, you go from there. Hook though, in onto Average. And once more, you can see Average running for his life. The second hook ensures he's not going to get away.
Absolute terror with the hooks. In comes the Affliction, catches 2 players. John and Sire, we'll see if they can escape the action. And Poppers, again, pretty low on the farm here, so not that powerful at the moment. Like Spirit Snatch always goes pretty hard, but everyone's able to escape for the most part. They convert onto Sire, of course. 25k difference here now, ZP.
I mean, with 16k souls between the two teams, not ideal for Poppers Pupils, but really for Melee Creeps, the number one thing that they have to avoid is letting low main get a massive chain gang, particularly around an objective. You don't want to end up doing like a super aggressive mid-boss call and then get 4-man chain gang into Affliction, Nox Nostra, and everyone dies. But short of Poppers Pupils landing a big wombo combo, Melee Creeps is has a vastly superior comp for just generally fighting. And it's not particularly close, especially when you have 13k worth of souls backing you up.
$11 kills to 24.
I see paradox.
Not too surprising to see. They're trying to catch all the farm here now as well. Mid boss up in 50 seconds, so it's going to be a key time to start finding picks. What's the best case here, ZP? What has to happen for Poppers Pupils? What's a good-looking fight for them?
Well, it's like I was talking about earlier, is that they have to look to low main and say, grab 4 people, whether that be at mid-boss, someone baits, whatever it may end up being. You need a large chain gang, and that's number one. Or, nap time that sets up a chain gang, I suppose. Like, it has to be, effectively alt-wombo combo. If you don't get some ridiculous combination of alts, and you just fight in the neutral, you lose this game. Like, you 100% do. So for Melee Creeps and Poppers Pupils to an extent, it's a matter of positioning and not being caught out, and a lot of it centering on where's the Billy.
Okay, well, mid-boss is up and the fight is going to be initiated, and nap time's in there. As we'll see the Stampede as well coming on through, and Sire is going to take down Lefa, so really finding good engagements here of Melee Creeps as they look to control the fight, and they are crushing everybody here. There's no way that anything is going to work out here for Poppers Pupils. The Affliction comes in, 4 players connected with, but it's so late into the fight.
Yeah, it's far too little, far too late. And that it's just the biggest Affliction. It's like, yeah, but there's no one around to capitalize on it. Like, sure, a bunch of people on Melee Creeps are going to be down at half HP, but they're at half HP when the rest of your team is at 0 HP. It just, the fight got started on Melee Creeps' terms, and by the time Poppers Pupils rotated over, there wasn't anything else left to win. And now Melee Creeps, they make the very obvious shot call of going mid-boss, and there's not even the opportunity for a multi-swap from Average here. There's just going to be 3 uncontested crystals going in favor of Melee Creeps.
Yeah. You got that McGinnis heal as well to deal with all the affliction damage. Put the extra turrets up there, and there you go. There are those crystals. The final walker will get targeted as well. Looks like Pupils Pupils will try to jump on top of that one, though. Rift is going to be something that they might want to fight for. I mean, the resistances, of course, are helpful. I don't know if it's going to be enough here. They're going to get caught outside of the Rift fight for the most part here. There's Leopard getting targeted down. I don't think it seems like just not a care in the world from Braden here on the Celeste. Just charging it down.
And Lomain may have offered himself up as the sacrifice here. See if there's enough damage to take down Lomain. If anyone can survive maybe the ability, but a second hook! Gonna pull in Lomain one more time. Rift secured by melee creeps. Urn about to be run on in, and, you know, Lomain is still alive here. Wait. What is going on? Okay, that was weird graphically, but Lomain may have run out of lives here, but still working around the outskirts. Instead, Rem turns into being the target. Look at Billy's HP post-Rem here! He's still dead, but...
Yeah. Good effort, good effort. Well, Walker finally goes down, and Leopard's is pushing mid by himself, so he might actually get a Walker. No, okay. So, all right, so it does get stopped. John has been there to just prevent any mid-Walker trades the entire game, so...
Can we get a death counter right now?
Uh-oh.
I feel like I have to... Okay, it's actually Rem that's died the most at 8. I thought Left was a little bit higher, but pretty evenly balanced across most of Popper's Pupils here, but, you know, very, very one-sided. Both shrines gonna go down, and Tier 1 patrons soon to follow, and you have 2 rejuves in the bank and a over 40k lead now, Dan. I think it's safe to say a third map is in the cards.
Yeah, and I mean, backing off isn't even necessary. I mean, Affliction comes in, it's gonna, you know, connect with a few players. No big deal, you know, you can just, you know, use a healing salve and get everybody up again. They're gonna go back to base, so of course with the Guardians down, you can get back pretty fast. Get back pretty fast.
You know, sometimes I wonder for, you know, pocket players, if there's kind of this element sometimes of, well, we're losing the game, but I'm gonna go out of my way to hit several multi-man afflictions anyways. Not even if it's at the right timing, but just to be like, you know, if my team did something. Also for stat padding, etc.
Yeah.
I feel like that's sometimes that feels like where we've had a few games recently where, you know, the Pockets team is clearly completely out of it, but they, on a personal level, have gone wild with damage and, you know, big afflictions towards the end.
Yeah. I mean, it's just one way to do it, I suppose. Yeah, Pockets is a weird one for me because the level of value versus, I think, you know, the games won with the Pocket, I feel like it's kind of, it's a bad correlation.
Yeah. And now, like, I mean, for win conditions here, the problem is the stat difference is so high that, you know, we've talked a lot about the Popper's Pupils comp basically really focusing on ult combos. I don't think they win a fight now, even if they get their ideal ult combo. I think it's more likely that John, and Braden just kind of walk over and take everyone down along with DMB.
Yeah, totally. So I just picked up Phantom Strike as well, which is, I feel like that's always a moment for an Abrams when you get to that Phantom Strike. It just changes the game because, you know, Phantom Strike onto the Mina, the Pocket, really anybody, and then just like charge. The amount of damage you can do to them is absolutely absurd, and no one can escape you. So it's pretty rough.
It's the game where, you know, Abrams says, let's see what this book can do, and apparently teleport is one of his options as, okay, Lomain just gets taken down near our wonderful shop where I was out selling a few items recently.
The good thing you got out of there in time. I mean,
yeah, I mean, it got a little bit rough. It got a little bit rough a little bit later on.
Okay, we're going back in. They're going back in. The patron is getting hit by something, so I guess the troopers are on it. And just gonna just go for this fight outside the base.
HP bars are not moving here. 2-man affliction comes out on the Goober and Birdie, and okay, Birdie cares about it a little bit, but the Euro Domini is out, nearly takes down Poppers. Braden gets a finish, and that is going to be it. A map 3 is coming your way as melee creeps even up the series.
Yeah, and I got to say, this game felt it felt sad. I feel like for Popper's Pupils, in the sense that, again, it just felt like they had to react. And, you know, some of those key players that you would expect to maybe be the ones taking some fights and creating some moments, like maybe Lefa on the Mina, for example, or maybe your Calico Poppers. They didn't really see anything like that. It was kind of melee creeps kind of pulling Pupils from pillar to post across the map, having to react to pushes everywhere, and it was them getting ganged constantly. So it never felt like Pupils were ever able to take control, and just were kind of always behind.
Well, I think a lot of it started in lane phase, where you think about it. I believe it was mid lane, where we talked about where mid lane went down super quickly and enabled Goober to instantly make the swap over right. And yeah, I remember saying just about word for word is that, you know, Goober is basically getting, you know, the perfect early game for a Bebop. And that made things really problematic for Pupils Pupils, because maybe it's a different game if Lefa has a better early game or League has a better early game. But it's difficult for this to happen for someone like Lefa if you have Goober in your lane doing things like that.
Yeah, it's a fair point. Yeah, it's very challenging. Yeah, Mina's Mina's an interesting hero because Mina's very difficult to play, but you can kind of do everything. You can be a crazy assassin threat at the same time, you know, just like farming really efficiently, and obviously if the movement that you can do really creative ganks and dives and so on. So it's a very high skill ceiling hero to kind of get going, and I think if you get a little bit behind early like this, it's really hard to get that momentum that you need.
Well, I think more than that, I can't think of a time that we've seen Paradox, Pocket, Mina, Calico all on the same team. Like, team comp wise, this just feels like a team where everyone wants to be spread out and opportunistic, but then you also have Billy Ren.
Right.
Like, the overall team fight flow and strategy did not feel anywhere near as cohesive or as intuitive as melee creeps, where it's like, hey, we have Abrams, that's going to be the front line. We have plenty of survivability between the McGinnis and the Page, and we still have, you know, we got Bebop for picks, and then we got, you know, Ven and Celeste for damage, and Celeste herself kind of doing multiple things at the moment in terms of creating space. So, like, I see all the benefits of the melee creeps draft here, and the Pupils Pupils draft. Like, I'm not saying it couldn't work, but it felt like a far more difficult task even before the very first seconds of the game.
Yeah, I think that's a very fair point. I wonder if that's if Pupils Pupils will kind of see it that way as well, and sort of change how they draft out. But yeah, you can see here just 36 kills to 11 for melee creeps. Sire with a 10-1 game. You know, Goober 6-1, Brayden 7-1, like 5-1 for Birdie. Oh yeah, Birdie had like the most souls at one point in the game. I forgot about that. So yeah, just a very challenging game where, I mean, D&B had all the space created for him, so as did John. I mean, with everything that the rest of the team was doing.
Also, remember what I said about, hey, you know, when you're pocketing a losing game, get a little bit of stat padding in. League with 40k damage, but I'm thinking back to this, like, where did a lot of this damage come from? And it's just like, oh yeah, there was a lot of afflictions and fights that weren't even, you know, fights by the time the afflictions came down. So, you know, that stat line is a little bit misleading, but yeah, all in all, I think you could just trace the genesis of this game to lane phase went way too badly against the Bebop lane, and it just ended up hitting every other lane's ability to compete, on top of being against, I think, a draft that was just outright stronger from melee creeps for the reasons that we were just talking about.
Well, League got that 40k damage. So there you go. The affliction's doing its work for the stats. Yeah, so interesting stuff there, ZP. What is the number one change you would want to see?
Number one change I want to see is that I don't think you pick that amount of maneuverability, you know, flank-esque heroes in one comp. I think if you just change out one of either the, you know, the Pocket, the Mina, or the Calico, things probably flow a little bit better for Pupils Pupils. But Dan, that brings us to yet another break. When we come back, we will see who is going to win Night Shift 52 here in North America.
Gotta get back to base. I survived death before.
Paradox. I see pocket. I see the enemy.
I see the enemy. I see
Paradox.
I see the enemy.
I see Paradox.
Your brilliance is an example to us all, McGinty.
I see the enemy.
Try harder than that. Hope this goes as well as rehearsal.
I see pocket.
I see Mina. Let's push green.
I see the enemy.
I see paradox.
Gotta get back to base. I survived death before.
They took out
I see Paradox.
Let's contribute to the chaos.
Let's go.
Welcome back, everyone. This is Night Shift number 52. And Dan, once more, we got a full best of 3 here in North America. Melee Creeps bring the series back after what was a pretty one-sided game where all it took was getting ahead in lane phase and, you know, maybe a questionable draft on the other side. And just like that, we're at 3.
Yeah, the draft definitely gave an in for sure. And Melee Creeps just, yeah, it did feel like there was a malfunction when you kind of described kind of how there was an imbalance in how they had these different roles on their draft and like what they were missing. And that created this huge hole for Melee Creeps to take advantage of. So hopefully they're able to plug that, and hopefully they detected that as well and are able to have a much better, more rounded draft, moving forwards. Pocket definitely also didn't really seem to, I think, work out. Maybe again, that could be a different story if there was more support around it, so that made more sense. But ultimately, I'm hopeful that Pupils Pupils will right the ship here.
Yeah, I think draft-wise, both teams will probably have learned a little bit from their mistakes. Although, one thing I gotta ask production here: what is the win rate on McGinnis on the day? Because McGinnis has been winning a lot. Is one of the eye tests here. It's like you go into all the deep analysis of why specific team comps did or didn't work, but also on the same note, I think McGinnis herself has been like pretty deeply positive today, at least in NA.
EU too, I believe.
No.
Yeah. McGinnis has been winning. So we go. I wonder if Doorman will get left open. Actually, okay. So what would Melee who's going to get rid of in his position?
I mean, against Pupils Pupils, you can always make the argument of getting rid of Billy because low main, although in this case, they're going to get rid of the Celeste, which last time around was also because of low main. So not too surprising, actually.
There we go. Okay, so there's already a bit of a change up here in terms of how the opening is approached. So a few options: Billy, Doorman, Mirage. Okay, Bebop. Okay, so we're getting much more specific bans, which I love to see that at the end of a series, in the third map. So this leaves open quite a lot of different options for melee creeps. They've been going with the Abrams here a lot to try to secure the Abrams for Sire. It seems like.
Ready to do some
somehow got muted. But okay, they're not going to get the Abrams this time around because they decide we're going to first pick the McGinnis. This may be a mistake. Saya looks incredible on Abrams, a little bit less so here. The actual play that just ruined melee creeps day is if they went both Billy Abrams at the same time here. But instead they're going to go Lash, who also has been hitting a few bans.
Yes.
So now this means Saya is probably going to get whichever is unpicked. It's kind of interesting because of the two heroes, I think Pupils Pupils likes playing with Billy more, but melee creeps likes playing the Billy or the Abrams so much that they're not going to grab either. They're just going to go with the Ren.
Yeah, that is really interesting because I mean there is a world. I don't know that this world is upon us of the Abrams Billy steal right now, which is again I don't know if that's too good. That might be a bit crazy, but one of them for sure. There's the Abrams. They might leave Billy open. I can't imagine Billy is left open till the ban phase. But I also would be surprised to see Billy here for melee creeps. I would imagine they're going to get the Calico potentially here.
Well, the way melee creeps is role wise, I'm not saying it's impossible for someone else to play Billy, but it's not in their traditional role sets. Also, they like playing Vent too much. Even if it's not John on it, they've basically secured, John and McGinnis, DMB on the Ven, and they are perfectly happy with that. And maybe a Mirage is going to come in for Pupils Pupils here before the mid-stage bans, because that's usually a target. Yeah.
There you go. And Billy is unpicked and very bannable. And Pupils Pupils, I'm sure, would love to have it. So I can only imagine melee creeps must ban Billy.
Banning Billy would be pretty huge here. Because then, the way the game is, okay, maybe they're probably going to go Geist, but that's not exactly the same type of front line. It actually... being without either Abrams or Billy is pretty tough. So yeah, a Billy ban here would be pretty good for melee creeps. I think grabbing the Barrage may have been a little bit greedy, but we'll see. Does melee creeps actually ban the Billy? No, they ban Viscous.
Oh, interesting.
Which is also interesting because, it's something that Birdie still could play, but maybe they want, hey, Birdie, just play the page again. But banning the Viscous over the Billy when Billy is still available, look, I think I can see some of the logic behind it. I'm still not entirely sure I agree with it, but Pocket is going to come in.
Yeah, Pocket comes in, and the one question mark I have is if Apollo is going to get drafted here for either team. Apollo's pretty good I still, and in every phase of the game as well. So okay, so there's the Apollo that I've been looking for. I feel like I've been expecting to see more Apollo today, but this is the first time we're going to see it. So I think that's a nice pickup for melee creeps. The frontline question is quite troubling though for Pupils Pupils CP.
Yeah, I mean, they're still going to be able to get the Billy, if they want here, their final two picks, nothing else standing in its way. So they dodge a bullet because I actually think that would have been pretty ugly. Now, the funniest thing here by far would be if they picked Paige as we think that's also good now. They go Billy Page as the last two picks, and then you wonder, what's Birdie going to play now? Because I think if you're banning Viscous, you weren't like trying to have Birdie play Viscous, and previously you go, oh, Birdie's gonna be on Ivy, but after last game, it's like, yeah, Birdie's probably gonna go Page again.
I'm exactly who you think I am.
This is a way better draft for Pupils Pupils. I think it's fair to say.
Yeah.
They kept the pocket, but minus Calico and Mina, and then plus Lash, Mirage, Drifter, like whichever way you want to kind of slice it. So much more rounded draft. Like it a lot. Page comes in just like you said. So interesting here. I feel like Pupils Pupils, I like their draft better here, ZP. I'm definitely a fan of this. I think the fact that they got Lash, Rem, Mirage in the opening 3 was insane. The fact that they got Billy in the 5th pick is insane. Like, I think like they got an insane draft.
Actually, you go back even a few weeks. Imagine showing someone a draft screen where it's Billy, Pocket, Mirage all on the same team. You'd be like, okay, well, this game is clearly over. But it also shows how much things have changed, where it's like, yeah, but imagine when this was meta, Dan. You go be like, yeah, but they gave up McGinnis first pick. They would actually like seek to institutionalize you for responding in that way. And yet here we are. It's like, oh yeah, this actually makes total sense, which really goes to show how much things change over a handful of weeks.
Yeah, definitely. Like Pocket, Billy, and Drifter 2-3 weeks ago were like the first 3 picks for a lot of teams. So yes, it's insane.
Also, who got completely abandoned, neither picked nor banned, despite it being available. I guess it was mostly because the Apollo was unbanned this time, but no Calico. Brayden plays the Apollo instead.
Yeah, and I like that a lot. I think Brayden's going to be able to be more active in these early lanes, and I think Apollo obviously offers some similar things, but different, right? He's not quite the assassin, but he has a lot of burst damage. He's able to really get on top of you. I do like the team fight that Apollo has with all the burst damage and the AoE as well as the ult. So I'm a big fan of this. I'm surprised we haven't seen more Apollo today. I'm really curious about how it's going to look though for melee creeps, because I do feel personally like Pupils Pupils got away with a better draft here. You're not sure? You think it's marginal?
No, I actually, when I look at here, okay, again, go top 4 the top 4. And then obviously, yes, you've gotten Billy like pretty late into the draft, but top 4 the top 4, from what we've seen over the course of today, I take McGinnis, Abrams, then Apollo over Lash, Rem, Mirage, Pocket. Like 100%. Now, the parts that get a little bit questionable here is that, okay, you got Goober on Paradox, and you have, the Page pick, but the Page pick actually won last game. So I think overall, if I had to really choose between the two teams, even though I do think it's close, I'd probably give an edge to MLC here.
Interesting. Well, it's going to be really fun to find out. I am looking forward to this one. The fact that we have such a different draft for the finisher of today for Night Shift number 52, a year of the Night Shift. This is it.
What a year it has been. But also, my final thoughts of the previous draft, I think you'd feel way better if they had a Viscous and no Billy. Like, not banning Billy was silly. And I wasn't trying to rhyme that. That just happens somehow.
Sometimes it happens, man. AVG lag. Wait, we're supposed to call him average.
Oh, did I say AVG there? I've usually said average.
No, you didn't say that. I said that because whoever's playing Mirage, I don't actually know who's playing Mirage, said AVG lag.
It's average.
Oh, it's average. Okay, so that's even more confusing. Because he...
Okay, I mean, average is kind of been stuck in the I will fill whatever role position for Pupils Pupils, where average doesn't get to play as comfort heroes every game, no matter what. The way that some of the other players may get to do.
Back in the day, he used to play a lot of Mirage, so I feel like it's a nice throwback at least. Nice throwback.
Players have definitely had different arcs. I mean, you had the period of time where, for average, of course, average used to be like nothing but frontline for the longest period of time, as we were talking about, Lefa being in an M1 carry phase. Saya, of course, probably being one of the most prolific people of changing back and forth, where he started on pick, went to support, went back to pick, and now is frontline. But in terms of lanes here, Dan, once again, we're going to be seeing the Abrams Page lane. up against Billy. Right. Like, this is an exact rematch of what we had in the last game.
Okay. Well, last game, Sire kind of just, I mean, he's really dangerous, man. So I would expect Sire dominance again. We'll have to keep our tabs on that one. The mid lane, though, that was the really key lane. Obviously, Bebop's not in this game, so that kind of changes changes things a little bit. But in the mid lane, we got Lash for Pupils Pupils, and Lash is with. Who's Lash with? Pocket?
I believe so. No, Pocket with Mirage. Yeah.
Couldn't see on the minimap.
The minimap was hiding the info for a brief second. I mean, Lash, Mirage, Paradox, Ven. I don't know if I give either side a huge advantage here. A lot of this comes down to execution. I mean, I guess technically on paper, the Lash Mirage, but there's a lot of ways this lane can go wrong, especially if you like overpush and eat a bad gut shot.
Yeah, for sure. For me, it feels like a lane where you want to play a bit more defensively if you're the Ven Paradox until you get some of your abilities or even the ultimates online. You want to kind of make sure that you're healthy for that, and then you become really dangerous. Your kill threat's like very high. Whereas before that, I felt like the poke is a little bit better for Lash and Mirage. All right.
Also,
we'll see how it works out.
The lane we haven't talked about that we really should be talking about is Apollo McGinnis is terrifying. Like, we saved the best for last. That is a objective survive lane for Drifter Pocket. Like, this is not easy to deal with because you still have to deal with Apollo's laning, which is very good in the early game. And then if you misplay against that and have to play defensively, you give up Guardian damage to McGinnis. Like, this is miserable to play against under even the best of circumstances.
Yes, I completely agree with that. So they lose well, and yeah, make sure they don't get a Guardian before the. Like if you can get it so that they make it so that they don't get it until the 8th minute or something, that's definitely like a really big win. I feel like.
Yeah, you're happy with that. Again, the objective is survive, and don't give up the 4 or 5 minute Guardian. Which so far, I mean, you take a look at how the lane is played out. They haven't given up too much on the Guardian yet, so it's gone well so far. Although, as I say that, it's hit Apollo getting a few licks in.
Yeah, I mean, Pupils Pupils managed to get their own tier 1 camp, so that's always a good start as well. In some of these very losing lanes, you're lucky to even get your own tier 1 camps. Okay, so pretty slow start. I don't think we've had a single kill yet, actually.
Game 3s, I feel like, go one of two ways. They're either bloodbaths or both sides get really, really conservative, and there's not a lot of in between. This one may be more on the conservative end, although that may be changing a little bit, but quick parries enough to free up Goober. Goober might have enough separation, enough to get line of sight. No, not enough. The stacks were high enough, and Goober gonna be first one to fall.
Yeah, and there's that poke. I definitely think until those ults come online, you've got an advantage there. Oh, hello. Okay, well, there's the charge into Captivating Read. Surely they're enabling the kill onto low main. And again, it's like we were talking about. I think, you mentioned it a bunch, just how dangerous Sire is on this Abrams. And we've seen it all day in action, just so reliable.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason why I think draft-wise, Melee Creeps is spending a lot of capital to get Abrams at a high spot in these drafts. And it's more so, it's not just Abrams' hero power. I think a lot of it is that it is the frontliner that Saya is best on. It's, hard to argue that fact at this point.
Okay, well, this mid lane is under pressure. You got a pretty deep position here from Pupils Pupils. Are they going to be able to take full advantage of this? Good parry coming on through. Another parry, though. Able to take down DMB. He really felt like I think he had that one. Death Slam in a very precarious position. Awkward. And chasing down the kill here. I don't know. Are you going to be able to escape here? Got a couple of Jin's marks on you. Goober trying to make his way out with the Paradox there. You got Lash on the pursuit. And it looks like Braden's going to go down in the meantime, thanks to Poppers. And the great parry onto low main from Sire. He has a second sense for it. So consistent.
And also a sense for smashing the Rem, perhaps? Wait, Mirage comes on in, gets the rallying charge out, which doesn't go the way of Rem. I wonder Okay, that's tragic. It was so close, Dan, to getting away, but the last shot enough to finish off Zerbzi as the Rem Billy lane continues to struggle against the unlikely combo of Abrams Page. Unlikely because no one was expecting Page today.
True, yeah. But it's been pretty historic, one might say. It's been very nice. And okay, this is like a very interesting place for the ultimate of John. So, I mean, the barrage is going to find its mark, I suppose. Switching onto his POV there, ZP, was quite confusing.
Also, you realize that this is about the only time in the game that you see McGinnis use her ult. Like think back to the previous game. Like, it has this one period at the time of the game now, the way people are playing McGinnis, where it's like it's worth hitting the button. Then otherwise, it's like, why would I hit my ult when my left click does more pew pew? So you know, if you're somehow, you know, for the two barrage enjoyers in chat, I hope you enjoyed what we just saw, because we may not see that button get hit again for the rest of the game for John.
Yeah. Okay, well, there's Sire. You can hear the charge sound. That means the Sire is running amok. And in terms of the Guardians, actually, we're almost at the 8-minute mark, and not a single Guardian has fallen yet. In fact, all Guardians above 50% HP at this time is unusual. Speaks to the conservative third map that you were talking about.
I think, you know, slight warning signs is, you know, Sia's, you know, very slightly ahead, but nothing too wild. In fact, John, wait, this wall saved him. That would be unreal, but no, there's no getting out of that, even with the cover from Brayden. But it is enough to turn this into more of a trade as League goes down at the very end, post to Tani Losan.
Yeah, 0 to 100s, or rather 100 to 0 on the Lash, very quickly indeed. Our League will be respawned now, though, and these Guardians, again, not really taking much damage. Every lane doing a pretty good job keeping it up. We're about to get to the 9-minute mark, CP, and no Guardians have gone down. Which means also I mean, both teams are trying to do some remming here and there, but it's a bit more limited.
Yeah, it's been kind of interesting, but also this could be a very dead drifter right now. Brayden on the pursuit. Super Light Speed needs one more hit, gets it. Brayden cleans up Poppers as both teams struggling for Cinder's control. Uber and die off in middle, but John walking forward, looking for the avenge. Parry! It's enough. John ends up falling towards the end. But wait, where'd Saya come from? Saya walks on in, finishes off League, and still is able to turn that into more of a trade.
Whoa, okay, nice parry coming on in. That's going to slow things down. Saya still looking for some action there in middle regardless. Extra players coming over from Popper's Pupils. At right side, Guardian is going to get taken down. Popper's Pupils will lose that to melee creeps, who are trying to take control of this early tempo now as they move across the map. Both teams very active, though. A much more even game in that respect.
I think one of the bigger question marks here, and not just if Left is able to get afflictions later on, is I was just thinking about Left and it actually killed him, Dan. That's on me. But for average, I actually think Popper's Pupils needs, like, average to get pretty farmed up this game. Like, you expended high draft capital on the Mirage. You gave up some pretty important pieces for it. You know, ideally, this is where Mirage has a great game. And another parry on the Saya! Well, that's not part of Mirage's kit, but it is part of having a great game, so average, up to the task.
There we go. Popper's Pupils looking in good shape at the moment. They're looking to get this turned in, and with that on the left lane, melee creeps will respond in taking down this Guardian. Although big damage from over the top here is going to put John into critical condition. It is Average who is able to take him down, and Average now becoming a problem on this map at the moment, defending the Guardian.
I mean, if Average can avoid the incoming Doom here from Saya, it's actually a really good spot to be in. You're at 9.3k on Mirage early in the game to not only supercharge your later farming, but it still have an impact in team fights. However, all this going down to the Guardian because, of course, Guardians were late to fall in this game, and League may have just taken way too much damage post-charge. Poked on down.
Yeah, very difficult pressure to deal with now because it's just going to be average here. We'll get some assistance though as we try to secure all of those orbs, and the fight is going to be very difficult right now. You've got the Iradomini to try to dodge here. Some assistance coming on through from your pockets. Left is going to be in there. Lands the Affliction. That's going to force DMB away, and that saves.
Wait. Oh, okay, DMB went for the Hyperline reposition and just took Hyperline damage instead. However, Lefa stayed interested for long enough that may go down riposte hits. And Lefa caught towards the very end. A little bit of counterfire in from low main. Wait, that is wild aggression from Brayden and actually gets away without getting hit by the bash down.
Apollo things, I would say. They're going to keep up that pressure on the right side lane. Rift is on the right side lane as well. That's a nice advantage for melee creeps who are already there. And is there going to be a contest from Pupils Pupils, or will they try to do something else here? He's still got average farming up that left side lane, just solo farm at the moment. And does have the TP's coming online soon for average. He might be able to get there.
Yeah, if average wants to TP over, it's going to be one of those average will TP over if necessary fight-wise, but instead... Okay, I was gonna say, is Lee actually gonna push mid, or not mid boss, but mid walker here? No. But it's gonna be a near full team fight off on the right. We'll see if there's a traveler over here in a moment. Both teams fighting for the rift. We look at Apollo right now, where Brain is in all sorts of danger. Needs to live for a little bit longer than Tanya Lasan. Has it back up, can turn back into the fight. Tanya Lasan gonna be used, brings Drifter down the half. Apollo ends up dying for the attempt after. Death Slam used on DMB all the while. And Popper's Pupils, decent team fight start here so far. Claws through DMB. And melee creeps, see if they can turn this, but they are bleeding out players.
They need this. They need to get this because average TP'd over to the Rift and is going to give up a Walker because of it. So they have to at least take the Rift and then maybe try to take a Walker off the back of it, but it is definitely a troubling fight at the moment. It's going to be one that they will be able to capture, but again, they lost a Walker. That's a solo Walker farm that's going to go to John as a result of average TPing to help the Rift fight.
Yeah, that was a really smart rotation as it panned out. Where, I mean, John was there mostly the match average, but you stop and think about that. One team gets Rift, the other team gets Walker. And at this early in the game especially, I mean, I think really at most points of the game, I'm trying to think of like scenarios where I'd argue otherwise. You always take the Walker. And yeah, macro-wise, big win for melee creeps there as gut shot into instantly pulling out the crossbow. I don't know if the finish is going to be there though for DMB, who otherwise is looking for a quick escape on the rooftops.
The Venator's on the roof.
Yeah, some clean movement to get up there, and
See the Venator.
you got Pupils People's looking for some action here in the enemy jungle. Can they catch anybody? Looks like melee creeps will be able to avoid that, and just be some farm that gets stolen away instead from Pupils Peoples. Even game on the farm, but yeah, that Walker going down certainly gives the macro edge now to melee creeps. And we get the Sinners getting taken, and in the meantime, you may see melee creeps look for a fight themselves. They're all grouped up here, 4 players.
Definitely keen to do it over the buffs. Average. First one being targeted here at the beginning. Riposte back up, courtesy of Brayden. Changing used already from low main, and now trying to dive in on the birdie. 2-mana Flexion comes out at the same time. Swap, focus fire on the low main, enough to take him down. Buff claimed, by the way, by Sai. A survival buff on Abrams. That is terrifying. Who cares about a little bit of Affliction?
Yeah, definitely. Affliction. It's got to be at the right time, right place, right time. And we've got the counter here on this left side, courtesy of League. Solo Walker from Ash. That's a huge pickup.
They're going for mid-boss. This is the one thing you'd trade Walker for at this point. So long as you get the crystals, contest comes into Tanya Lasan. Pretty well timed. 1 crystal over the John to the melee creeps. Poppers steals 1 mid-fight. Immediately is the crystal burn. Both teams fighting within mid. All crystals are gone. Melee creeps. Oh, the pause.
No.
Not the mid-fight. Pause on mid-boss. That's rough.
Uh-oh.
Really bad.
That's not good.
I can't move. Okay. At least you look where Goober's positioned in this fight, the story does kind of check out.
Where are you at? Where are you at? Yeah,
You know, the wild thing about this fight here, Dan, is that Melee Creeps had more crystals. They're both gone, and Braden effectively can't fight anymore. DMB can't really fight. Saya is Abrams' survival buff, so the HP bar is a lie.
The other thing too, ZP, is that League, who got the Walker, just arrived with the Death Slam as well, and full HP and so on. So, or close to the HP.
This trade was not worth it at all for Melee Creeps. Like, if they got 3 crystals clean, yes. The fact that they only got 2 of the crystals and immediately lost both of them, this scenario has been a macro win so far.
And it's quite interesting too, because, you could say that, obviously we're making the point too previously that the Rift trade, getting average over to the Rift and giving up the left lane, which I think is a hard position, because I think he actually had to do that to prevent his team from getting wiped. Because I think that was like that extra player was necessary for them to just barely win that fight. But we're going back in here, ZP. We are going back in. Goober's good, and let's see how much damage can be done. Lefa takes down DMB. Poppers gets traded out. It's a 1-for-1 at the moment, and you got to give it to Poppers Pupils to have the edge here, especially with League. Has that gun buff. There's the Death Slam coming on through, but Melee Cree's still doing a good job.
Wait, Saya grabs Urn of it and kills Lefa as this is going on. Now, Lomain and the rest of Poppers Pupils are able to clean up those that are there, but the fact that Saya gets away from that by killing Lefa and getting Urn is still a little bit unreal. It'll put Melee Creeps ahead on the aggregate when it's all said and done. But that sequence event's still pretty good for Poppers Pupils, given the fact that they got a Walker for essentially nothing in the end.
Yeah, it kind of ties the game up in terms of that macro, that previous loss that they had, kind of even up, and especially because it's on the same side of the map as well. Makes the game really interesting. Certainly the closest map that we've had so far, I think, no doubt.
Yeah, which also seems to go one of two ways. When you get a map 3, it's either a turbo stomp because one team is, just that locked in, or, it's something like this where it's as close as the game can get.
So, little respites after the mid-boss shenanigans. You get the farming happening here for both sides, cleaning up the map. You can see that the Poppers Pupils, every lane is pushed against them, which is not a good feeling. They need to clean that up.
Also, can we get a golden statue check? We've had Rem in these games, and, we do need to keep tabs on there's no green. Zerbzy is the most selfless Rem to ever play competitive Deadlock. That is a Rem that is actually on a diet and is counting calories, Dan.
Yeah, I feel like it's like wrong. I feel like there's something wrong about that. I feel like Rem is designed to be kleptomaniac.
Rem is designed to never stop gambling, but the drop down, charge, and near instant assassination here in the average, but average lives long enough to get the Dust Devil off. Is the escape still in the cards, though? Erdemini can be pulled out. DMB looking for a target, and it's gone. And so is average. So the assassination attempt does not come to fruition.
Yeah. Will anyone get caught here? There's potential fights across the map. We're going to get the rallying charge pop there as well, fighting underneath the healing south here for Melee Creeps. And this is definitely a good opening on the fight. Lomain having to fall back and away, and Lomain does not have the support. Lomain's going to get crunched here by multiple players. Nowhere to go. It's a big pick for Melee Creeps as they look to assault the mid-walker. This might be a moment for them to take advantage as they also look for additional picks here. They know there are the players lurking. And right now, Poppers Pupils, they're out of position. They're going to be able to take down a walker themselves, obviously cleaning up that right side lane, but they're going to lose mid.
Yeah, losing mid-walker for what was honestly pretty well timed for Melee Creeps. Smart on their part. Like, yes, they've given up Sion, but getting mid-walker, definitely huge. However, Poppers Pupils, potentially looking to just run it back down the other side now. We'll see. Affliction comes on out, drops on the 2, results in John dying, and Braden no longer being a factor in the fight. So this is just go Walker for Walker here in mid. It doesn't seem like Poppers Pupils is necessarily going to commit.
A really, really close game here. I'm trying to look at what the late game might look like, because we're certainly going to a late game here. ZP, both teams playing somewhat conservatively.
I have an update here because the chat had a thing going with Rem where everyone says greed sickens me. I had to see like what people would say in response. We had one chat saying, quote, his restraint inspires me when you get a non-greedy Rem. That's actually fantastic. That came from Spy Hunter 07.
I love it. Well, the urn is being captured here by Poppers Pupils. They're going to run it across the map here. Rift is on the right side as well. So, given how even this game is, CP, we're about to get a big fight, I think.
Yeah, it's 100% coming. And already, the Rift with more action than you see in a lot of games here so far. Ult-wise, though, Melee Creeps has way more on deck here. This is not a great fight for Poppers Pupils if they go a fight here. And they know it. That's why they don't commit. And instead, just give it up to Melee Creeps, because if they go in down these ult stand, it just doesn't work at this point.
They did pop the Eternal Darkness, though, maybe trying to find a fight on the periphery of that Rift engagement. That did not happen, and it's going to be now a sprawling battle across the right side position. Urn is going to get dropped off there. Denies are going to be coming on through. A large amount of denies. Really well done there by Melee Creeps for that one. And now this fight, the skirmish, is going to continue under the bridge there as it moves its way towards the Walker. Good trade of kills coming out from both sides. Poppers Pupils definitely struggling, definitely feeling the lack of ultimates, though.
Yeah, I mean, I think Poppers Pupils probably need to just disengage a little bit more quickly here. They give up 2. They do get 1 in turn. So they don't come away completely with nothing. And it's in a window where it's not going to cause mid-boss to go against them, you know, particularly soon. Mid-boss still 1 minute out. 121k, the 121k now, Dan, at 22 minutes, a little bit before that, in the game. For map 3. Doesn't get much closer than that.
Yeah, you love to see it. And, you know, they gave up an extra player there. They do, I think, completely prevent any interest in the Walker push, which I think is nice as well. So, side lane's really pushed out well by the Poppers Pupils team. They've done a good job on that. So, that forces Melee Creeps to have to take care of that. You can see 2 players on either side lane, and that does give him player advantage in the mid, where Sire's going to get caught, and there are so many players here. Sire is in so much trouble.
Is Sire in trouble, or is Poppers Pupils in trouble? Because I feel like we've seen the movie before where Sai gets chased at, you know, high HP, and it ends up going completely against because the chase on Abrams goes way too long. Of course, in this case, Sai just gets away, so, you know, that entire hypothetical is completely off the table. But mid-boss is back up. Melee Creeps is going full of 6, and Sai doesn't care about missing a little bit of HP because they see Poppers completely exposed, taken down for free in middle, and now look to average, gets swapped in by Goober. A quick 2 picks now coming in from Melee Creeps, and Dan, that might have just opened things up here on map 3.
Yeah, I don't know what you can do about this now. You know, the mid-boss surely is going to be the result. Itanielo-san comes on through as well, sending that one deep across into a spot where maybe Poppers Pupils can get some focused fire, but still they are completely outnumbered. I think it's a massive problem here. Still trying to do damage from above. The pain actually coming in on top of Sire. He is afflicted. He is out of the fight here, so there is a potential for Poppers Pupils to do something, but they're getting very low on HP. You can see Lefa is trying to close the distance here, trying to find some way to capitalize on this particular fight. And the mid-boss, it can't be attacked just yet, but it is still going to be potentially up for grabs for Poppers Pupils once they've healed up.
Honestly, Poppers Pupils had a really good counter engage there after they were down 2. I think they realized, okay, we need to try and make something happen here because we can't let this just snowball into mid-boss or worse. And at the very least, they're able to take down Brayden. And even 2-man affliction there from Lefa, 2 very important targets to actually hit with it. Now, once more, we see a little bit of pressure on the Sai, who's back up to near full HP. In the end, though, Dan, we get left with a near even game state again.
Yeah, and the call out on the affliction, I think, was completely right as well, especially at that time in the fight. It saved the day, and okay, well, there's no more affliction. There's very little in the way of ultimates here for Poppers Pupils to really do too much with. They've got the Eternal Darkness, and that's it. I mean, the big ults, I guess, are not online for Melee Creeps as well, so The player on okay, so they're going to play for the bait here. You've got melee creeps. They're going to force mid-boss to roar, and they're going to be looking for the picks on the outside.
So I was looking for the charge pick to start things off. Seismic Slam into the tunnel, enough to find League with the aid of the McGinnis. The quick punch towards the end. Another 2 pickoffs here. Popper's Pupils down 3. Melee creeps still looking pretty healthy. Looking for an extra one here. Pocket running for their lives towards the very end. We'll see Cape going directly up. You don't have to chase it because you got mid-boss on the menu. 4 down, melee creeps. Everyone's still up. And this should be 3 crystals, the way of melee creeps. The stalemate, Dan. Finally getting broken. Pocket though comes on in, drops the affliction, goes for some parries, but is there going to be a steal? Absolutely not.
Yeah, good last-ditch attempt there, but looking a really nice here now for melee creeps, and a very difficult situation for Popper's Pupils. And that's one of those fights, CP, where I feel like you have to kind of like go back and look at the demo and see, you know, how did the positioning and timing break out? Because melee creeps got a lot of multiple players on one, and that obviously is never how you want a team fight to go, and that's kind of how it broke down.
Melee creeps on the verge of taking this lead and winning their first championship in weeks here on the 1-year anniversary of Night Shift. As we see, Popper's Pupils, though, the game is not out of reach. Is 11K right now, and you know the challenge here is just playing around the rejuve to keep it where it's at relative to letting things get completely out of hand. And average being able to get the urn, that's a start.
All right, we'll see what they can do with this position. I mean, giving up the rift spot. I mean, it's the worst thing ever because you don't get a resist with this little of a lead, or deficit, I should say, from Popper's Pupils' perspective. And that right side Guardian, you know, that lane is going to get, or rather, that right side Walker, that lane is going to get pressured now by the likes of John on the McGinnis. They're going to be careful about that. They're going to get tied up into a fight here on the other side of the map here, though, ZP.
Yeah, and again, any fight you take as Poppers at the moment has to be pretty methodically decided with 3 rejuves still up for melee creeps. The goal here, Dan, is limiting the damage. You know you're going to give up more of a lead because melee creeps is going to use the rejuve as a resource, but you try and limit it by fighting around objectives and, you know, hoping to burn a crystal off a dumb mistake here or there. You know, how much you lose by when rejuve is up on the other team is actually a pretty important skill that teams get judged on. And, you know, it's why teams like Buff and Warriors tend to win games that you expect them lost, is that they can be in a situation like this and not lose as much on the map as you'd otherwise think.
Well, this Walker is under serious threat. Tani Lo-san comes on through. Does it get a catch? I believe it does. Okay, some good shields coming on through to keep Billy up for the time being. Low main is going to stay alive. He's got the chain gang online as well, so this fight might not be as straightforward, but look at the connection into the Walker, and it's a huge one into the affliction as well. Big moves coming in from Popper's Pupils to absolutely blow up this play from melee creeps.
Every ult comboed, all rejuve's gone, but is that going to be enough? Goober is dead. The rest of melee creeps are still up, and Popper's Pupils, they are reeling. The Walker is still going to go down, but that combo might have limited some of the damage here so far, so long as people don't get caught while trying to get away, and that is not going to be the case. 3 end up falling. It was a great wombo combo, but the rejuve undoes all the damage, and now Shrines at risk for Poppers.
Yeah, nice follow-up there with the Seismic Slam as well, locking down League, and just like you say, you know, losing too much on the way back out. Looks like such a good opportunity, but these Shrines are going to fall quite rapidly, and now staggering the deaths. You don't want to be doing that. It looks like absolutely, for sure, a first patron drop is coming, and looks like melee creeps are in. I mean, they're very close to winning the game right now.
Yeah, they're not going to go for full end, but if they could get first stage patron here, which looks pretty darn likely, then they're going to be very, very happy. So you drop patron here, you back out, and now you have permanent advantage for the rest of the game on the creep waves, as long as your own Shrines don't die, and a big stat lead on top of it. DMB, though, potentially in a little bit of danger. Average trying to punish on the outskirts, but backup seemingly gets there in time.
Yeah, they would TP out, but I don't know if the same story is going to be set for the teammates here looking for the engage. A couple players getting caught there by the Apollo ultimate. As the escape here is attempted. League's back out there trying to shut it down. Got the Drifter also bearing down upon them. So Popper's Pupils are really trying to get some of these stragglers on the way out, but it's a clean escape, it seems like, for melee creeps. And melee creeps, the only positive thing there is that they had the left and mid lane pushed quite dramatically whilst all that bad stuff was happening in their base. But now they've got to get back to it again. Do the hard labor, and like you say, the creeps are going to be against them now.
I think you look at win conditions for Popper's Pupils. They need another combo play like the one we saw, but with no rejuves on the board. Also, that swap just a little bit off target. Not gonna connect. As Poppers turns out the lights for melee creeps. Earn gonna be on the quick run here from Goober. And yeah, I mean, for Popper's Pupils, really at this point, Dan, you're looking either for a pick because melee creeps has gone too far up, or you're looking for a big team fight ult play, and you know there's not too much other than that.
Oh no, the catch there. Was that a Phantom Strike into charge? That is very tough, but look at the escape there. Good heal comes on through as well. Using all the tools to try to see what they can do in this particular fight here. Popper's Pupils, they really need this one to work out as they're trying to reposition around this one, trying to get the better of this. They get the initial pick there onto Birdie. So something's going here for Popper's Pupils.
Yeah, they get the pick they're looking for at the minimum. Page being down for a minute is going to hurt. Death Slam up, over, finds 2. But League gets blown up before anything can happen with it. So both teams down 1. Braden looking for more. Affliction still loaded in the cannon here from Lefa. Drops it, hits 2. See if the fall through is going to be there. This fight is very spread out so far between both the ground, the verticality, and just the general positioning. In a way, both teams may just be on the way back out with the Earn still in control by melee creeps.
Yeah, big find though, taking down DMB, who was one of the afflicted players. That's 2 players down here. Big 80-second respawn timer there for melee creeps to have to worry about. Mid boss is up here, so if there's a world where Popper's Pupils can regroup off the back of this, maybe they're able to find some kind of objective. 1v1 against John John. Is there any assistance here coming on through? If they can take down John John for free here, that would be massive. But in comes Saya out of nowhere, pinning Aris to the wall, or low main to the wall there. Very difficult times here. Low main on critically low HP, and a
what
pause.
A pause! No, boy. Of all the times, the pause. Sorry, he said pause it. Okay, Birdie says ready.
No way. There's no way. No way.
All right, well, here we go. Post-fight. Chase down. Maybe not successful as Saya was hoping. And in the back, John John gets caught. So Saya goes for this deep chase, doesn't find his target. The team dies behind him. Melee creeps down 3, and mid-boss is still up. Dan, we still got ourselves a game.
Unless Saya can clean up, because Poppers is going to go down. Saya's on full HP. He's an absolute tank right now. And 2 players with him, Goober and Birdie, full HP as well. Poppers Pupils have to try to find a way to re-engage this together. They are doing so, and the wipe! And 2 players evaporate. Mid-boss is the target now for Poppers Pupils, and there's a way back in for Poppers Pupils off the back of this if they can get all crystals.
Not only is there a way back in, but Average just got a bounty for his contributions in that last fight. Picks up the inhibitor forward, which is going to be another big power spike on Mirage. And now, you know, for Saya, it doesn't look like Saya's going to try and go for any solo heroics here. But after this mid-boss, we are going to be evened up. But not really even at all, Dan, because Popper's Pupils is going to have up to a 3 crystal advantage, if not contested by melee creeps. Although, as I say that, Saya is doing a little bit of contesting and doing a bit of dancing far outside, unable to work his way into the rejuve. And rejuve is clear for the full 3 on Popper's Pupils.
Okay, this game just got very interesting because I believe the Rift is also getting captured by Popper's Pupils here, ZP. So every lane is going to start to get pushed pretty heavily. Although, again, they are against those more powerful troopers. So it's going to be... They have to get shrines off these rejuves, I feel like, ZP. Like what?
Yes. I think you've nailed directly onto the window here, because while on the souls it's going to be even, melee creeps are still up both shrines. So for Popper's Pupils, this is the best opportunity they're ever going to have to even up the shrine disadvantage that they're currently facing, which is enormous. It is very difficult to keep map control when the waves lose by default without you being at the wave.
Well, this is the moment to do that because they've crashed all the waves on all the lanes into the base Guardians now. And they've got a good chunk of... They've got 2 minutes of rejuve left. And here are the right side base Guardians going down. They're taking down the mid Guardians as well. Looking to work on the shrine. This has to be precise though, ZP. It can absolutely go against them.
Person we're looking at right now is Lefa. What is the affliction potentially be? Low main is already super low. That'd be 1 rejuve gone. Gets topped off by the Rem. Now, you have time in this rejuve. It's a 2-minute rejuve still remaining. You don't have to throw it away just yet. In fact, you know, Popper's Pupils are going to go back, pick up both buffs before making their next attempt. But I do agree with you, Dan, and what you said just a bit before is that I do think there's some pretty big pressure to try and make something happen here, you know, play for shrines, because, again, it's a little bit misleading that on one hand, you know, up about 15K at the moment, but down shrines is a really big deal. Death Slam finds 1. Is Paulo going to be able to get out? Right now, hasn't taken too much damage post Death Slam. But another ground strike on top, and Brayden cannot get away. The chase down successful. Man advantage out for Popper's Pupils. We'll see if this turns into something more.
Yeah, you got Average cleaning up that left side. They do hold on to the urn here, looking for the fight in the mid. They know they have the man advantage with Brayden down out for the count on this fight. And still with those shrines in mind, we're going to be starting to see that siege once again. There's that left side shrine. The rejuve crystals are going away soon here, so there is a very small window right now where this has to happen for Popper's Pupils.
And they're trying to make it happen. 1 shrine is down. That alleviates a good chunk of the pressure. Can they get the second shrine, or are they just going to leave? Right now, they're being very methodical about this, but it's clear they want the second shrine. Taking a look. Up in the air goes Saya. Half HP. Looking for anything here. Forcing Popper's Pupils back, but gets the charge in on the level. Lefa goes down! Lefa just gets absolutely deleted at the very end. And the second shrine is still up. Damn.
Yeah. I mean, just right when the rejuves went away. I mean, very precarious here right now for Popper's Pupils. They do at least get the 1 shrine. They don't give up more than 1 player. But the waves, the lanes are against them right now. And that is a big problem because that gives a good timing here for melee creeps to take full advantage by moving forwards and going aggressive. Maybe before Lefa can get back on the board. And he has that affliction that he wants into this team fight. If you're Popper's Pupils, you don't want to take a team fight yet.
No, not at all. But okay, maybe you do. The chain gain is huge. Pulls in 4, but doesn't thought they're going to be there. The rallying charge comes on in to Tani Losan. In on to the Drifter. Poppers goes down. The chain gang has not resulted in anything but doom for Popper's Pupils. Melee creeps withstand the ult, move on forward, take down 3, and they're on second stage Patron. This could be the end of the game here and now as melee creeps go for the finish and to reclaim the throne.
Yeah, back and forth right until the end. Hard to know how this is going to go, but over the top, the Death Slam comes on through. Only seems to find 1 player, not enough there. Knockdown in on through the lockdown lead. Take him out. He's gone, and soon the Patron also looks to be gone as well. Every single defender has been deleted, as have the chances here for Popper's Pupils. Melee creeps will take Night Shift number 52 in a 2-1 fashion.
And they also break the curse of not being able to win any weekly show with a significant prize pool. It was called the Shopify curse back in the day, where when we had Shopify on board as a sponsor, Melee Creeps famously, they weren't able to win anything. And they're just like, we just don't win tournaments with prize pools. Well, let me tell you, Melee Creeps, here during Intel Gamer Days, you are a winner.
Incredible. And the margins were so small as well, ZP. Like, the entire game kind of came down to that tension of that final, like, a 3 rejuve crystal moment from Popper's Pupils. You know, can they get enough of the base? You know, were they able to get both shrines and get out? But it couldn't be the case that they would assault the base, get 1 shrine, and then lose somebody. They had to either get both and be able to get out, or get 1 and be able to get out. They couldn't lose anybody, and that's the problem, is that they end up losing Lefa. We saw the collapse that happened afterwards.
Yeah, I mean, this is a game that went back and forth until the very, very end, the final pick being enough to seal the deal because, you know, when you're already on final stage patron, that's it. You can lose 3 people and the game is over. And, you know, that's exactly what we saw at the end. But, you know, you go to the highlights here, Dan, and, you know, this game had a lot of everything. I mean, Average not only got off to a good start, but also had a very key role in the team fight that brought everything back for Poppers Pupils, eventually leading in them getting mid-boss and Shrine. And also, from the Birdie perspective, Paige undefeated on the day.
Yeah, good point. Yeah, Paige undefeated on the day. Paige, I think, actually, you know, I think did Paige match up with Abrams at any point, or was it always like a Paige? Yeah, it was always Paige Abrams, wasn't it?
Yeah, Paige Abrams was one of her ideal lanes. You also saw a lot of Paige Billy.
Okay. Yeah, so Paige, is Paige back? Question mark. We'll have to see. I haven't seen Paige in Europe more than once. I think it was a loss in a challenger match, but definitely, you know, Paige looking good. Paige had been receiving buffs over I think there are a few different patches to kind of get to be more relevant in the pro play. So have to see if that continues, but you know, also seeing a good diversity of hero picks across the board, seeing more pocket play. You know, again, like the pocket play, we have some great combos here. We see the Death Slam, we get the Chain Gang, we get the Affliction all coming in on top of each other, like absolutely beautiful. And this was like a really key, one of the key moments here, ZP, to prevent more damage from happening. I don't believe they all got away from this fight, but it looked amazing.
Yeah, I mean, things, again, this is of course towards, you know, the end of the game and some of the ways that this went down, but, you know, all in all, this was a great map 3. I mean, you talk about, okay, you know, what's our map 3 you're gonna get? Is it gonna be close? Is it gonna be a blowout? You know, both teams were in this until the very end, and, you know, I'm thinking here in terms of things that made it happen, and I will say Saya being able to get Abrams and all the wins that Melee Creeps had felt to me like a pretty big difference in these games. Just the fact that, you know, so many of these key plays either started by Saya baiting people or, you know, getting a first pick.
Yeah, it is one of those things where it's like, do we ban the Abrams or pick it away from our opponents? It does feel like it's at that level of importance for the Melee Crew side. And would you look at that though, John, I feel like we didn't get to see, I think, a lot of John's perspective, because he was just in the back lines, you know, not in the big fight, in some of the big fights with all that objective damage, just kind of wearing down the map on the side lanes here, and, you know, massive damage as you'd expect. So John getting to finish up the series with a really big game, which is cool to see for him.
Yeah, and, you know, I'm trying to think here, you know, what on this stat-wise is particularly relevant. I think the, you know, people are wondering is like, oh, gee, why is Rem getting picked more right now? Is that, again, it comes down to the comps you're running with the Rem, but also the healing stats that Zerbzy was able to put out this game were truly a bit gaudy at 52,000. You take a look at this like, oh, it's actually a very significant amount of healing. And yeah, a lot of that did just go on to low main. When you look back, is like, well, where is this going on to? But, you know, even in defeat, I think the Rem still looked impressive.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. And, you know, I think just across the board, this was a really fun match to watch for. I think like all players from both sides had like very important roles in this one. You know, it's actually hard to kind of, you know, say anything, but, you know, each and every player had like a very like key role in what they were able to do, and did a good job on you know, ensuring that there was damage in the right places. You know, I think you know, it's cool to see that, you know, Leffer on Pocket actually is not, you know, again, we're seeing, as you mentioned, Leffer having to kind of flex himself a lot more than we used to. You know, used to be on M1 roles. Pocket is not really that. So that's cool to see. Also really cool to see, you know, the Lash got through, you know, in this last draft. You know, we also got to see a lot of Paradox, and Gooba getting on the Paradox with 50k damage, 51k damage from the Paradox, showing the Paradox is still like an absolute menace with respect to just consistent damage output as well. So that was also fun to watch.
Yep. You know, the interesting thing though is that, you know, the post changes on Holiday, which made the barrel half DOT damage, seemingly killed it for pro play, because even, you know, 2 weeks ago, you never would have seen Goober go, yeah, I want to play Paradox over Holidays. So it doesn't take much to kind of change some of the priority among pick heroes. But Dan, it's time to talk about our MVP, and our MVP this time around, from the front line, creating picks, it's got to be Saya.
Yeah, there's no question on this one. I mean, sometimes it's like harder to pin down the MVP, but no question on this one. I think showing us performances in the early lane phase that maybe you wouldn't expect. Being able to find immense value and pick picks from the charge, just right from the get go. As soon as he skills it, into level 1 on it. Saya was just so high value. Again, like there's one example of that. Just constantly finding those charges in these moments. Great parry there as well to convert 2 kills off that. Insane.
Yeah, and I mean, that was the one thing in the maps that Melee Creeps won, is that the Abrams was a continual factor. I think if you're doing honorable mentions for the other side, Lo Mein still had a pretty good series, especially back on map 1 where Lo Mein was able to play the Celeste, and it was such a threat in the Celeste that Popper's Pupils never got it back again. It was picked away from them in map 2 and just straight up banned in map 3, and I think for a very good reason. But some of these setups here super important, where just off the top rope finds Poppers in the back and just an instant deletion of Drifter. Totally.
Yeah, and of course, we'll see it in the highlights, I'm sure, but Saya gets kind of like the winning kill of the game as well with the pick he got onto Leper, and just like so many good moments here with the seismic slam as well. And I don't know, I feel like I haven't seen the presence of an Abrams be felt this strongly in a very long time. ZP, we used to have, I feel like some big Abrams players, but I just feel like it's been such a while since we saw a specialist do so well as we saw Saya today.
In recent times, it's mostly been Saya in NA, because this happened a few weeks ago. It was the last time Melee Creeps was able to win the championship, was off Saya having a Thanos performance on Abrams, which is why draft-wise I was wondering, it's like, okay, is there ever a point where you try and take this away? Because I think the skill gap for Saya on Abrams right now versus other heroes in that role is actually pretty severe. But Melee Creeps decided they wanted to pay a high draft tax for it, and it wasn't something that Popper's Pupils were willing to match, and maybe it bit him a little bit in the end. But it's hard to really go, oh, it's just because of this, when especially this last game, Dan, as mentioned multiple times, it was about as close as it could be.
Yeah, and I think this was really great, because we saw I think a really fun series. I think that for me, I was wondering if what Melee Creeps would be able to do in a best of 3 this week against Popper's Pupils. We see it so frequently. Teams, there's an ebb and flow. You don't know how good they're going to look week to week. And this was really great. Melee Creeps, it feels like their new roster. There's a lot of cohesion, which is really I think bodes well for the future matches.
All right. Well, now we got to talk about our hero priority this week, because of course this is one of the things that people always love to look at here on the night shift. And again, Dan, things are changing. The number one thing. Can we get the comparison to 51 here, just to show the difference? But overall, look at 51. Where do you see Celeste? Oh, right, we see Celeste all the way down at 0. And now you look at 52, and we got Celeste every single game.
Yep. Yeah, even getting banned, first banned a couple of times as well. Pretty crazy. I mean, Lash even getting more banned this time as well, which is also quite interesting to see. But the Rem as well. Like, what was Rem last week? Okay, Rem had some amount of appearance last week, ZP, but this week was insane. Both in EU and in NA.
Well, also McGinnis last week, people were just like, oh, I don't know, she got nerfed. And then this week they're like, nerfs were enough. Pick McGinnis every game is back where we were at. So, the fluctuating back and forth. But also, if we could go back to just 52 as the main priority here, well, let's talk about the actual return. We're 100% win rate. Can we get a quick little reaction on Paige in celebration of Paige making her way, back into NA competition successfully? Because she's back, Dan.
She back. Yeah, she back. We'll have to see, how is this something that's going to be a trend next week as well? I'm curious. We saw Viper, we saw Vindicta, it's interesting. I guess actually what's more interesting to me, ZP, is a lot of the things we haven't seen. No GT, no Hayes. I mean, Hayes used to be just here and there. Holiday's gone, like you said. No, Seven came back for a little bit and gone. Shiv, this is like the biggest Shiv drought we've ever seen. Silver, nowhere to be seen. I feel like Silver's got to be undervalued a little bit. I feel like Silver's still pretty good. No Warden. I feel like Warden got buffed, right? Since we lost Solzagi, no.
No. I mean, the problem is his gun damage just got hit too much overall.
Okay, my bad.
Like for Warden, you've just kind of hit the point where you're not getting enough out of him relative to other heroes you could pick in the role, which is at least at the comp level. I think in super late game, which is why I think it works a little bit better in pubs, like he has more success, but right now in comp, the scaling is just too long for him to be relevant. But Dan, we also got items to talk about here to see if there's any changes this week. And overall, things are pretty darn stable. A little bit less counterspell this week, where teams just kind of ebb and flow on their prioritization. A little bit more Locket, though, which I think also cannot be unrelated to more Celeste, where Locket is one of her most core items by far.
Yeah, it makes sense. You know, getting the extra stam off of when you pop those is a game changer to survive on top of the heal. But yeah, it makes sense. I think, you know, a lot of the stuff like makes a lot of sense to me. You know, Stalker's an item that, you know, heroes pick up early game to kind of have a bit more kill threat, and like it's, you know, helps you with roam, and you get some extra gun investment as well. But it's usually an item that people sell pretty quickly as well. So I think it just kind of reflects, I think, all the extra calico we've been seeing and all of the extra kind of emphasis around roam in the early to mid lane phase. So it kind of makes sense here, ZP. I don't feel like anything's too surprising. What about you?
No, I mean, it's as expected, although Slowing Hex does continue the creep up in priority. I feel like the player base as a whole, not even just in comp, is starting to come to this general understanding of, I should just get Slowing Hex, because dropping Slowing Hex on anyone makes it way more likely they're going to die, especially if they have abilities. It's very rarely a bad item to have on command, and very often crucial to taking down about like half the rosters. So that's one item where I wouldn't actually be surprised if it continues to go up, because I don't know, you just see more heroes grabbing Slowing Hex that historically wouldn't have grabbed it before, just because the utility is that good.
Agreed. Yeah, it's good to see that the items at least somewhat stable, ZP, because I felt like the hero meta certainly just week to week is who the hell knows.
Yeah. All right, well, Dan, that brings us to the end of our podcast, or broadcast, not podcast. Like, I don't even know how I'm functional. You know, I had the craziest 24 hours before the show here. I am absolutely sleep deprived, though hopefully I didn't sound it. But this is the end of the broadcast. But you want to join us for the podcast tomorrow, the Graveyard Shift, where it'll be me, Lightbringer, and a guest that I still have to wrangle and did not because I was traveling. I'll figure out who. I'll probably try and ask Saya and see if I can guilt trip him into coming on tomorrow. But Dan, any final thoughts before we sign off?
No final thoughts. Play more Deadlock, tell your friends, and we'll be back next week.
There you have it. We'll see you next time here on the Night Shift.
I see Calico.
Charge is almost ready. I see Calico. Don't bother getting up. I see him.